tension is in the air. Hello and welcome to day 5 of VCT Masters Reykjavik. We started with 10 teams from around the world and only 6 remain for the chance to be crowned Masters champions. And of course, our players making their way to the arena. We can see FNATIC and Version1 arriving into our Iceland arena for their first match of the day. This is going to be awesome. Okay, well, it seems like he might not have a great day there, but we'll have to hope for the best there. Hope for the best. And there are the Version1 players as well. Hopefully they don't hit that door the same way that the FNATIC players did, but it seems like they should be good navigating their way through. And there you have it. Hello once again. My name is Golden Boy, your host. It's been a joy to be with you all here, and I'm in the studio in Los Angeles with my analysts. We got Potter, Veli, and Dougie Fresh. And we've also brought in some reinforcements because a good friend of mine, a very special guest analyst and co-streamer from Platchat. The man is 8 feet tall. He has a 10-foot wingspan. We don't even know how we fit him in this picture behind me. It's Wyatt. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for the intro. That's all true, all factual. I'm appreciative of production, especially for being able to just fit my mass on screen right now. Much appreciated. No, but yeah, we've been doing the code stream all week on the Platchat YouTube channel, sledgehammering some watermelons. It's quite the exercise. Also, a bit of a mental exercise, just dealing with the rampant EU bias on that stream. So I'm glad to be here, joined by some fellow NA compatriots. It's out of control.
You know, I'm not ready for the internet to get all pissed at everybody because there's no EU representation, no Korean representation here for as far as like our Korean casters are concerned on the broadcast. So yes. Should be a fun one. That said, though, speaking of our the Korean players that we saw take the stage yesterday, they went up against Version1. It was an incredible match, Potter. Boomers rejoice because Solo and company managed to pull off the big one.
Boomers rejoice indeed, man. And you know, this was definitely one of the best series I've definitely watched go down. It kept me on the edge of my seat the entire time, and I just had to give a special shout out to the Boomer himself, Solo, the in-game leader of the squad. The man's had 19 first contact duels, the most out of everyone in the server. But not only that, he's been so dependable this entire tournament thus far. He's always making the right plays. He's setting up those killjoy traps. He's forcing the issue when needed. And he's getting multi-kills for it, and it's showing inside that server in his performance. It's been fantastic.
That whole series really was so much fun to watch. I do think that given everything else that we've seen, that's probably the best series we've had all week. And I was just so impressed by the depth of NUTURN, right? Like, they went toe-to-toe with what should be North America's strong suit, right? Like, Vanity and the rest of Version1 are known for their play calling, their IGLing, and how do they think about the game differently. NUTURN gave them a taste of their own medicine, and they showed Korea, they're really good at everything they do.
Yes, indeed they are. In case you guys are like esports noobs, Korea dominates so many different scenes. StarCraft, Overwatch, I mean, the list goes on and on. But as for today, though, we have 3 best-of-3 matches that are going to be starting the day off. We will see Version1 once again, but this time they're going to be taking on the EU's FNATIC. Then another lower bracket clash as Vikings will go up against Team Liquid. And finally, the Sentinels will face up against NUTURN Gaming to decide who will lock their spot in this competition. And here is, the bracket as it plays out here. But let's focus in on our first match of the day. Version1 versus FNATIC. Sean Gares just tweeted, huge shout out to the homie Sean Gares, by the way, just tweeted that this is the matchup that he was looking forward to because of the talent that is on both of these lineups here. And when you talk talent, Potter, look no further than Durka and Penny.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are the two Jet players on their respective squads, right? And they've been popping off all tournament long, very dominant in the server. Speaking of Penny S, here he is on your screen with Durka. They've just, I gotta say, Penny, he's so positionally aware. He's usually in those advantageous duels because he's in the right place at the right time. And of course, it helps that he's on Jet, but it's also his risk assessment, right? Because he's so mobile, it gives him the edge to be able to push those smokes, take new angles, go to the complete opposite side of the map than where he usually started from. So it's been a pleasure to watch Penny in that server.
Yeah, and Wyatt, you know, these two teams in their respective regions have definitely been meta pushers. They've been very successful. They're here in Iceland as a result of that. And now we're going to see these great minds clash.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is one of the most interesting matchups I think we could possibly have with the teams left, just given how similar they are in regards to how they're approaching the meta. FNATIC, one of the teams that have been playing Viper long before she was even, you know, had gotten the recent buffs where you take the damage walking through her walls, etc. They were running her on Bind for months now. That's been one of their go-to maps. That is V1's permanent ban, so we're not actually going to be seeing it there. But they're one of the teams that's experienced playing with Viper specifically. They also adopted Astra very quickly. Their in-game leader Boaster playing it. And on the opposite side, V1 in NA, they are the team that really pushed this current comp, this post-plant meta theory, having the Killjoy mollies, having the Viper mollies for post-plants. They took that to the limits in NA. It's what qualified them here, and it's what's taking them so far in this tournament right now. They just have a great understanding of the meta. I think really the crucial difference is just that in the FNATIC comp, they run Sky, which is really good for popping out of the Astra smokes or from behind the Viper walls. It'll allow them to send the guiding light through, pop the flash, push off of that. So I think that's going to be one of the crucial differences here. But they have a lot more in common than they do different, for sure.
Yeah, those pop flashes were really fun to watch, especially on Split. And then, you know, you got Version 1 doing what they've been doing with the meta with these lineups, so much so that I'm seeing on Twitter, people are asking for the nerfs now. They're begging for the nerfs, you know? I mean, can't we just let it play out a little bit longer, people? Jeez Louise. And, you know, Doug, when discussing that whole, you know, macro perspective here of these players and what they bring to the table, you have to look to the leaders on the field as well. And those players are going to be, for FNATIC, it'll be Boaster. For Version 1, it's Vanity.
Yeah, man, those two guys are, well, first off, like, look, Boaster's probably the most lovable player in the complete Valorant scene right now. It's so easy to love the guy, but I actually, you know, when we look at this matchup, much like Sean was saying, this is a matchup I'm super excited for, and it's because of that. Yeah, you've got Penny and you got Durka and you've got like the flying jets and the highlights, and that's all fun, right? Like the Verizon high-speed moments, but what I'm super excited for is the fact that this is like a chess match, right? Like you've got two bloody brilliant minds who have gotten here because of the way they think about the game, right? And think about how much Version 1 has like broken the mold. Nobody believed in them. Nobody thought they could do it. But if you think about from the inception of this team up until now, that's been their calling card. Exploit the meta, figure out the most optimal way to play the game, and do it better than anybody else can. So you've got these clashing styles of two geniuses who are going to go head to head. If there's anybody, I will say this, for the EU hopeful out there, I think if there's anybody that can effectively stop this post-plant meta before it becomes a thing, right? Like force them into bad situations to where they can't do it, it's Boaster.
You think so? I'm going to be honest with you, Doug. I think Vanity has an upper hand, man. Vanity has taken reins of Astra, one of the latest agents in the game, and he shows why he is one of the best IGLs out there. This is an example that proves exactly that. He gets a call from Jammies in Garage that there's a push coming. He knows the numbers. Jammies, he says, go ahead, get that kill. Jammies runs back. You know, he's going to get clapped, but that's okay. But take a look at what that IGL does. He gets the gravity well. Jet dashes into the cloudburst. He says, Zelsis, focus on the gravity well over at the entrance of C-Long. I'm going to take care of Jet. You're going to get the 2 easy kills, and I'm going to complete the execute. The execute was sexy, it was clean, but it's not just that. It's what he does with Astra on both sides. He uses his stars for pressure, he uses it for fakes, and when they want to get aggressive, it's really fun to see. You're going to see a lot of stars planted on one side of the map, And when that happens, he returns them while they push the opposite side to try to flush them out. He wants to stall them out and catch them when they're not expecting it. I love what Vanity is doing, and as an Astra, he's showing why she is built for every IGL out there.
Yeah, so Wyatt, there's been a lot of, NA discussion going on here. Okay, but let's shift the focus over.
We're the best.
Let's shift the focus over though to FNATIC. I would like to think cool heads will prevail here. Yes, there's been a lot of discussion regarding the leadership that's coming out of Boaster and stuff. But in what ways can FNATIC look to get that upper hand on V1? Like, what are going to be some of the challenges that V1 will present them? And then how can FNATIC respond in turn? What are some of your potential ideas there?
Sure. I mean, so one of the interesting things, if you want to touch back on that game yesterday with NUTURN, one of the ways that they were able to beat V1, especially on split, when they were running the double duelists with the Raze and the Jet, and the Breach as well. They had two duelists with mobility that could bypass all the mollies on the ground, the gravity wells. They could dash over it, double satchel over it, and the Breach utility would come in to blind players on site, etc. FNATIC, they only run a single duelist. They have Durka on Jet. Their other usual duelist player, Doma, he's on Sage pretty much all the time right now. So what's going to be critical for them is not getting caught in the same traps that Team Liquid did when they were playing against Version1 with that solo Jet comp, which is there would be these situations that Yampy is dashing in because he's supposed to be creating space on Jet, opening up the sites. But then the rest of the team behind him would just get caught by any single piece of utility, and it slows the rest of them down. The rest of the guys on the team, they don't have anything in their kits that can get around a gravity well, any of the 4 mollies. If depending on the map, if FEs is playing Sage, a slow orb, right? So it's going to be crucial for them to actually work the map in the mid rounds and force Version1 to use their utility before the site hits actually come in. And they have a lot of work to do in that regard because Version1 comp is just so dense with util.
Yeah, and there's a probability that V1, may be anticipating that and will plan accordingly. Those mid-round switch-ups are certainly going to be something that we have to look out for. But make sure you guys are joining in on the conversation using that hashtag Verizon5G_all_chat, and we'll feature your tweets throughout the broadcast, just like we've been doing every single day, baby. It's also time for our trusted analysts to let us know who they think is going to walk away with the victory here. Who moves on, Potter, in this competition between NA and EU?
Oh man, this is a tough one. This is a really tough one. I'm gonna go with Version1 here. Something for some reason tells me that Vanity's just gonna bust out a huge curveball here, switch things up, because we're on day 5, because he knows FNATIC have been studying the VODs. But I don't know. I'm gonna stick with NA here. I'm sticking with Version1. Let's go.
All right, Potter calls Version1. Veli, your bias is showing. I don't know if you know that. You were on camera.
You saw the shirt already, man. This ain't a challenge. I'm gonna be honest. Version1 has proven way more in this entire tournament than FNATIC ever has. FNATIC is a good team. I mean, don't get me wrong, but Version1 just comes off that much better. I believe in the boys, and they're gonna rock it. I think it's gonna be a 2-0.
Oh boy, Doug, please tell me you're approaching this with a level head here.
Come on, Doug. Come on, Doug.
I'm trying, dude. Like, Boaster's brilliant. Durka's a ton of fun. There's so much that kind of goes in favor of FNATIC here, but man, I just got to do it. I believe, baby. Let's go.
You have got to be kidding me. I'm trying, people. I'm trying here. Wyatt, you're our guest. Please give us something.
I will unfortunately not be joining the NA train. I'm going to be going with FNATIC here.
Oh,
get him off
the desk.
There it
is.
There it is. All right, folks. Well, before we get into the games for today, Wyatt, I just want to thank you so much, buddy, for joining us here today. It's a pleasure. I'm so excited to see the Wyatt glow up. Wyatt stands in the chat. If Wyatt has, what is the meme? If Wyatt has no fans, then that means I'm dead. basically. That's how it rolls. So big thank you, Wyatt, for joining us here today. And everyone else, make sure you tune in to Plat Chat on YouTube as well, so you can see some watermelons getting smashed each and every game on youtube.com/PlatChatValorant. Anyway, that is it, folks. It is now time to jump in to this epic confrontation between EU and NA, and hopefully our casters can approach this with a kind of balance that we would all like to see in the forest. And those casters are going to be Hypoc and Pansy. Take it away.
America.
The audacity. Oof.
Version 1 taken down by the Kingslayers coming out of Korea.
Sentinels have been so good at adapting. How can you stop Sentinels at this point?
일단은 내일 뭐 센티널 경기에서 이제 저희는 그냥 하던 대로 하면은 충분히 그냥 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각하고.
NUTURN, they play very different from Europe or Brazil or NA. Like, they played very, very weird. So if you don't have a game plan versus them, you might get caught off guard.
그렇게 생각하면 뭐 그렇게 되는 거 그렇게 생각할 수도 있지. 결과는 모르는 거니까이라고 말해주고 싶네요.
They don't have much of a read on us. I think we've proven everybody wrong this far, and I think we'll continue to do so and keep winning.
Bom, pelo que eu assisto da Liquid, é um time que é um time muito forte, né? Tem grandes jogadores, tem o Screen, que tem uma mira muito boa. É um time muito tático.
Vikings, they're definitely a strong team. They like to get in your face. It's going to be a great match. Vikings, EU is definitely coming for you.
With a Version 1 upset, the lowers are rumbling with deciding matches between EU, NA, and Brazil.
FNATIC going into it is definitely favorites. Their team play and all of that is really, really strong. We're just going to play our game and show up.
We just don't want to make the Europe set. We want to make them proud, and I feel like we have pretty high chance to get to the grand finals.
we go, ladies and gents. It is time to reignite the flame between EU and NA, and it looks like the Purple Cobra. I think it's Version1 is the actual name, but they put on a show from both sides. And I've got to say it. Look, the full NA desk. Only Wyatt picking FNATIC here. I think we both know, though, Hypok, this is going to be such a close game between these two pioneers of the current meta from both regions, both coming up with similar ideas how to approach that Viper post plant, both of them catching teams by surprise and maybe making it through in place of teams that maybe people pitted first in front of them, but proving they deserve to be here nonetheless. Both looking good, but both down in the lower bracket run.
Yeah, they are indeed. I know obviously the veto itself was discussed briefly on the desk. I think if anybody's been paying attention, expectations-wise, we know Brian's going to go FNATIC unless something goes very drastically wrong. I'm expecting the Instaban coming through a split, and it absolutely is. So the map pool set, it's just the order to decide here, Lauren.
Yeah, let's see what FNATIC go for now. Straight into Icebox. First pick here now. Didn't go so well last time against NA.
No, it did. Coming off a strong performance versus X10, though, the 13-4, where I think really they ran away with it. So potentially a little bit of a confidence booster coming back there. Obviously, V1 going to start on defense as well. Second map, actually, V1 going to select Ascent here, where we haven't actually seen FNATIC play just yet. Although it has been on the table a couple of times for a few of these vetoes.
Okay, and Haven. Last map. Do you think we're making it there? Do you think it's going all three?
I think if we could have begged for any setup here, it'd be Haven to be the decider, right? I think that's potentially the most exciting map we could see. I mean, potentially with Ascent coming in second, there's a chance, right? FNATIC, I guess, live games-wise, no real reps here yet at Masters. We've only seen them on Haven and Icebox, so it's definitely, it's on the cards. I mean, that's as much of a setup we could get for a three-mapper, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. The cat ears are back out. They've been glued back in after being cut to pieces by old Sun Team yesterday, but it is all gravy. It's first time to get to see both these teams now in the elimination area, right? Because Version1, they made it through that first round of the upper bracket, got past the likes of Liquid, looked solid doing it as well. But now, life on the line, it gets a bit more pressured, right?
It does indeed, and I think, you know, they started talking about a couple of these bits on the desk, but this is going to be so interesting to see, because really regionally we didn't see FNATIC get tested in sort of this meta as you get straight into the agent select actually presented by Prime Gaming. I don't expect any surprises here. I think both teams are going to lean heavily on where they've already got reps and those comfort zones we've already talked about, Lauren.
Okay. And again, we've had a couple of win conditions being talked about, one being Durka and the other being Penny. And Penny has been impressing. Durka, we've seen him be answered in one of the games by Sentinels, I feel. That was the only time I've seen him really be quelled by anyone. I don't think we've seen that yet for Penny. Even in their losses, he was still finding space. His value in catching rotations, that punishment on split was, again, phenomenal. Whether it be that kind of pop-off play, the highlight play, or just that really integral kill, he will always seem to get you that. So again, that matchup between these two is going to be such a highlight in this game.
And actually, slight adjustment. In the last appearance, Zelsus was on Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken. So potentially, this is V1 leaning even heavier, I guess, onto that post-plant kind of composition here. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not we see a huge kind of step change in what we see coming out of them, because I mean, you got to accredit versus Crazy Raccoons. V1 really excelled on attack, and that actually it was more the fast-paced aggression, not so much, you know, kind of the reliance on that post-plant strength in terms of utility.
And welcome to the real deal. This is tournament life on the line between EU and NA. FNATIC being your EU representatives here on the attacking side, but look at V1 coming in on this, playing straight up through middle. 3 players pushing it. Durka on the other side greets Vanity with a smile, sends him to his grave, but a quick trade out. Penny right back in, gains mid control. This, if anything, should spur on that hit towards B, but you can see it. Jammies. Oh, he's ready.
Ready to send out the snakebite to try and deny this initial plant coming through. I think FNATIC just going to wait on the cooldown, at least, of the Viper Util, and actually going to go for an off-default plant here, so
nice,
because if they've got a really good read on exactly what V1 going to try and do.
Well, you get past the kind of meta play, the util play, you still have some real firepower left with Zelsis, Effys, and Penny to try and play this back in. touch on the spike, trying to draw some attention. Does get Magnum to swing, does claim Penny. And now Effys and Zelsis kind of pinned in here. Magnum on that mid split. It was something that was highlighted before as how good his lurks can be on this map specifically. Let's keep that in the back of your mind, and he's just going to take the attention. But it's buying time here. They've cleared out that flank, but it's cost them a great deal of time.
They've still got a lot to do here. 3 players to find and a couple of key members still alive. Both are going to find the first. Effys will fall. Zelsis, no choice but to get some progress on that defuse. They come through and a pistol round win for FNATIC. That's the best possible thing I think we could see coming into today. A few of them have eluded them along the way, but that right there, perfect example, right? A few key things. FNATIC, a slight adjustment, trying to get a post-plant set up away from default, something that they know V1 have got prepared utility for. So just straight away, round 1, a tick in the box for FNATIC.
Let's talk about that spike plant as well. A little off traditional spot because, hey, we saw it instantly. Jammy's so ready for that, especially in this meta. I want to see more of that slight adaptation, little bits of change-ups for both sides because they're going to have to know. These two teams are so hyper-aware of the meta, and this is something that I think Sean Gare said really well on Twitter, that this is going to be a real test for V1's depth. We're going to see them tested in ways that maybe other teams don't necessarily do the same sort of thing. But it is going to be a bit of a stack coming in this time around. V1 in the right place for this, but already first pick does go down towards Durka, who wants a bit more. Gets a dink for it, though, down to 46. Good pick up there. Vanity and Zelsis. Yeah, the spike's planted, but the damage is being done. Boaster swings right back in, doubles on it. That's sick work from Boaster. Threats being made out of so little, though. V1 making this costly, and it ain't over yet.
That's Zelsis stuck backside, still 22 HP. Jammy's unable to really do anything there to dig him out. Magnum's still got 2 nanos, so an opportunity again with this kind of off default plant here all the way at backside. We're going to find the first. Anyway, Zelsis down to 22 HP. Not much longer for this world. And I think you make a really interesting point, but I want to come back to this. I think expectations-wise, FNATIC were kind of born in this meta, right? We talked about them being the pioneers. The playbook depth-wise, I've got to give the advantage to FNATIC, right? So for them to go away and kind of work on something to address this, and also, I mean, personally for me, I've always credited FNATIC for being very proactive on defense, right? So when we do come to the round switch, I think we're going to be seeing the biggest adjustment from FNATIC to address what V1 have brought to Masters.
Now, looking at the buy coming out for FNATIC here, this is actually a big investment as well, the 3 rifles coming through. So this isn't your traditional like bonus round, but Durka, this is what we've got to be looking at, is Durka's start in these sort of rounds. Roll your mind back to that previous Sentinels game. He was shut down a great deal. However, this time, a quick find on Jammies is a big pickup.
So Magnum doing the usual. This is pretty much their default on attack. They send a lot of presence towards B and leave. Magnum kind of lurking outside here with the turret to kind of lock down everything on that side of the map. Potentially, actually, Effys now comes drifting under Boiler as they creep again towards B. Still 2 members for V1 posted on A site as well, so it's only really Zelsis to hold this down for the time being. So look for him to at least survive out, maybe try and get an entry here. Turret gets smoked off.
Yeah, very aware of this so far. Zelsis, though, still trying to buy the time. He does, as you said, he is on his own, but he does have that utility with him. A late lean comes out as well from Penny, who's playing kind of deep on this one. Durka waiting to see if Penny oversteps. I think Penny's going to play pretty patient in this one. I doubt he's going to overstep the mark until required. There's the first bit of utility shown, and the spike plant being toyed with. Durka, where did you get that from? Zelsis removed from the site. While that happened, Magnum still doing this working middle. He's expecting the play to potentially come through that A side, but actually it's Vanity. Yeah, he's so aware, but this still buys time. They can't really split through middle, and you're down to these 2 rifles that I'm sure V1 really would love to keep, but at this point, does Magnum push on it? They both seem so aware. Vanity does get him, so that's Magnum gone, but this is going to be a fallback. At least they bought themselves some time. No, Durka quickly on the hunt, removes the rifle from Penny, and Vanity just going to try and live through this.
We'll get the consolation, but I mean, a big win for FNATIC here, keeping 4 alive. Also, Boaster going to obviously take the upgrade there. He did bring a Spectre into this one. Give me the 3rd closed out for FNATIC, and again, it's First blood goes their favor, and it's kind of that slow, methodical push where they're still very, very aware of the possibility of, you know, potentially a third player through here. But Durka finding this one, I guess just pure anticipation in terms of positioning there. It's a really nice hit once again from FNATIC. So well considered, and I mean, you know, eyes do go towards Magnum and Boaster in terms of flank control and finding value in their lurks already. We're seeing V1 kind of be aware of it, but not able to deal with it comfortably, at least on that buy round there.
No, and considering are on the Sheriffs and the Hero Rifle left over for Vanity, keep in mind this is a great map for version 1. A couple of losses, but that to TSM in their strength and Sentinels. So a pretty reasonable couple of losses. Jammy's though always going to be pushed out position. Yeah. Nicely done, good consideration. Very good usage of utility to ensure safety. You don't want to let, you know, some of those positions that Jammies is trying to get away with go unchecked. So good work for FNATIC so far. All players on rotation though. Vanity is still your danger man in this round.
In here, just going to take a breather. Again, FNATIC anticipating maybe V1 try to re-aggress back onto these kills going against them. Actually, you know, Recon Bolt going to be destroyed, and I'm not sure how many actually got pinged off that, but it looks like it's going to be the green light, at least for FNATIC, to progress towards site. Penny gets spotted out, has to drop down. Effie's and Penny both here now. Durka trying to line up the same shots once again, but no value this time around. A clean, comfortable plant. It'll be difficult here for V1 to crack back in. It's Vanity that's got to find the entry here.
Yeah, this has to be a clean pick too. Just you want to keep that HP as high as they can. If they could nab a rifle away, that would be sublime, but it's very unlikely considering the positioning. Vanity desperate to find that first way in. A couple of tags. Yeah, they're finding a bit of damage here. Domer a little lower, Durka, but they still stand. And no one's giving them anything. FNATIC are sitting on this one. A couple of... Look at that swing on it. That is so good. Magnum takes the focus. Durka on the swing. They are going through all of this. Crossing the T's, dotting the I's. FNATIC mean business today. They're leaving nothing to chance. This is a different look to them. Keep in mind, yeah, there was not too much danger there. It was Sheriffs, but that hero rifle, but they're keeping clean rounds. They're being so meticulous in post-plants. They're using good utility early. Hypoc, this looks like a solid FNATIC.
Yeah, it is, and it's just that slight adjustment here where they find, again, save round for V1 and I guess a little bit deeper in terms of early round aggression, but it gets absolutely punished. And you're right, it's meticulous. It's the diligence they're able to show in the early round in terms of utility, positioning, clearing out all these kind of rat spots, I gotta say, anticipating Vanity of all people, as you see him right here inside the smoke. But again, the utility, gonna deal some damage, keep him honest.
Yeah, he's going to be forced back now. He can try and buy some time to allow himself at least safety to fall back away from this. And maybe a good read from FNATIC here, knowing that there is going to be that op-out for Penny now. You can see the economy. You're going to know that that's something they can go towards. However, we know as well that, my word, Durka just digs Vanity out of the position straight away. Up on the ults as well. Speaking of the Killjoy out that came in, that's going to give Durka a bit of room, but Penny says no. Mid-air takes him down, drags him to his grave, and now the 4v4 post-plant. And we still have Viper up. Keep eyes on Mystic. Full utility that he needs on this one left in check. So this is a tough retake for V1. They're going to know they're up against it here.
Dome are going to find Zelsis on the way in. Jammy's actually going to trade that one back out now. So going in favor of V1 at site at least. But here comes the utility now. The contingency plan. Magnum just got to hold down the fort for the time being. First snake bite goes through. No defuse coming through yet. Two players very low HP. Jammy's actually going to deal with it there. They do actually have time for the defuse, so a little bit of a slip there. Magnum, I guess, falling just too early, and Mystic not able to fully reset off of that. He's got to deal with the threat coming through, but really good stuff. I mean, V1 get in early enough. Everything goes their way on site. They find the first 2 kills. Let's go with a nice little snap from Penny there.
Damn.
And again, this is the sort of thing we look for in the post-plan, right? They'll send Durka forwards. Durka can play very aggressive here, because even if he goes 1-for-1, in those scenarios, it all plays to FNATIC's strength, because it runs the clock down.
I have to highlight Jammies as well. What an MVP of a round there. I thought it was going to be the other Viper coming up good, but no, Jammies just absolutely man-moding it forward, just taking the fight and winning it in such succinct time. It was so valuable to get that kill quickly. However, back in we go. Penny this time going to get a fight towards Long. Last time they did lean away. Durka, position noted, so Penny now fully aware, but he does have another player with him. He's got that Killjoy by his side, so Magnum might post up on this if Durka wants to back out.
That's big, actually. Durka just gave a blatant audio cue there and left Magnum posted. Now, Magnum's position wasn't noted, so if Penny looks to get a little aggressive with the operator here, it could be punished. Again, gonna lean away for the time being. Oh, Magnum just jumped.
Was that? Did he
Yeah,
do that?
Don't know if that was
I'm worried it's a
intentional or
mouse
not.
wheel jump, or if he's... It's an audio cue nonetheless, so Penny ain't moving too far. They have lost a bit of mid control, so you can see that pressure mounting. Already you've got that jet working through mid. That's going to be Durka. Good pickup from Zelsis, though, to find Boaster. Alleviates a little bit of that pressure, allows Penny to refocus towards the push. And he's gone unchecked, but
Oh, no.
uncharacteristic miss. Knives are out. No one's looking his way. You cannot leave that man unchecked. Doma does put him down, but by now, V1 are in the right... What? What? How has he gone away with it? Durka on the flank. Good shutdown in the end from Vanity. That could have gone so much scarier, but great play from V1. And I don't know how Penny got away with that, even though eventually he got found.
I mean, such a weird early round. It looked as if FNATIC had kind of read that situation perfectly. Durka with the bait of the sound cue dropping back off, and Magnum's position initially completely unnoted. And I'm with you. I'm not sure if that was fully intentional, because everything lined up there. You could see Penny poised to kind of find somebody drifting back out onto B lane. But as soon as he hears that second audio cue, he backs up. He's like, no, guys, I think something's up here. You know, there's an extra body waiting.
Let's go, Penny. Feeling aggressive and quick as lightning. Penny hits and runs. Durka's gone. Another tick in the box for Penny in that matchup against Durka, and now FNATIC can be working with one less, but the res invested. But Penny posted up in a new position. I thought he had that every day, but no. Has to fall away now, find a new spot, but so proactive in these angles.
Yeah, Mr. Gachi, I guess, got legged there. He's down to 30 HP. We'll get the heal off Doma. We'll be able to reset here. Vanity posted up close, but you've got to be careful. Magnum actually going to swing on it. He will find the entry here. I don't know how Vanity didn't catch that cross. Maybe just a little unfortunate with the timing there, but Penny will post up and he's holding this angle now, but a lot of utility block off these sight lines. He gets tagged
Penny
as well.
has to fall.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
is
Hunter's
such a
Fury
nice
away.
piece.
He has to come away. I don't think he can recontest this.
Well, he has to fall away from at least denying the spike plant, right? He can't really hinder the site, but
Ooh,
that
Effie's.
could. Effie's! Huge work from him! Now the Killjoy comes in. Quick work from Doma, though, to shut down Penny, and now you've still got 3 players standing for V1. Boaster desperate for a connection. He can't quite do what he wanted, but Doma's still alive. 30 seconds here. Zelsis re-aggressing, though. Doma's denied it, and now it's down to just Jammies! But last time he clutched this out, and he might have to do it again. Durka up against him, spike in hand, 20 seconds now. And Durka's pushing. Jammies feels it. He feels that pressure starting to mount, and Durka just waits. Glimpse now noted, 13 seconds. Pulls him off it, Durka! Kept his cool, but look at this round, Hypoc. Yes, the end was exciting individually, but the amount of utility they poured in just to push Penny off that angle.
I love it. The double smoke onto the side, the slow setup for the rafters, it's just perfect. And Doma's the one to eventually find Penny, but again, that was so back and forth. And actually, even after the initial utility comes, V1, I mean, they stand at the front and fight. Comes down to the 1v1 in the end, but you see it now, the purchase coming back in. Operator once again, and the judge on the side of Vanity. Jammy's only with the sheriff.
Penny. Well, they seem at least cognizant of the fact that someone could have been there. The jump peak definitely going to highlight it, and the utility to allow the cross back through. But they've now noted that the off is still in play for Penny. So good information, fine. But a 3-play stack towards B now.
I'm going to come through, clear some of these close angles for them. Tag through again, the Viper Walls crossing. They're actually dropping a really awkward time in there. Boaster going to get punished for that. Durka will trade back onto Zelsis, but not much else he can do about the plant coming through. Jammies will actually throw out the snake bite, but it's a little bit late, so they do actually get the plant off comfortably, and they can reset. You can see already Magnum and Mystic reset towards B lane. Expect Magnum to drift back towards mid, potentially.
I don't know how Durka gets away with that. There was about to be 2 players potentially swinging to yellow. That could have been such a problem, but no. Gets away with his life. Still happy to take the attention on this. And now here comes that Sight Swarm. Keep your eyes on the spike. Durka going to get the first fight on this one, however. There's the utility invested from the Viper, but Bear comes back in on the trade. Doma outdone by Vanity. Leaping across, a Mystic has to play this out so well. Vanity is an animal right now.
Wow.
And Penny shuts down Magnum. Spike should be defused. A little close, but it's fine. But Vanity, what a play.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, I noticed as soon as they're able to reset, Magnum does actually walk all the way back into mid to come through connector. I'm not sure of his utility situation there, but he only had to buy another second or so with that. And I mean, what can you do about Vanity? Just what can you do about this when he's just running at you, just jumping with a judge? Yeah. I mean, those are the sorts of rounds that you just can't expect it, right? It's so unorthodox to have somebody just running at you like that. But again, you know, FNATIC had the opportunity to reset. Magnum unfortunately gets shut down that flank, and now we see FNATIC actually back down on a lesser purchase here. Oh, we actually spot the head, but can't find that kill.
Just a little haircut, just a little off the top. Stays alive though, Durka. See if they can allow him to get some success off this. Everyone else looking across it. Yeah, there's some armor investment, but beyond that, it is mostly Sheriffs and Spectre. That's about your lot. So maybe see if they can catch V1 getting over aggressive. No. And actually, wait, Magnum's found room on Vanity. That's very surprising. He's just crept on site now. Penny's a little baffled. What? Oh, Penny? Penny S is in the building, boys and girls. Magnum, though, tries it. Backhanded. And now Boaster in a 1v1 against Penny, who's on fire right now. What does Boaster do? Spikes down in mid.
Look where
and
Penny's
already
gone.
Penny's on the push. Penny is going to just throw the timing off so much. That's the spike left down, but Penny, this timing, Boaster's surely not going to even think of it. No way in hell did he expect Penny to be that quick on it. But Penny just saved V1 that round.
That is massive from Penny. Like you said, just completely flipped the script on expectations there of how Boaster was going to play that. Again, with Spike down as well, comfortable. That's an all-out confidence play. How has he found two with that?
How? Was he already tagged and it hit him in the arm?
What?
Hair? Give me that, like, in slow-mo. Someone screenshot it. Find me a way. Did it hit the arm when the wall was coming up from the Sage? And that was an...
I want answers.
Give me the VOD.
I want answers.
Well, Vanity might have a couple of questions for FNATIC. Not sure about answers for now. He does feel enough pressure to back away from this, though. 5-man play towards A here.
Again, the double slow wants to get onto Rafters and backside as well to maybe try and isolate one of these kills. The Aldrone actually comes through. Vanity's position will be spotted. I don't know where it's sent now, just to slow things down. We'll try and tuck himself in, but he's in big trouble there if Durka decides to swing on it. The recoil ball actually going to get a big tag there. Penny will follow up on it.
You can't leave him alone for a second, and Vanity's gonna thread the needle. Such perfect timing. Gonna get one, even a second. Vanity finding value everywhere he goes. And Durka and Mystic, they have got the spike at least, and they've got a fair crack of time, but they've lost so much step across this map. It might be time for that quick B hit, and actually it's relatively unguarded.
Yeah, Jammy's actually drifting away as that hit was coming through. So completely wide open here, and I'll be honest, Mystic still with 2 snake bites. It's a 2v3. They can get the plant down. Durka tries to play this a little more aggressively, potentially. This is still doable for FNATIC. Lots of time here, but
that pick.
Yeah, he tried to tap to try and find a peak. You're absolutely right, Lauren. Not going to pay off for him, and now actually we've already closed the distance here. Hunter's Fury going to buy some more time as well. Oh, it's tough, yeah.
Very well done.
Right there. Again, FNATIC just expecting that. I guess V1 didn't read into that A hit as much as they did. Because they were there very, very late, honestly.
I don't really blame Durka for taking his time, maybe expecting someone to be lingering around, trying to pull that player off the site, give them that 2v2, but Vanity's bailout on that second there.
I gotta say it, like, Smoke Criminal is just like the most fitting name for him. How many times have we seen this guy? And actually early on, you know, for FNATIC already showing, like you said, you know, those meticulous clearances and being wary of all these spots, but still he gets away with it. In that round there, I'm not even sure actually if Boaster's Aldrone noted him at backside and he just makes the the ballsy play, right? Is to creep forward, throw himself a dark cover down, sit inside it and wait for the hit to come through. Again, at that point, you know, in the positions noted, they think, actually, yeah, we spotted out the one guy we're expecting to rat. Yeah, maybe he will back away now. But no, he's like, yeah, actually, you've seen where I am. I'm going to go even rattier. I'm going to push forward inside my own smoke.
Look, the OG smoke criminal, Stewie, just still hitting up NA. Just, it's just in the blood by now. North America just knows how to do it. They get that timing so nice on it as well. So at this point, good timing, I feel, for the tactical timeout to be called for FNATIC. They did that nice run earlier on, but once we've got into the meat of things, the gun rounds, and Penny's got that op out, it has been a pretty clean run from V1.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's impressed me most about V1 is their ability to find this value in the mid-round, right? And in terms of audibles and the calling, and they respond so well to these kind of slow information-gathering plays on the back of mostly Penny and Zelsis, I'll say it. But again, here, it's Jammies also. In terms of the rotation timings, and I guess, yeah, in that previous round, you could say maybe they could play, you know, a 2-1 split and leave Jammies on B side, but actually, I mean, FNATIC kind of reading into it, it plays perfectly for them to just stack up. So, actually, yeah, it's great to see, you know, Vanity do his thing, Penny do his thing, but it's the structure behind this.
I love the switch up off the pause. I always love it. After a timeout, to try and go a little aggressive, throw any plan that FNATIC might have basically in the bin. I think that's quite the nice idea. It has cost Effie's life, though. Somehow Durka's managed to grab that Vanity. Down a little lower on HP, but nothing too much to worry about just yet. Trying to find the timing on it. Just looked away. Durka outdoes him, but there's still presence on the site. You can see Penny lingering around. Spike plant will be coming in. I don't think that's going to be able to be stopped at this point. No, it's down.
Reset now. You already see Mystic in position. Doma will find Jammies actually responds onto Doma, though. But again, clock ticking away. Only 2 members left for V1. They've got to break this post-plant setup, and not sure if that was Jammies or Mystic, but the initial molly's slightly off there. Penny will check it, but Durka still comes out on top. Jammies the last man standing. He'll try and save this out. You're already Boaster actually coming through mid, potentially to cut him off. So I think he's going to have heard, yeah, he's heard Jammies backing away. They're looking to punish, looking to get this weapon off the table.
Jammies, aka Jame, right now. Just trying to get that rifle through. Gonna actually keep it away from Boaster, at least for now. Finds a little bit of cover. Just doesn't want any of this. Oh no, 4 HP.
4 HP?
Just don't breathe. Don't breathe. You're fine. I don't know if he lived. I don't know if he lived. We'll find out. Magic surprise coming in. Yeah, Durka though, finding the timing on Vanity there. It was a second difference, man. Like, it's just how the game goes.
The other thing as well, Vanity just slips off that edge there, so I guess he can't fully get a grip on that recoil either. I mean, he looked ready for it. I mean, the initial peak, like you said, yes, I love the pace change, but as soon as V1 show a little bit of aggression, Durka still hops up on pipes. Like, even when they get the double peak at the start, he's still just like, yeah, I'm still going to peek this.
This is interesting. You got a 3-play stack on B long, ult invested towards A, and this wasn't a default coming out from FNATIC, so they don't have that much information, but a good counter from the Killjoy.
Yeah. Again, seeing this more often now, as soon as you know that the ultimate comes up, the Viper's rotated to a different site altogether, and you know that the lean's potentially going to be elsewhere. So great read from FNATIC. Yeah, Hunter's Fury comes out. Actually, no initial damage done yet, but zones off a couple of angles here, and look at that. Durka goes up top there with the Blade Storm, but the spike actually, it denied the plant.
Yeah, it did. And that's massive work. A little bit of time garnered here. Now Durka's going to be under pressure, and he knows it. He's got so many players around him. He's trying to dip out of there, try and get to a little bit of safety. Jammies, big pressure.
No way.
No, not to a pistol. Jammies finds him with one. And the UI feeling about as rough as EU did after the first couple of games, but Jammy's going to continue this one forward. We still have the positioning coming out, though, from Mystic on the back lines. Keep your eyes on that defuse. He has to play this to the seconds of perfection. Boaster on the big boy flank, though. Has he made noise, though? I feel as though he's been heard. He's been noted. He's still going to find Zelsis, but time. They should have enough of this.
Yeah, definitely going to be able to get it there. I love the play with Vanity, just to TP all the way back. Try and contest Mystic there. Apologies for the UI, but we'll get that fixed hopefully before the next round starts. A little bit chaotic throughout that. I was taking a look to see what utility they had left. And the first awkward 1v1 we'll see with Jammy's actually completely removing Magnum there. I gotta say, I'm not sure whether or not this is just a slight adjustment from FNATIC, but Magnum playing a little more aggro than I'm expecting in these post plants. Maybe just to try and, I guess, read into the way that V1 are going to try and contest the utility lineups, but little bit strange to see. Again, he's usually doing what we've seen Boaster do on Icebox at least, which is these very, very late lurks through mid on both sides, actually, A and B. We've only really see him do it on B. He's kind of been first point of contact in terms of the post-plant hold.
It does seem as though we have a little bit of a tech pause here. But we can kind of talk through what we've seen so far. And I mean, there's been plenty to talk about. It's been a good start for FNATIC. They got the pistol under their belt and they ran with it and they looked pretty solid, crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Now, the answer back on the rifles, though, came in perfectly. And again, in these post plants, I do want to highlight, Jammies to me has been so good at digging out Mystic from these positions, constantly pressuring those post plants. And if you've known these two teams coming into this, let's say you watch both regions, you enjoy the meta that's currently in, you know that they're going to be so hyper aware of how to pressure it, how to make that other player uncomfortable, to play the opposing number, right? Your other Viper, they've got to know what's up. Oh no, I don't like a chair. I don't like a chair lean. I don't like it.
Don't like it when they go horizontal. It's not good.
No, we don't like a tilt. But what stood out to you the most in this so far, in this matchup at least?
I honestly, I think, like I said, just that slight adjustment where even in the post plant, seeing FNATIC play things a little, again, you could say expectations wise, Dirk is fine doing what he does. And usually it's Doma not too far away. He's usually kind of the second point of contact. But I guess with Dirk getting dealt with quite a few times, it's looked a little rough for FNATIC. It doesn't look as if they've really been able to comfortably lean on all that utility, which would have been the expectation, right? And actually, conversely, I mean, if you're going to see them kind of adjust and anticipate that switch up from V1 to really challenge that post-plant hold, I want to see kind of FNATIC double down on it. I don't want to see Durka be kind of solo on the front line there. Boaster giving us the eyes. But it's interesting. It's interesting to note as well. Like I said, just a few change-ups here with Magnum tending to stay on site, especially when they hit A, and Boaster being in that lurk role. Whether or not, relying on Sova also in the post plant, having a line up from somewhere for those shock darts or something, because I don't feel good right now about that whole V1 are able to retake pretty comfortably sometimes because they're finding entries so early on. Like I said, the big condition of this meta and this composition is running the clock down, coming in, finding a clean plant, but also in the rounds where FNATIC are finding a first blood or Dirk is finding an entry onto a site, V1 are still able to kind of dictate the pace in the retake, which is just odd.
Yeah. And there was a actual tactical timeout from FNATIC prior to this, a couple of rounds ago, so maybe they were trying to address that, and we'll have to wait and see how it looks going forward. But overall performance so far, I think a lot of the win conditions for V1 have come online early. I mean, Penny is having a series as soon as he gets that up.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah.
Whew, the impact he can have. Like, the one thing I think all of us can agree, even, prior to Masters, was that North America, they've got some incredible operator players out there. Be it your Wardell, whoever it may be, right? You can go through most of the teams almost and pick out like a standout, right? There's so many of them. But it's great to see Penny finding that form here at LAN as well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's no real shocker to say that Penny, for me, is been the most exciting player to watch on version 1. And again, I think that comes down to they made this comparison on the desk in terms of what FNATIC do and kind of the structure and the support system around Durka. It's all well and good, but the amount of times we've seen Penny just all out solo come up huge in a situation on Jet with an operator, with a rifle, whatever it is, positionally. I think actually Potter made a really good kind of analogy about risk assessment, right? Positionally, that's where Penny excels as a Jet.
Yeah, 100%. Now, 6-6. Close game. I think we were all kind of getting what we want out of this. If anything, this is just proving that these two are very well matched. Durka going to get the first bit of contact really through this. Going to spam away through the wall, but no connection from it. And Penny on the other side doing the same.
Jammies, meanwhile, though, has walked all the way up. Magnum might just catch him creeping. He does indeed, and actually still nearly caught him off guard, but Magnum comes out on top. Now, information given across to FNATIC. Again, contact shown on both sides, but no follow-up on Jammies. It's only going to be Magnum and Mystic now with Boaster drifting back onto Boiler. Durka's position noted. No follow-up on the drone here, and actually going to see Effie's remain here on A to try and sell this fake, but as I say that, 2 members of V1 actually onto yellow now. This could have FNATIC.
Look at that spike.
Yeah, running all the way around the map here. It's going to be... Look at this. It's drawn them way off A site already. It's only Doma.
It is the infamous double pump.
We'll have
We
a
go
pump.
back towards A. It's got to be the double. Doma, though, the timing's got him. Vanity just cresting that corner at the perfect time. Brilliantly done. Well felt out. You do have that mid flank coming out from Boaster. Durka, the timing again. Magnum, though. Nice spacing on that to make sure Vanity couldn't punish Durka there. Nice work off the back, but leaves it open to Penny, just seemingly almost predicting it. Magnum unable to remove much pressure from the side itself and still doing work, but it is down to Boaster here. A 1v2 presented, and you've got Zellsis and Penny in good positioning. Just having to make the time sit on their side, and they do just that. V1 off to a good start in the second half.
I like it again. It's just coming through, selling that fake on B. As soon as the rotation comes off, they're in a great position to capitalize on it. And even just a slight adjustment there, planting in a weird spot. So potentially, actually, you know, if all goes wrong, they've got 2 players on B. The plant is for screens, right? It's for mid potentially to kind of run down the time that it takes to rotate. Really, really nice round from V1. And again, actually, I was after Jammy's walking all the way through, and I initially said no follow-up, but, you know, 15, 20 seconds later, there's a second lurk coming through from 2 players, Penny and Zellsis.
Nice start for Vanity. Let's see if they can do the same as FNATIC did, keeping these first couple of rounds nice and clean. And it looks like that's the case so far. Jammies. Just want to get caught out by that Killjoy on the other side. Magnum would love a bit of timing on this, but I doubt Jammies is going to give it to him. And yeah, leaning right towards A, where it will be Boaster waiting to see if he can maybe do some damage, but V1 look pretty well prepared for this.
Yeah, Magnum actually going to be trailing. Oh, Boaster swings around, finds a headshot, but no kill there. 20 HP on Vanity. Magnum finally catches up to Jammies. We'll find this kill, but position noted. Difficult here. Look for him to try and do a little more damage here, but Penny already wise to it. We'll find the headshot there. V1 close out the second. Go up 8-6 here now. Important thing, and I mentioned this the first time we saw V1 play at Masters, and look towards Jammies to be just that hard lurker here, especially playing the Viper role. And just look for him to just show a little bit of presence early round, every single time. Now, if FNATIC can kind of read into that, potentially isolate that 1 kill, it removes a large kind of, you know, factor for the post-plant hold, right? We keep talking about this utility. What I don't want to see is Magnum hunting solo. One of the biggest things that I always talk about with FNATIC is being proactive and being able to isolate players in these kind of defensive executes. That's what I'm looking for here on Jammies.
Now, it is the bonus round for V1, but it does pack a punch in the form of Penny with that rifle. A couple of Bulldogs out as well, and Effie's still with that Spectre. Just Jammies down on the Sheriff, but everything they need around it. And on the other side, the rifle buy-up comes out. V1 testing a little towards middle, walking 2, but not really committing off the back of it just yet.
And finally, Jammy shows his face. Bottom of B lane here. Oh, actually, that's unfortunate. Their Vanity actually gets tagged, so FNATIC's still aware that they're trying to pull contact on both extremities here. Try and force that rotation out. Look at this now. Durka and Dome are actually clearing all the way through B lane, so this is very early information, way before the spike's going to be planted on A, Lauren.
Keep your eye on Zellsis in middle as well by the time this flank comes in too, but that's for maybe a second after the site hit comes out. Mystic does catch off Penny. No trade going to come from that. Vanity needs to back for a second, and here comes that mid lurk. Zellsis very prepared for it. Finds Durka. Does he expect Doma? They are normally the duo, but Zellsis just needs to live. That makes Doma feel, you know, as said, chocolate teapot style, not so useful. And yeah, good work from Vanity on the way back in. 12 seconds, though. I don't know if it's enough time. Zellsis just trying to live here, surrounded. Magnum's down. Boaster tries to hit that flank. And just like a knife in the back, he finds Effies and Jammies. Vanity catches him, though, and now Mystic just has to live. No one catching him before the time runs out.
They're really, really good. Well handled by FNATIC there. Again, expect as soon as Durka and Doma find all that space on B and start creeping towards mid, expect them to actually lean away from A a little bit, at least try and not hold on site itself. This is just too risky, right? I mean, at that point, you just want to keep the numbers advantage. You want to at least keep it to a 5v5 in the retake, especially when you have this much pressure towards the back lines and Jammies playing over towards Belt on A. It's a really, really well considered hold there from FNATIC across the entire map.
We know this by now. Durka will play this spot, and he plays it pretty well. Can often get 2 kills from this quite comfortably, but for now we see that lean towards A coming out from V1. Penny gonna lead the charge here. Utility gonna at least clear some of these corners on the way in. Vanity by his side and Mystic on the other. Wants to try and deny the spike plant, but he's actually completely unscathed. Vanity's just fine. Tries to dip away. Magnum gets one. Mystic catches Vanity on the back pedal, but it's still Zellsis standing tall. Quick little bit of util on the side, but Mystic! So much work, but now we get into the post-plant realms. We know it. Jammies is here. Effie's by his side. These two are so well prepared for this. Unless there is something mad coming out, how are you going to get on that spike?
Yeah, Effie's also has the shock dust as well. Now we know how bad this can be, but Utility invested pretty early here with Mystic finding these kills. That's everything gone, I'm pretty sure. So Mystic can just stick this.
They got the timing just right. I don't think he can stop the defuse. No, he can't. He can get maybe the kill afterwards. It doesn't matter. The timing a little early maybe on that one.
Yeah, this is really interesting as well, because actually FNATIC don't go and challenge the backlines, right?
No.
Mystic finding those kills. Yeah, Mystic finding those kills when he did on site, and actually Zellsis being the important one, he's going to be the first point of contact, right? He falls back, he finds these 2 kills, which is huge, right? All he needs to do is get back under nest. That's all he needs to do, because he then is the person that defends the push from FNATIC. All FNATIC do is say, right, wait this out, guys. They're going to have to burn it early. If neither of them are going to peek the defuse, they're going to have to use that utility early.
Get out of my way. Okay, Penny, I'm pretty sure on the ult here. You can see the rest did manage to get rifles up. Just one Bulldog for Effies, but he does have his ult as well. Plenty of ults coming online here for V1. All excluding Jammies, but the amount of room Durka's garnering them here, if they can punish that later, that could be interesting. But for now, he's holding half of this map.
I think now we see the readjustment from Jammies. It's like, yeah, okay, we need to address the mid-round kind of backline control. I'm not going to show on B. I'm going to sit at the top of spawn ramp, and we're just going to wait. We're going to play this out slow here, because I think the plan here is to find entry with Penny, at least with the Blade Storm. Jammies to be able to punish this flank now. Zellsis as well set up with the turret.
Oh no. If FNATIC aren't patient, they're going to walk right into the Zellsis. No way, that timing. No way. If they were about to push through middle, just missing each other by split seconds, FNATIC going to fall away from this. They feel as though they've checked on mid. Nothing's towards B. They actually left a little bit of a rotation of Magnum over there, but they can kind of fall back towards A. Super late site hit coming down now, so Vanity aggressing towards the site. Mystic, Doma, both towards short. FNATIC left the site here, maybe reading a little bit into this pace change and unaware of how to handle it, but Penny can't handle the knives now. Doma outdoes him, a rarity. Penny's been on point, but now Vanity playing that smoke, the criminal himself. Can he get away with it? For now, he's going to at least draw the fire. Fred falls away. Postplan comes in. Killjoy out, invested.
And everything. Actually, the TP from Vanity, I love this as well. The Hunter's Fury goes down. Actually just creating a little bit of paranoia in the backlines. But the defuse coming through. It's already halfway. Finally dealt with here. Magnum invests the lockdown as well to try and clear some of this close space, and he's going to go hunting.
I see a wall on this too. I don't know if that post plan's going to work out well. No, it doesn't. Another defuse going to come through. FNATIC somehow playing this style against them. And look, we said it. If anyone knows how to do this, it's going to be FNATIC.
Yep.
That's twice now they've succeeded in post plants, which is pretty rare, to be fair. That took a lot. Now we know the wall's going to come in, but there's the first attempt on it. Great work from Effies to pull Doma away. But still, at this point, they are trying everything they can.
And again, it's the utility management, right? It's holding on to key pieces of util, like the wall. So these things like walking mid, right? Sending Boaster and Doma to walk mid in the mid round. It's things like that that means the Doma doesn't have to invest, his wall on tube. Just simple little adjustments like that and playing a little differently. I mean, V1 actually, I gotta say, at least in the early round, playing a little slower than what we've seen so far at Reykjavik. I mean, Penny, yes, he's having a very good game, but it's not as aggressive as we've seen. At least they're not fighting for this early round control, and not really hunting out that entry, Lauren, right? We haven't seen him really playing very aggro on the operator. Even on the Blade Storm round previously there, he's just kind of hovering back and forth on belt. This is actually the perfect response from FNATIC in terms of just positioning and these small kind of fact finders in the early round.
But we've also said this about Durka. He does play a hybrid when it comes to this map specifically as a, jet operator, I guess, but he does lean more towards a rifle than most. He doesn't often post up for those early fights. We saw this when we were, I think it was like us looking at him against like CNED or someone or just someone who's more traditionally a heavier operator player.
Yeah.
He doesn't necessarily take those forward fights. He's not going to allow Penny to have as many of those instant opportunities. It was something that definitely cost him a fair amount against someone like Shazam. So maybe an adjustment, keeping that mentality calm, could work for Durka here.
I mean, the other thing as well to consider, obviously, was Elsa's making the switch back to Killjoy. I think the first time we saw them play Phoenix was actually in the Challengers 2 finals when they brought it out against Sentinels. But again, they have run that versus Crazy Raccoons. So maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit of an adjustment here in terms of the tempo from version 1.
Yeah, the bank's far from established for either side as well. It's both... It's been kept humble on either side. Penny going to try and get that quick start, though. Magnum's the one going to be drawn to attention. That's going to be the turret very quickly removed.
You see them now trying to set up a turret inside Kitchen here to give them a forward push. And exactly the thing I was talking about, right? Doma not using the wall on Tube. We're going to see V1 now try and walk up. Vanity going to find Mystic elsewhere. She's going to come through and double down on that. But this is all presence elsewhere. Yeah, all presence elsewhere. Vanity still now just going to create problems whilst V1 lean towards B site.
What a switch up. They took mid control. This is punishing every rotation, so everyone's on an island. If you're at A or if you're at B, you can't really leave it because you've lost all that control. Zelsis is just the bouncer, right? Like, you can't get past this guy. Now, Durka could do something dirty on his own, but that's all it's going to be, is Durka doing something individual here. He's got no support on the way. It's a long way off. Magnum's done well in middle, but even now, it's still tough. They don't know what's clear. They don't know what's safe. The spike plant's gone down, and it's a post-plant 4v3, and they still cannot clear this player out in middle.
Jammies 2 snake bites, 1 shock dart on F. He's noting that now. V1 need to hold deep. Actually, Zelsis gets spots out there, but still comes out on top of the first. Doma going to get Magnum back on his feet, so it comes to a 3v3, and HP advantage in favor of FNATIC. Durka now trying to pressure this backline. Trying to get this entry, but Penny comes out on top.
Yeah, this is still going to be tough. The HP may be low, but the time's dwindled. I think they know it as well. Time to back away here. Really good switch up from V1 after that timeout. That was perfectly done. I'm so happy we saw that coming out of that tactical timeout, and you highlighted it earlier. I think that's the perfect example, right? Is that we noted the wall hadn't been committed towards Tube. Clearly the coach for V1 noted that too, and it was a pressure point. They found it, they already capitalize on it, they push up someone like Zelsis to be a nuisance in middle, make those rotations impossible, and while this happens even better, Vanity finding a pick towards the site is just, it's everything they could hope for.
It is indeed. I mean, I do love just those micro adjustments there, and actually, at the same time, it's...
I mean, Duck is going in middle here. Zelsis the one on the other side. Anything give this away. There's the Owl drone going through. Effie's the one to show it, but there is still another player here. There's 2 players waiting in middle. There's the counter to it. Durka now. He swings and he still gets Zelsis. How does he get that?
Coming through, gets away completely scot-free as well. Vanity once again will come through and find entry onto A site. He's got Penny here to back him up this time around, but Durka and Mystic already can try and contest this. Effie's going to find Mystic as well now. Durka unable to make a move with Vanity holding on to the other side of this smoke. Little tap comes through from the spike now. Durka will find one, but Vanity still positioned well to trade that out, and it just comes down to Boaster.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be V1 pulling 10-9 ahead.
Oh, this is great work from V1. That pause has just given them that refresher coming back into this. They really have a good read now. And for FNATIC, they need to think quick on their feet. They really need to find a solution and fast, because as it stands, V1 really have the reins now. For the last couple of rounds, they found the perfect answer to this. They punished the mid plate. They've been catching players. Boaster trying to get a little bit of work done here. Gonna find Vanity, but the last two, how would you pull them out of position? Penny and Effie's. Yeah, no, not gonna happen. Has to back away here. Rifle trying to keep that one in hand. Falls away, and it will be double digits hit for V1 in map 1 now.
Again, I gotta say, on the back of Vanity. Again, fight. Nearly got it at the end there, but yeah, like I was saying, on the back of Vanity, just kind of again just coming in, being way ahead of the curve, way ahead of the the beat in terms of what FNATIC are expecting.
Enemy remaining.
Again, I mean, Durka unable. Yeah, Durka really unable to do anything there to kind of help Mystic, with Vanity just posted on the outside of his smoke. I guess the complete opposite to what you would expect, right? He usually would be inside it.
Quick TP as well. No info directly there, but a good little information that, well, yellow looks safe, so hit that cross, and it's quite pacey from V1. There's the ult as a reply, though, from Mystic. You can see the purchase is iffy for FNATIC. Bits and pieces dragged together, the leftover from Boaster in that final round. This take is good. Just how do they get past that ultimate? Mystic can be playing this for his life. Vanity again, the space this guy is taking for them. Constantly just trying to take room away from FNATIC. It's so well done. Keeping them back towards middle. No freebies being found here for FNATIC, as the spike now should be able to get planted. It is. And Vanity going to pop himself up on top, have a little look over the wall. He's going to spot out not just one, but two, three. He sees them all. Line them up, maybe knock them down. Wait, Boaster, what? Wait. I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Boaster, probably a little bit baffled too, but we move on from it. A 2v3 and Durka's on 1 HP. Still does damage. He's going to have to fall away from that. We still see that post plant. Look at it. If Jammies and Effies are alive, man, there's so little you can do with this.
Jammies actually posted up. Gonna get tagged up here, but again, gotta close the distance. Gonna find both of them. Durka will find one more, but 20 HP. Clock ticking away. Effies and Jammies already done the hard work. No possibility. Comes through, and V1 continue to push forward. 11-9 the scoreline. And I gotta say it now, with all that hard work Vanity's done in a couple of rounds leading up to this, that conditioning factor now becomes apparent, right? The wall blocks off the information. Vanity shows a little bit of presence. The FNATIC are left wondering, is he faking again? Is he just kind of trying to draw out this rotation? Like, what is happening? And that paranoia builds here, and it's so much pressure, especially with a round deficit, to try and keep your finger on the beat in terms of where the hit's coming through. Vanity is doing so much work right now for V1.
Oh, he has been the difference maker in my mind in the last 3 rounds. After that tactical timeout, his value has increased exponentially. He has become the difference maker. Now, we saw Penny being that a little bit in the first half. He was, really creating some good room. Jammy's having a good couple of rounds. Zelsis feeling, kind of, I guess, filling the gap a little bit as well. Like, everyone was having a good enough performance. It was fine. But Vanity has been hitting different in this half. The last couple of rounds have been perfect. Now, we do have a bit of a shaky purchase. I want to see what Boaster goes for, but we do have the op coming out for Durka, so we haven't seen much of that yet.
No, and that actually makes me think they're going to continue. It's like I was saying, and again, Icebox is a weird one in terms of FNATIC, but they don't tend to have too many of these more kind of, choreographed defensive executes, right? These kind of set plays for taking early round control with utility. Both actually, he must have already have full armor, actually, still got decent utility. So actually got the full armor and the Vandal purchase here, but it's a good point you make. To see the operator come out here makes me think that actually FNATIC want to sit back even further now. Because like I said, in the early round, Vanity is just creating chaos, right? And it's the two players, once again, like I said, Vanity showing presence, and then Jammy's the one that actually towards the start of this half was the lurking factor, right? So the guessing game right now, the mind games, the psychological warfare version 1 is literally got FNATIC running around in circles.
Yes, it does. Keep your eyes on Vanity. Doma on the switch up this time. That's a little bit of a different look here. Dirk has actually got himself over towards A. Not your traditional look for Dirk. Doesn't normally post up this aggressively, but maybe the impact that Vanity's had has to have an answer. They're going to put Dirk towards it as mid gets tested a touch as well, but he's a little worried that someone might have slipped the net, but no. Vanity seems so aware of this. If he gets down Dirk here, he's going to slowly lean forward.
Perfectly placed smoke, man. It's just like, oh, something's weird
Reading
here.
him. Yeah, something seems odd. And they've heard the steps. Vanity knows something's up here. Smoke down towards middle. Dirk holding a little bit more of a passive line.
This is the other aspect, right? Again, you play a couple of fast hits in terms of what Vanity and Penny have been doing in the early round, and now when they sit like this, you gotta rely on FNATIC remaining disciplined.
Oh,
Vanity crouching almost as if he knows what's on the other side of that wall.
This is going to be all about the timing on it. You're going to see it come out right about now. Durka is in under so much scrutiny. Util comes out, everything being poured in towards him. He gets away from it for now. The ult does come in, but Vanity works forward. Durka finds him. First time they found the answer to this. 10 seconds on the board. 10 seconds. They have to, and the spike's in middle right now. They're going for a quick B piece. I don't think they can get there in this time. Yeah, Zelsis could maybe be a nuisance. Eyes on the spike. They don't have enough time on it. There is no way they have enough time on this. FNATIC, let them run down the clock. They will not bite into it. And that one pick on Vanity, that one bit of work was everything they needed.
That was such a strange round. Again, actually kind of, like I said, trying to embrace all that paranoia they've built with all of this early round pressure. And it just comes on the back of, like I said, this one kill, but also the lockdown, right? As soon as they see the lockdown, it's like, oh, crap, guys, we got 20 seconds left in the round. The lockdown's still burning for 8 seconds. That takes us to 12 seconds. The math doesn't work out. They try and hit the rotate to B, and again, got to credit FNATIC. With them playing with that operator so deep on belt, then backing up to site, they have enough control to just sit in that 2-1-2.
But the fast mid, they've gone for a fast mid lean. Look towards where Penny is. Look at their positioning. Effys has already found Doma. They're about to be wrapped towards B. It's going to be Boaster on an island here. Magnum can try and help, but it's not going to be pretty. Boaster's found Jammies, but a quick trade out for Effys. And now the 4v3 ensues, and Mystic, Durka, and Magnum. I don't know where they're going to find these from, but Magnum trying to creep up towards Tube. He's going to get the swing on it.
Oh,
no,
that's a big
Zelsis!
win.
Huge pick for Zelsis. Spike now down, and FNATIC in trouble. A huge pace change there. That mid play was perfect. Penny finding Mystic now. Durka, you're going to back away, and he can't. Great work from V1.
That was beautiful. Again, to just go from one end of the extreme to the other. I mean, big discussion coming into this, right? Depth. They have such a good hold on the game right now in terms of the pace, in terms of the tempo of these rounds. And like I said, all of these things, they add up now over 3, 4, 5 rounds, and they can just run rings around FNATIC. They can switch up, hit mid like this, and FNATIC just aren't prepared for it. They aren't.
It does feel as though V1 are determining the pace. They're kind of leading this kind of mental game the entire way through. Durka does have his ult available. Vanity's on the op here. And a mid piece right back at them. They're walking mid. There's two of them, Doma and Durka, are walking mid on this piece. Now, they've gone quite quickly towards this. Now, they've noted enough that it makes them feel they can fall away from this now. Presence made towards middle.
You should run.
You're gonna have the commitment of the ultimate from Zelsis. Vanity still watching for this one. Magnum's got to be careful now. He knows there's presence coming his way. A spam? Sure, but he's got to back out from this now. There's the ult as well coming out from the Viper on the site. This should be a plant, but they haven't done it just yet. Still a minute on the board, and they've just taken towards the site. You're going to have the ultimate popped on the other side of things. Magnum and Durka in combination, though, find quick picks. Penny and Zelsis go down. Jammy's trying to get that spike back to hand, but this player's on the site with him. He is not safe here at all.
He's not. Actually, Magnum's just going to charge on through and he'll find the kill. It's Jammies as well. Boaster.
No, not again,
Actually going to
Boaster.
flush him out with the shock dart, but FNATIC now in a 4v2. Effy's the only man left, and shock darts, yes,
Vanity's
but not
alive,
in a decent
Hypot.
position here.
Vanity is still alive, and I will not doubt this man. The diffuser's coming in right now. It's over halfway. They are sitting this one as
The
best
wall
they can.
again.
They have taken it to 11. The wall succeeds, and V1 now have the challenge in front of them. It's OT or it's GG in map 1. What do they do with this? FNATIC turn it around in the final moments. We're at 11-12. This could not be a better game between these two.
And again, it's a similar situation to what we've seen with V1 before, right? It gets to kind of this momentum round, right? When everything comes online, they have the Viper's Pit, the lockdown, they have all this utility to invest on this set piece here. Unfortunately, okay, I'm sorry. Again, no, it's Magnum. It's the second time, but it's because Magnum goes hunting inside the Viper's Pit, right? The decay, he's low HP.
Durka, hold on. He's gonna have one. He's got two! It could not happen! Both for Durka! But FNATIC needs him, he comes online. That's 3 huge kills, and now Effie's is just stunned. His team just got shredded on the way in.
It's insane. Again, V1 just tried to take the fight hyper aggro in the early round here, and Durka comes up huge for FNATIC. A minute left on the clock. Effie's last man standing. Gonna have his recon bolt back off cooldown now, but it's gonna take a miracle. We've seen Effie's clutch out a few rounds, but this is a tall order for him.
Let's see what you got, Effie's. It's not over, it'd be OT. But he's gonna fight with everything he's got for it. Spike in hand, 48 seconds. 4 players in front of him. It starts with 1, but the trade comes out. But that round was Durka sitting in what's normally, I'd say, a 1 and done, but somehow he gets away with 3.
Yeah, just absolutely. I mean, the guy's 31 and 17 right now. He's having an absolutely insane performance.
Zelsis was facing it too.
Zelsis was facing it. Vanity, I guess, was still placing a smoker. They just wanted to execute really quickly here. But you're absolutely right. The fact that he gets out after finding 2 and then finds a 3rd is absolute insanity.
But look, V1 have been setting the tone until now. That's been the first couple of rounds where I feel it's back and forth between these two.
Yeah, I can't believe we're V1 and overtime again. This is when things go really dicey. Yes, we can credit the in-game leadership.
Boss play.
Whoa.
That was a tag on Penny. Penny's 60 HP.
I don't know how, but
I check him, PC man. But for now, that was contact towards B, but it is still a piece towards A. You have a bit of a split here. 3-2, spike towards spawn. They're not really overly committing anywhere. I say that, and they're making fair progress. They're pulling utility away, but I feel like FNATIC gonna fall off this. This is a fake piece.
Yeah, and Penny's already come drifting over. See now, only gonna be 1 player, and that's Zelsis on B site for the time being. FNATIC holds strong. They haven't committed either side just yet.
Well, I like this from Effie's. Fact finding a middle could be big, but just holding space for now. That could have been good timing for him. Still hearing steps towards A and utility being shown, but FNATIC down to 36 seconds now. We know they can play slow, but hey, V1 have shown they can try it too.
The Boaster's in here trying to sell a fake, but Penny already posted up. Going to find the right information. FNATIC, they got to go now. 20 seconds, they're committed. They have to hit B site.
If there's any utility in the way, there's going to be a problem, but Boaster and Durka in quick combination do find 2. Jammies and Penny are down. It's on Vanity to try and dissuade this. Denial on the defuse, on the spike plant even, excuse me. Zelsis finds Mystic. That's massive work. And now FNATIC clutching at straws. They look rabid in this. They deny another peek. But Effie's, can he do anything? He's bringing it to the absolute finest of margins, but Boaster has missed him. There is a world in which he can still find this 1v1. Boaster's timing is everything. Does he spot him? Not yet. Effie slips the...
Oh no, Effie!
Slips the net. It's a fumble from Effie's. He has to push Doma out of position. He's found the fight, but Doma just slips away. He fades away, makes it harder. No one is giving Effie's the fight here. He's gonna have to drag them out of these positions, or somehow FNATIC have pulled off the first. Good shot from Effie's, but he has no idea where Boaster is. Boaster, great work in the end. Brilliant flank after the absolute madness that went down on that site.
20 seconds left. I'm pretty sure it goes back and forth for 3 or 4 trades on site. Durka again. 2 massive kills to at least get some control. But then Effie's, I don't know how, but he still gets that transfer. It still looks possible for V1 to close this round out. This second one here, massive to dig Vanity out from behind the double box.
That was all V1s until Durka came up.
Yes,
like that was
it
theirs.
was literally, yeah.
13-12, FNATIC with the upper hand here, but we look back towards what V1 can do. It's been Vanity being nuts on this side. Penny has had some brilliant moments, but we need it all to combine here to see V1 take this again into another OT, or it's map 1 into FNATIC's hands. First time FNATIC have had the lead in a hot minute, really. As already this mid-presence is being noted. Zelsis working up with that Aldrone. Doma on the other side, but timing's going to be key here. Who shows first? It's a swing from Doma, and it ain't a miss. Wall goes up, that's mid-control, but it's not where the hit's coming to. It's still this lean towards that A side. Durka sees it, but loses his life for it. Vanity succeeds, but Magnum is waiting patiently. Do they check on this player? Vanity's going to head on through, does not note it just yet. There is still presence here, and it's Magnum from up on top. Finds Vanity. Spike yet to go down. Magnum again! Jammies and Effies with it all to do in a 2v4 to save V1, to pull them into another OT. But Jammies gets called off by Mystic, and now Effie's again presented with what feels like the impossible task.
Lambot spots him out now in a position where he has to swing. He's going to spot a barrel hit. Try and dig one out with the shock dart. Doma, I guess, thinks he's unseen there, but comes through. We'll find the first. Doma falls.
HP. If it was cleaner, I could maybe see something. 20 more seconds. Magnum tries to throw it at Effie's. Grabs him down. And now the 1v2. Can he? Surely Boaster just plays this chill. He's got to be calm. You can see the pressure, the nerves mounting, but the denial from Mystic and FNATIC turn it after V1 led that game for some time.
That was insane. That was such a crazy map 1 to start this series off, but Durka going absolutely massive on Icebox for FNATIC. You got to credit a lot of those rounds just on the back of him stringing together kills left, right, and center. But also the other things we look towards, right? Boaster and Magnum in those roles, those information gatherers, those lurks, time and time again finding value. I mean, you know what? Before I came into this, I was saying FNATIC, if they can find value being proactive in the early round, I give it to them. You know, 6 days out of 7, right? Actually, where I give the favor to V1 is in the mid round, in the late round. Actually, when the pressure comes on towards the late game, I give it towards V1, just with what they've shown us so far at Reykjavik. But right here, I gotta say it, the war of attrition. FNATIC come out on top. They stay composed under pressure, and just an insane performance overall from them.
What a map 1 we just got to see. OT already, and that could have gone to a second OT for sure. I'm loving it. If it keeps up to this caliber, I'm super happy. And you got to say it. Roll your mind back to those tactical timeouts. V1 had answers. They had answers to that, but then Durka somehow elevated beyond that. I'm blown away by both of these teams. And we said at the very start of this will be a test of the look of, I guess, V1's depth, and they've got it there, but they also then have to deal with Durka having a pop-off game. I mean, what a great map 1, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ascent is up next as well, so I'm so happy to be seeing this IPOC.
Yeah, I can't wait. Like I said, actually, map veto-wise, if it does go the distance, which, I mean, with map 1 going to overtime and it being that close and so back and forth throughout, I felt like, you know, as soon as FNATIC actually finally got ahead, they were able to close out. But for the majority of that, they were playing from behind. So to play like that under pressure, insane to see. But yeah, if the stars align, man, I want to see Haven. I really want to see Haven.
Take us to map 3. Honestly, look, yeah, we know we're EU, but I want to see a map 3 if it's going to keep being this close. But to get there, we had to have to get to a break first and then the analyst desk. So let's get towards that, and we'll see you after the break.
think the opportunity to represent North America as the first international competitors is something that I'll probably remember for the rest of my life, because it is going to be something that goes down in Valorant's history. Just getting here is success in itself, right? Obviously, now that we're here, I would like to do well, but as long as we give our all, that's really all I can ask for here.
We're here because we deserve to be here, and we have shown that we can play against anyone in the world.
I think we have 5 people that get along relatively well, and I think it propels us forward.
NET is definitely the leader.
I like change, I like innovating, I like just having to continuously do something and get better at it.
Having someone like this on your team that has no doubt in himself, no doubt in the team, is actually really, really helpful. I've never played with someone so confident, so that's really helped me actually, and that's really helping the team. For me to represent North America here actually means a lot, because I've had a long road to come here. I know I'm good, I know I'm really good, but playing against these teams we've never played against before, and just showing up and showing we can actually hang in there and beat these guys was actually really cool.
I do think that a lot of the teams that come into this event are going to have drastically different playstyles than they had in their Challenger finals where they qualified. I think you can do the best to pick up on little cues, aggressive players, passive players, what they like to do. But
we just going on the fly and just using our teamwork on the spot, being able to adapt and outplay people on the spot in intense moment is one of the main characteristics, and also showing up when it matters, I think, is one of the reasons why we're here.
Welcome back, everyone, and let's recap Map 1 of FNATIC versus Version 1 with our Prime Gaming highlights. You heard from Version 1 there, Veli. This team, they got a lot of skill, a lot of talent, but fortunately for them, they came up short against FNATIC.
A lot of skill, a lot of talent, but unfortunately, they face a lot of Durka. It was all about Durka. 34 and 19, he took advantage of every situation they threw at him. I mean, let's be honest. You take a look at the first 4 rounds, what happened? Basically, FNATIC, they said their B strat is whack. They consistently pressured it to where they were able to take out Jammies and Zelsis like it was nothing in order to get those wins. That alone right there put Version 1 back so far. Penny finally woke up, but it just wasn't enough. I really like the fact that Version 1, they were able to adapt and come back, because this game was like a seesaw battle back and forth, but ultimately going into overtime, FNATIC showed they are just better. And it's not just because of Boaster's big brain. You saw the flank under tunnel. You saw what Boaster was doing in the mix. He is phenomenal. Him and Vanity, I'm really glad that we spoke about them pre-show, right? Because they're not just IGLs. You know, they're playmakers. They're in the front lines getting those kills and clutches. So, hey, FNATIC are looking good. Still a close game. We don't know who's going to run with it, but going to map 2 on the Sith, though, it's going to be a whole different story.
I hope so. I hope it will be a different story. Oh, sorry.
They're excited.
Go ahead.
One at a time.
we're super excited. I just very quickly, yes, NUTURN was able to beat them V1 yesterday as well, but I think we saw something out of FNATIC that we mentioned at the top of the show. If there's any team, I think Pansy mentioned it as well, if there's any team that can navigate this post-plant utility meta, the shock darts, the snake bites, FNATIC did it, 2 or 3 times?
Yeah.
In pretty quick succession, so they just look really good across the board.
And here is
they
this
did
moment.
look really good.
I just wanted to clarify this, Potter. I'm so sorry. Wait a minute. We just gotta we gotta zoom in on this real fast. This is a moment that everyone is talking about. Average Jonas, I see you, Poppy. Look at this moment here. The shot heard around the world. Penny getting a kill because the Sage decided to let the hands loose. Yeah, use that one. Use that one for yourself, Plat Chat. All right, your tools. Anyway, they've been making fun of me this whole time. Besides one time, a sideshow said something nice about me. Potter, your thoughts on that match? I'm just gonna give you the floor. This is all you. What do you think about what happened for that game?
I just needed to point out that although Version 1 lost, I thought that their game plan, it was completely sound, right? We saw the 2 controllers coming out, the Viper and the Omen, cutting off the information game, denying that sort of info by cutting off the choke points either with the Viper wall and the Omen smoke towards A, and allowing Zelsis to get those timings in the lurks towards mid. They had backup plan after backup plan. It is unfortunate that the one variable of Durke just completely coming out and stopping all these plays that were coming, but there were so many opportunities because of these check marks across the board for version 1 in their game plan. But yeah, I just wanted to point out that I really enjoyed this composition coming up from version 1.
Yeah, it's always nice to see something that tries to push ideas further and gives you something else to talk about. It's not fun if you're just running the same compositions on each side, Veli. I know that it's always something that you see in a lot of other games and even in Valorant as well. But when you challenge what is the conventional thought, it actually opens up quite a few doors.
I think ultimately what both of you are trying to present to the audience right now is the fact that their post-plant meta is just so sound. I mean, you take a look at Zelsis, someone who's very strong on the duelist, right? But he's on Killjoy, but there's a reason for that. You have the nano swarms, you have Viper with the toxic bite, the walls, everything.
Yeah.
But the thing was, we saw them slip up on those post-plant executes. You saw FBs miss out on those shock darts. Potter, you saw it. He was way too eager, shot out both of the shock darts, missed it, and that was still another free round for FNATIC.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to warm up, and I think that they started off map 1 extremely cold as well. They weren't shooting well.
Hey, but credit where credit's due, because FNATIC played incredibly well in OT. They come back, pick up the dub, and now we move on to map 2. And let's hand it over to the dynamic denim duo of Panpoc. Yeah, I did that. No regrets.
No regrets? The double Ds? Okay, fair enough. We're all big fans. But at this point, we do need to start putting our attention towards Ascent. I think this is going to be such a key game. Now, bear in mind, we've seen good looks and bad looks from both of these teams rolling it back on this map specifically. We've seen answers made to them, some of the pressured moments certainly coming to a forefront. But again, I'm glad Potter kind of alluded to it, that Durka he was on in that last map. I mean, remove him from the equation, it could have been a different result, but it's how it happens. How many times have you seen one player just have this huge pop-off performance, and you can't take it away from the guy? I mean, he's had one NA team make him look absolutely out of sorts, and now he's found his form in this second meet that they've had. So good to see him bound back, but hey, are we going to forget that we saw Penny absolutely tearing people up before? Absolutely not. These guys are the real deal, and version 1 have shown this time and time again. The question is, can they do it here, Hypoc?
Yeah, and I mean, we're coming to a map where obviously they went back and forth with NUTURN throughout the entirety. Take a look at the agent select here, presented by Prime Gaming, and keynotes, obviously. Magnum, this is the one map that he flicks back over to the Cypher, and more recently, I mean, Mystic adopting the Viper here as well. It wasn't previously part of FNATIC's composition here, but no other surprises, really. I mean, looking at V1's, no adjustment once again, other than Jammies coming onto the Killjoy here, which is interesting, because obviously previously that was the Viper pick. So going without the Viper Astro kind of strength here that I was expecting on Ascent, and Zelsis flipping back onto the Phoenix, which was a talking point in the previous map. As I said, a slight composition change on Icebox, and it looks like actually we've got it in a total 180 in the other direction here on Ascent.
I like that. All right, bit of a change up. Keep in mind this looks different to that NUTURN game, different roster to an extent on roster, but agent selection. So again, this could be quite unique. If they prepped for that game, if they watched the most recent tapes, this could be a different look.
It could be a little more kind of frontline support to Penny in that role. But yeah, I think that V1 have played Astro and Viper so well that this is an interesting decision.
We love the jump peek, the quick reset after you hit the head on the top, but you can see playing to that smoke. Doma happy to play on the very verge of this. There is going to be a split coming through. Zelsis succeeds against Magnum, so it's going to be Doma feeling a little isolated, and they have not completely crossed. There it is. There's the rest of the punch, the 1-2. And it's going to be the site take for sure. Zelsis, great work in finding so much room. Durka on the playback in, and look, he's been great, but a 1v4 to kick things off might be a little bit beyond him, but a beautiful site take from V1 here.
Really, really nice pistol round there. Again, the pinch was perfectly timed. They get set up outside A lobby the whole while. Zelsis and Jammies picking up that slack elsewhere on tree, and they actually find a beautiful entry. Yeah, the time of the hit, just perfect collapse onto site. I mean, Doma unfortunately has to walk into the smoke there to try and find a kill, but can't get anything done at all.
So good little bound back here for version 1. Just get that mental in the right place, not get too bogged down after. It can weigh heavily on some if they do lose a lead like they had, that 12-2, you know, that can definitely impact. But a nice little mental reset. Durka, though, good connection towards Penny. And that's about it for now. No, I guess a stack towards A coming out from FNATIC on the defending side.
Slow down a little bit here and FNATIC to maybe go hunting for a little bit of information, maybe kill somewhere. Lots of damage onto Vanity, actually. They're going to try and close the distance here, but Boaster will fall.
Good work.
He gets traded out here.
Yeah, good work from Vanity, Effies, and Penny to all keep their cool there. No one fumbled their lines, kept it clean. Magnum can't get the punish. The dink came in, but it didn't really matter. Durka playing aim practice, gets one towards Effies, but this round will be version 1's, and it's a good one too. 4 alive, keeping everything building in the right direction.
Stuff. I didn't even actually mention it at the start there. I did note it, but Boaster obviously switching over from the Sova. Traditionally, what we saw historically, I guess, with FNATIC here on Ascend. Obviously, first time we've seen it at Reykjavik, but I'm interested to see him on that Sky pick, which isn't somewhere we usually see him.
No.
Again, last time we did see the variation from FNATIC here was Mystic coming over to the Viper. So coming into the, I guess, FNATIC's first buy round here, we'll see if it begins becoming apparent at least.
There's Durka postured up, good first pick, gonna fall away from that. Penny now gone. Falls away to a new angle. A little committed on this, but being Jet does get the ability to dash out. It feels it for Durka. Man, he is sharp today. It's not Phoenix, but he's definitely got a hot hand in this one now. Effies and Jammies, let's see if they can maybe thread the needle, cut between the two, see if they can cost them a rifle here. That would be perfect for V1. Close to feeling the pressure, gets the info, swings on it. Should keep it clean, and does. So Effies now. Don't know if he could be able to catch anything from this. The fake flash pulls Effies off, allow Durka the angle. Loses the fight, so that's a rifle gone. Keep in mind, you want to keep this clean. And Effies doing a little bit of damage to the economy, but not too much. Boaster there, keeping it safe. One rifle lost, but conversion for FNATIC.
I think they're a bit bigger picture. Durka, I mean, he falls and gets his Blade Storm online anyway here, so, you know, we could ride that out if they do want to potentially try and build this momentum. But it's a great opening from Durka and goes hunting once again. Finds the second, finds the third, and spike down. And again, I love the readjustment from Boaster as well. They know that they've kind of prioritized B main, and that kind of internal clock starts ticking. He's like, actually, mid's been exposed. It's been left open for, you know, 15 to 20 seconds. It comes around and perfectly times that flash.
Durka's a madman.
Hello.
He just walked mid. Hello, Durka? Okay, that was a little brave, wasn't it? I mean, they're all there as well. That's the sketchier part. The 3-play stack towards top mid. You've got Penny just spamming, hoping for connection. He knows he's got him pinned to an extent. Durka does get out of there, but ooh, scary beginning. V1 almost catching him on that. Quick play up towards Cat. Gonna try and get that control in middle.
V1 trying to sit back and get a read for this, I guess, in that previous round with the aggression coming out from FNATIC. We were maybe anticipating that here. Not sure he actually spotted that, but the spy cam going to give the information away. Magnum punishes Jammies. Neither of the tripwires set off either, so I don't think that information would have been noted by Jammies before he fell, but FNATIC still set up to greet this push back on towards A.
Over! You're dead!
The double stack on short from FNATIC and greet this 3-play up.
Huge
You can see
paranoia.
already Doma's done well to deny this, to buy a bit of time on these rotations. You still have Durka waiting. Knives out at dawn, just already going to take down 2 Pennies and Effies falls, but Vanity trying the best he can on this to swing. He's ahead of it. He's got the angle to play with, but the spike's down on shore. He knows Doma's up to something. He's read this well. Vanity, can he try and dig them out of this scenario? 13 seconds though. If he had the spike, maybe he could have done something, but waiting patiently will be Magnum and Mystic. And it's over and done with FNATIC. Get this one rolling after what could have been a great play, but the combination that Doma pulled off there with the play coming in from Durka, well handled on that pressure coming through on short.
Probably the freest kill we'll see throughout the series. Magnum just sat in the spike camp. But this is massive from Durka to find both of those, and then Doma, like I said, Amazing paranoia thrown through to completely stop that aggression. Durka there to capitalize on it also.
Look at the switch up of utility too. And there's Durka on the push out with the op as well. He's taking space. He does not care for your turret. He's going to take your life. And already this mid aggression is a reflex. Durka! A pixel out of place is all the man needs apparently. These are pistols against him, but he looks unfazed. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Doesn't want to get swarmed here. There's still danger in this. Effie's, Penny, and Vanity trying to find this pick, but they've got middle control, but at what cost? Seeker's going to come down, spot them out, find them, and keep them pressured back, and Durka retaking this territory.
Yeah, Boaster actually now comes through. He's going to punish Effie's and Penny. Will rotate back towards mid. The fake flash goes out, but Vanity tucked down there. Boaster deals with that one. His third on the round, and FNATIC's third on the board. Beautiful opening once again by Durka. Just zero respect played to the turret, to jammies. Even there, just it's beautiful. They've got to try and do something. They've got to try and do something to stop Durka in the early round. Again, the operator not so prominent on Icebox, but here on Ascent already the way he's playing, and it's so much value on the back of almost, you know, no kind of utility play, right? It's just Durka going creeping.
But look, if any region knows how to deal with operator aggression, it's North America. So many of these teams just capitalize on it. They're so well aware of how this can be played. I want to see that Phoenix in use, and you're going to have to commit that utility a little earlier, but they're going to put so much faith in him to lock down the entirety of B and basically middle with the camp and stack out towards A for FNATIC. A good read, as it looks like Version1 are heading this way. Mystic on that jump peak. Resetting the movement nice and quickly, trying to get that info if anyone does manage to make it across.
Slow down again. Durka just, he's on a walkabout.
Mid though, the timing on mid is everything. Zelsis and Jammies, if he makes a step,
no way,
anything. Now the camera might.
So he's up underneath the turret right now.
The turret can't see it. Does he wait? No, he takes the opportunity now. That Zelsis gone, but while that happened, Doma got aggressive, feeling himself now, found two, and now there's problems aplenty. One up short and one towards main. Effie's, there's still so much utility to try and work through towards A. Now Jammies could alleviate that pressure, but there's two players filling the void. Good connection on the first shot, but Boaster denies. FNATIC looking very well situated here.
Again, you leave that gap open, and this is the first time, again, Jammies hasn't really posted up with the turret, directly watching the B main walkout, but again,
with the flash.
Perfectly timed as well. Yeah, a little bit of a team flash comes through, but it's fine, right? He's not turned to face it there.
Bye-bye.
This is the thing, right? It's as long as your enemies are flashed longer than you are, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
Now, and look at this adjustment of utility again. Look at they are literally putting 4 players in the correct side. They have the right reads on this. This is big brain play from FNATIC. They have 4 players basically leaning towards B. You've got Durka kind of going walkabouts in middle. Again, slicing right through. There might be a fight with Vanity on that one, but Penny gonna show presence, but there's so much here on the other side. Magnum's camera still in play, and you're gonna have that one-way well. Just dirty too, but good counter utility might allow them to step through. Durka trying to follow that jet on the way out, doesn't quite get what he wants. Penny's still alive, but look at this util spam. It is just completely engulfing every part of this. But considering the lighter purchase coming out from V1 there on the site, Magnum does not care. He is going to put his body on the line. He doesn't get much for it, though. A 2-for-1, a 3-for-1 trade out. Version1 finding value here. Doma, Doma and Durka quickly pulling this back from the brink as Vanity now called upon to save Version1 again. Great shot on Doma. It's him against Durka. The lineup's not there. He's going to have to swing on this now. He does need to face this. No, Durka, no way! He's gotten away with it again!
I know, but that transfer from Doma was absolutely insane. What a retake. Again, Vanity, the last man standing up on lane. Again, he can't give too much away, but the smoke comes down just before Doma falls, and it sets Durka up to just stick that defuse. What an amazing retake here. This transfer was insane. I thought he was going to snap to the left, but he actually snapped
I was
right
ready.
He would have found the third as well. He would have found the third as well.
But also, let's call it for what it is. Penny made that round viable. That was a real light buy. There wasn't much to it. They got through all that utility. They made it for the spike plant. V1 did really well there to get that far. That was a frenzy, sheriffs, bits and pieces. Now this will force the tactical timeout. And V1 need to adjust here, because they are being run over by Durka. They are being predicted pretty heavily in this. The correct calls coming out from FNATIC are being a huge issue. It feels like Cypher is everywhere on this map for them.
And V1 trying to put the stops on it right now. Again, even with that round perfectly set up by V1, but actually FNATIC back up. They respect the lockdown, and even with all of that kind of utility invested in the early round, yes, V1 get entry, they get site control, but FNATIC just brawl their way back on. It's the worst kind of round to lose, especially on that purchase as well coming out. I mean, really, it's Penny, like you said, opening things up with the Blade Storm, at least creating that space and forcing a couple of players from FNATIC off these key angles.
Now take from this what you will though, right? Like, this is still V1 on the attacking side, having to kind of come back into this after a pretty hefty blow on map 1. They still have to rekindle a little bit of that magic that was happening on map 1 in the earlier rounds, but I think the scarier part, if you look at this from a technical standpoint, is once these rifles have come out, V1 have looked a little lost here, so I'm glad the timeout happened now.
Okay, again, this time Jammy's gonna post up. I keep Durka in check here, at least on B main, but I mean, it comes back to the discussion we were just starting to have, right? It's this rotation of utilities, the switch up of these setups, and FNATIC just have such a good read on which rounds are the ones that they want to play proactively. Kind of deny this early control from V1. Durka now might actually pick up one player walking through. Penny actually drifting through that nebula here. Doesn't find anything on the other side, but Oster's sitting so deep here, just trusting Durka to control B main and market here. And again, off the back of those early rounds, I think it's the right decision. They can create so much space.
Now, there has been that double stack on short that has been a super tricky factor to get past, but Doma's still good for 2? How does he get 2 out of that with so much pressure coming in? They're using the timing so well off the back of the Hunter's Fury. Vanity trying to do it for his side, but now on 1v2, Durka still stands, and he removes Effties from the equation. It's the 1v1. But Jammies gets a spike. Oh, he just keeps his head down. Durka up above, can't do it. Jammies lives. 11 HP is what it takes. And V1 convert finally in a gun round.
Crazy. And again, Doma in a spot where he's able to kind of quell this aggression so quickly on 3. Yes, it comes 2, but finding 2 there. Vanity actually does, yeah, done. Vanity is good, yes.
Yeah.
Vanity
yeah,
is
no,
very good player. Very good player.
He did so well to find those 2 kills, because otherwise that would have been, what, like a 2v4 on the site? So,
yeah,
very well played to him in that regard. Zelsis does have ult, so does Vanity here.
You are divided!
Cosmic Divide gonna throw up. Over on A, and Zelsis is looking to close the distance very quickly. Doma to dip his toes, though, will find Penny on the way in. Zelsis and is running back. It's also cancelled out here, and the Cosmic Divide time and actually going to run down. They're not going to get any site control on the back of this utility being invested.
Seekers go down, going to reveal a little bit of information still. There is that split coming up short later. Now that Zelsis is going to work back on through. No one's playing directly in towards Tree. It's more kind of that deeper hold coming in from Magnum. And Jammy's going for the look, trying to punish this flank that has been exploited, but Boaster very aware. Durka catching that re-rotate through middle. Zelsis still accounted for, and Durka wants a bit more. The cape could give it away if it's not careful. So Durka's going to be just holding this for now. Spike is still in the hands of Effie's. Vanity, can he make any space off this? Doma's still such a problem as well. Yeah, Doma is not letting them move, man. Doma is being such a good player at finding these angles for them. Effie's does get the reveal, though. Gonna find him. Quick! Desperation spray. Pretty labored there towards Magnum, but woof. I need that fan, dude.
It's like an Effie's from 3 patches ago, right? Just trying to send it at Magnum. Right here again, Doma just dipping his toes before the Cosmic Divide. And again, just a small thing there, the adjustment to not have the Cosmic Divide cut off the switch to make it easy for them to close the door here allows Doma to play this spot, right? The aim for version 1 is never to come through and take either control of the door, the switch, or tree, at least from A main side. So a little bit of an adjustment there, I think, required on that set piece, because I mean, Doma just hitting 2 shots. Yeah, sure, you can't bank on it, but nobody posted up from V1 watching that. I'm not so sure.
It's broken the money now. Tactical timeout for FNATIC, maybe just to keep the focus up, keep it in control of the game, or simply just to get into V1's heads.
As I say, they're getting a little loud over there. I'm like, this is more like of a flex timeout.
Why not? Money's good as well. 3.5, 6.1, 5.3, solid. Yeah, Doma's a little lighter, but he has been filling that space so perfectly. And you've seen the kind of, Doma and Durka combination like directly together on Icebox, but this is just Doma doing great. This is the guy that I did title Big Daddy Doma. So he's kind of doing that work again. And we got to look at V1 for the adjustment here. They've got to find a little bit of a way back in. Out of all the real gun rounds, we've had that one posted up off the back of Vanity finding great deals of space. Finding those 2 picks on the site was massive for them. You need a little more of that, and this round on the money is going to be kind of nasty.
So, again, not this round specifically, but looking for V1 to maybe make a bit of a switch up here, because again, I got to put a lot of weight into what Durka's doing in the early round. And so far, I mean, one round they've been able to kind of deal with that, and then maybe a little bit of a misread, and Jammies is actually caught off guard by Boaster. Again, anticipating the fact that that's been left open for so long, but he's just rotating. The Cypher setup and Durka rotating every single round here it's got V1 just kind of scrambling for an answer.
Mid control going to be gained for V1, forcing Durka away from this. Confirmation after the back of that ping. They're going to be able to walk up short. Now, there is still going to be Magnum on the other side. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, the count to 3. Yeah, the classic, right? And Vanity's going to just thread the needle, though. Really well played by Vanity, just keeping it quiet, almost burst on contact. Boaster is here, though. High flash towards heaven. He knows there's now a presence coming his way. Vanity going to be coming through. Good catch from Effys. This is a light buy round, and they made a great deal out of it, but they don't expect Doma. Still waiting in hell, bringing them down to it. FNATIC succeeding again. V1, they found a bit of room there, but again, they're only on the pistols.
And actually rare that Doma's not in a position to kind of, stop that push coming on through to Magnum or whoever it is rotating onto play tree, but Doma is just rock solid right now for FNATIC. Just time and time again. Yeah, Boaster low HP, takes the first contact here. Spike falls on the back of Effys, and Doma has an advantageous 1v1 with a low HP Vanity.
We need to make sure they can't do that.
Again, even just noting there, you need to make sure they
can't
walk up
do
short
that.
here. You already, again, the troubleshooting on the fly, right?
Yep, Durka trying to greet it with sheer force from short. Boaster gets noted from top middle. Big reaction as well from the Viper to pop the ult towards B, so half of the map's now cut off.
This is key, though. It's Durka that goes over and peeks short, and they're thinking, okay, well, he's rotated now. He's playing short with the operator. He's going to post in tree, but actually, he's going to drift away. And FNATIC set up perfectly now for where V1 are going to lean towards.
They've read the mid play. They've got the confirmation on it, too. There's going to be the Hunter's Fury coming down. Effy's going to try and send them in, give them a little bit of a way forward. Mystic avoiding it just fine. And they haven't had that hit on the site yet. They're still looking for that first pick. Now, Mystic just found Penny. Oh dear, that's not the beginning. And I think Penny was the one in towards Connector over by Market. So still, V1 struggling for that final push towards the site itself. They still need this pick, and FNATIC are saying, nah, we'll sit as deep as we have to. We do not have to give you a single inch in this. V1 have to be the aggressors. 37 seconds. No gateways are open. It might be this late lean back towards A, and you highlighted it. Durka and Doma, the D&D combo, still waiting here.
Doma playing a cheeky little off angle once again.
Here we go.
Potentially a one and done, but he's going to have everybody knocking on the door here. Good for the first. The third. Oh my word. Doma is playing insane right now.
The D&D combo coming alive, holding it down. And they'd been conditioned to be paranoid about Magnum playing towards short, playing by tree, and this swing off the back, and there was still the attention being drawn towards Durka. There's no way through. V1 are under lock and key right now, living in the pockets of FNATIC. And Doma looking unfazed, man. He looks ready to go. 3-8, Hypok. I did not expect this.
No, this is sheer dominance here from FNATIC. V1 now going to try and switch things up a little bit. The lockdown invested. Going to try a quick zone off on B, but look at this. Everybody stacked up here. Dirk has gone hunting already. He's already on the flank. Boaster finds the first. This is disgusting.
This utility, this crunch, just to get out towards B is so much. TP towards the back of Boathouse. Doma actually tried to commit on it. Vanity, happy to find that. Says, yeah, no worries. We'll take any freebie we're given. Already, though, how has Magnum got here? Unchecked on. Oh, no, that's a freebie on Jammies. No way. Another 3v3. Durka able to instantly work through. There's the divide. They're all on the side. Great work from Zelsis. Isolates Magnum. And he wants more. You know he's going to hold this like his life. Might just depend on it. Durka, Mystic on the other side. He's still there. He's still holding. They know it. Just on the other side. Here we go. In it comes Zelsis. Great work on it. And Effie's shuts down Durka. Good hold. And just enough buffer for the second half.
Yeah, the best of a worst, best of a bad scenario, I gotta say it. But FNATIC just showing such a good grasp on reading V1. And again, I just want to come back to that previous round again, where we just caught that soundbite, right? We've got to make sure they can't do that again. What's the answer? Cypher and Viper go over towards B. Durka peeks short in the early round. There's a wall set up covering market and tiles. It's perfect. Viper ult comes into B main. It's literally the perfect way to counter that. Actually, then, they find a kill elsewhere, and V1 have to lean back towards executing on A. And who is it? It's Durka and Doma there to hold it down. A beautiful response there, and I love hearing them address that on the fly.
Now the second half, Pistols have eluded FNATIC. Previous to now, V1 have been solid at these. If their mental game is on point, they can pick this right back up. They can close that gap off the back of the pistol almost. Flash through middle. FNATIC gonna start working towards tree. It's gonna be Zelsis on the other side. Yeah, Penny not too far away. Quick flash in there. Actually get a pressure right in. Zelsis has gone unchecked on. No, he has been seen. Dirk has found him. And now they're going to play through towards Heaven. Going to cut off the rotations. Effie on the chopping block does find one, but a quick 2-for-1 trade. FNATIC find the site. And now where's that spike? Still in hand. Still going to be planted. It's Doma with it to do. Effie's and Jammy's going to try and play this one back in.
Spike planted.
Bit of an off-default plant. Magnum already got the spy cam set up here, but Heat Rise on A main. Mystic set up deep here. You can see already the snake bite floating over. Actually has to line up for Heaven. Gonna cut off this push out.
And you have to then pick short.
This is brutal.
There is nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You gotta bide your time, more of it being bought. Look at these layers. Oh, just so much just to get to this point, and let alone get to the side. Doma says, no, not today, bud. Mystic the same. It's now FNATIC picking up the pistol.
What an amazing pistol round strat as well. Again, the paranoia comes through, and the full expectation there is, yeah, we'll sit in tree. That's just to kind of get the entry towards door, you know, maybe get in through A main, cut me off these angles. But what happens? As three, they push through, they break through glass, they take Heaven control initially, and V1 have to play so deep. They have to give up all of that space early on. And right there, I mean, again, leaving Mystic way back deep, he's in a position where as soon as they try to regroup for that retake, and there's a line up there to stop it. Then the spy cam. There's all this, like, such early kind of utility to contest with on that retake that it makes it impossible for V1.
Both these teams coming through in that second place spot. V1 living a little longer towards the upper side of things, but FNATIC thriving in the lowers, it seems. Vanity going to aggress a little further forward. And look, they used to be called Bucky FC. Let's see if they're aware of what's on the other side. Yeah, they are. Mystic, no worries with that. Flash down to Wine just in case.
Here.
Now while this happens...
Double stack.
Yeah. This could be anything but fun for Durka. Surely you don't expect two. You're going to get one, but he checks on a second. He doubled down on it. Effie's does shut him down, but now you're going to see V1 down to Jammies and Effie's again. These two trying to just keep this together. This is going to be double digits on the board, Hypok.
This is scary right now for V1. Magnum going to clean that one up, and I got to say, towards the end of that performance with NUTURN, really the cracks started to show, right? And we credit V1 for the mid-round calling and remain composed under pressure here, but this is a big round deficit. I mean, one of the biggest we've seen V1 operate under, so now the pressure insurmountable for them here to dig back into this map.
You can see it starting to look a little bit worrying as double digits are achieved. Now, bonus round for FNATIC, full buy coming out, or the best that they're going to get for V1 in this. It has to start now for V1. They cannot wait any longer. If there's any damage done, problems become even more insurmountable. Penny just going to posture up over towards long. No initial contact as FNATIC. Not particularly a fully light buy. Durka does have a rifle out.
I love that. I always just love seeing what a Cypher is up to mid-round. Posted up outside there. Again, FNATIC anticipating maybe V1 trying to counter the way these rounds have gone with some aggression. Mystic over here creating that pressure.
Lovely combo.
Yeah. Was the damage necessary? Going to keep Boaster. Keep him honest for the time being. Actually, might actually be able to isolate one in market here. Jammy's posted up. He will come out, find Durka initially. And I think retreat.
Where is the eventual goal here? They look a little lost without the plan. G1 going to dig their heels in on this round.
30 seconds left.
As said, you want to see it be kept clean. Maybe they're just trying to get the rifles away and purely playing to that. They don't really care for much more. Doma up towards it. What did Doma have for breakfast, dude? He's still landing shots. V1 though, going to keep them at arm's length. Doma going to cost them 2, not 3. Penny controls, and we have 1 on the board for version 1, and they needed that. 3 stay alive here.
They didn't. I think you're right. FNATIC could just kind of look to do some damage, maybe get some ultimate progression, which is why we kind of see things a little scrappy, I guess, a little bit of split focus, kind of 2 or 3 different executions going on at the same time. But I guess 2 constellation kills at least on the back of Doma. To see, yeah, they can. I mean, they can buy back into this one. There's no light armors across the board as Effie's and Zelsis down to 200 and 400 credits respectively. Durka going to ride the Blade Storm here, so making the play for the operator and rifles across the board elsewhere.
It's Penny again, who's going to have to deal with a lot coming his way. They are all walking right towards him. He's expecting the player on the top. He's going to see at least 2. That's more than enough. The flash comes out. Durka takes the site. We are in. Durka to go towards heaven as well. Magnum finds 1. Good work from Vanity to quickly shut down Durka. No more threats in that aspect for now. Vanity going to try and keep that spike under pressure as well. Combination could be good on that. I don't see too much damage or too much off the back of it just yet. Spike now down.
See FNATIC set up in this post one now. Mystic actually no snake bites left, so that's not going to be the play here. They want to take control of this. Magnum actually set aside the spike, and the flash comes from Zelsis, just comes swinging onto site here. Jammies will find Poster elsewhere, but the trade comes through.
Yeah, but Vanity still stands, and he is refusing to lose. Effie's saving version 1 here. Good work in the end off the back of Vanity, finding 2 out of nowhere. And they need a couple of these rounds to come through for them. They need that confidence back.
They really do. Need to get it rolling early in this round again. Needs an opportunity, and again, I love the fact that Durka's still trying to be aggressive there, even when they get a little bit of control of sight. Great work from Vanity again.
Let's go! Nice fucking round.
Beautiful stuff. But again, I love it from Durka. He just keeps going hunting. He wants to punish even further. FNATIC actually able to muster together a little bit of a purchase here, at least down to 1,200, 1,400, and a couple of rifles on the board in the hands of Mystic and Doma.
You see Penny having his own walkabouts. We saw what happened with Durka doing it. Speaking of, Durka having a little bit of a stroll through middle. Jammy's now fully aware. Not going to have any of what he's trying to sell today. Jammy's going to control middle. Good work from him. Finding one of the danger men here. FNATIC not finding a way in. You can see them testing a couple of different approaches, looking across the map for that first entry, and no one's giving much. But for now, all they've noted is there was a Marshal coming through, so not too much to be worried about yet. But you can see the slow coming in towards short, allowing the focus to be drawn towards main. Zellsis gonna be tasked with keeping control too. Does well onto one, but Doma with the trade. It's now Sight ready and waiting, but Penny finding Doma shuts down that second prong of the attack.
And actually, they come through and they do clear hell. Actually, what?
What?
Mystic and Boaster still win that one. Seeker's invested here, find themselves in a 2v2. Boaster down to 7 HP though. Mystic still got 2 snake bites, so he could potentially reset here.
Oh, he's off.
I'm gonna force them out.
He's got the lineup on this. So yeah, Boaster may be dead in the water.
Beautiful.
But now timing's everything. He's gonna have to invest
one
of them on it. There it is. Mystic takes down Effie's. Jammies has nothing to
beautiful.
do! No way did they pull that off!
Oh, Lauren, the bait is perfect. Boaster getting detained makes them think, yeah, they tried to fall back all the way out. And again, not anticipating. They're thinking that Mystic's the one detained, right? The ult is on
because
site.
it's the ult, sir.
That was so beautiful.
They just galaxy brained it.
They just force-fed them information and then capitalized on it. It was so beautifully done.
Mystic. Oh my god. 11-6. FNATIC had no right to turn that round. You saw the buy there coming in, a couple of rifles, but it wasn't even the guns that got him that. Galaxy Brain plays coming through. Now you're going to see aggression as the answer from version 1. They want back in. They are looking ferocious to try and fight any advantage. Now taking down Magnum, that's a good beginning. They get control towards that B side of things. Doma tries to find the info off the back, gives a little bit of intent, but it's over towards A we go. Short has most of that utility put down. Jammy's caught in no man's land. The timing could not be worse. The site's all theirs. Durga can confirm it.
Couple of things for V1 to fight back in here, but a direct 4v4. Zellsis with the running back, the Cosmic Divide, the Blade Storm also. So we're going to get a bit of investment here.
Nice work from Penny on the first. They need a couple more like that. Penny looking for the opportunity. Now Mystic's doing his damage as much as he can. Vanity gone, who's been clutch for them so far, but it's low HP for Mystic, 19 only. Effie's going to find Doma, but Mystic still lives. Boaster's still alive in the 1v1. Zellsis. But Boaster plays the time to perfection. It's 12 for FNATIC.
This is so fantastic to watch. And no bias intended, but FNATIC are playing beautiful Valorant right now. Just time and time again. When we talk about it, we always credit the playbook and how deep it is for FNATIC, and they've shown so many just clean executes, so many clean post-plant setups. And most of them not relying on that utility crutch, right? They're able to lean either direction here, and V1 backs against the wall. FNATIC, map and series point here.
It all comes down to this. Version 1 could be going home in this round. And it would be an EU team to send them there. I could not imagine this. But FNATIC's elevation, their approach today has been nothing short of formidable. But Durka gonna lead the way on this one. There's still presence on the site, spotting out one towards Hell. Seekers go in. Jammy's in all kinds of danger, but Zellsis gonna find Boaster. Great work from Zellsis, refusing to lose, but gets put down by Doma. And now the 3v3, Spike not planted. Got the denial coming in. Ult comes out, Penny forced off the angle just a touch. Now the spike plant comes down.
Get the neural theft going in. They know how deep they're playing this. They're all set up for this retake already, so FNATIC gotta do magic to run the clock down.
Oh, Magnum! Magnum!
Second!
They've only done it! FNATIC sending version 1 home, living through the lower bracket. This is exceptional from FNATIC. And I don't know what celebration it's going to be now, but I think you can see what this means to them. They make it one step further. Is this North America going home on the airplane right now? It does look like it is.
You can see on their faces who are absolutely chuffed with themselves. What a fantastic performance from FNATIC here to eliminate version 1 from Reykjavik. Amazing stuff. Honestly, Version 1, a team that personally impressed me so much. Again, big questions coming in. How well are they going to be handle this emergency sub situation? They've over-delivered in my eyes. Absolutely fitting, you know, of the support they've received here at the event. But FNATIC, again, the first time coming through, slight composition change here from maybe what we were expecting on Ascent, and it just goes to show you give them some time to prepare, they'll pull something out. Just an insane performance here on map 2.
And I really do want to highlight that again. FNATIC, yes, they've done well here, coming in at full strength, one of the Europeans' highest hopes, but Version 1 surprised many qualifying, and they surprised us again by looking like there wasn't a stand-in, like they were a full force. These guys have delivered time and time again, and they've proven to be an incredible contender coming into this global stance here. So congratulations, to Version 1 for looking so good up until this point, where they did meet their maker, and it was the European FNATIC able to take them down. And what a game that was. I think, strategically speaking, one of the most beautiful, mind games between the two, how close map 1 was, and how hard Version 1 pushed FNATIC to go there. This, again, as much as people will see this as EUNA, all of this nonsense, I get it, we all like that narrative, but you literally had one of EU's finest being pushed to their absolute limits by a North American team with a stand-in who has delivered and then some. They have truly done well. Both of these squads are incredible to watch.
It was, I mean, we talked this up as being such an interesting matchup, and I gotta say, the scoreline didn't really do it justice, right? This was a really fascinating game to sit back and watch. Some of those rounds, the way they played out, kind of the domino effect, almost the butterfly effect, right? Of just these tiny adjustments and these tiny pieces from both teams. Just amazing display of Valorant. But FNATIC, the ones to go through, eliminating Version 1, and their lower bracket run continues, Lauren. And I gotta say it. Sorry, Desk. I'm so glad to see it. So glad to see this happen.
One of them was right. Absolutely betrayed.
Well,
I thought Potter would be with us, I thought she had the brain, but who knows? But regardless, it is FNATIC moving forward, living through that lower bracket run, keeping themselves alive in this tournament after that bit of a backhand from the Sentinels, but they've come out swinging. Regardless, we're going to go to a break, and when we're back, the desk will be breaking everything down, and you have plenty more games to be watching today.
This is the new world, you told me lightly. Oh, and how could it end? Let it fall in my lifetime. I don't really like that. I don't really like that. And how can you paint all the colors of my life? And I don't really like that. No, I don't really like that. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Hear myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Hear myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you. Is there a place to get away? where I can be myself, for better or for worse. I know there's a place, a secret getaway, where I can be myself, where I can be myself. Oh, and how could it end? Let it fall in my lifetime. I don't really like that. I don't really like that. And how can you paint all the colors of my life? And I don't really like that. No, I don't really like that. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Stare myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Stare myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you. How could you say this every time? This is the new world, you told me lightly. Oh, and how could it end? Let it fall in my lifetime. I don't really like that. I don't really like that. And how can you paint all the colors of my life? And I don't really like that. No, I don't really like that. Waking up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk here, and a dominating performance out of FNATIC in Map 2. Let's go ahead and jump into our Prime Gaming highlights. I have three analysts here who have to defend their actions because Wyatt went back to his Plat Chat co-stream. So let's start off here. Veli, defend yourself.
Okay. We don't want to talk about that right now, but I'm gonna be honest, man. FNATIC looks so damn good, man. Durka got me wanting to root for Europe. Boaster, I don't know what he put on his beans and toast this morning, but they're making us all fans of Europe right now, man. I'm gonna be honest, they played lights out. Yes, there were a lot of miscues coming in from version 1, but it was because FNATIC played the way they wanted to play. Durka, I can't say his name enough, man. The type of aggression that we saw from Durka, especially with map control in mid, they look like Vanity right there the entire game. He was just undefeated, basically. Whenever he went mid with an op, you can almost guarantee a kill. And even when he didn't even see anybody and he just shot in the air, like you saw in the smoke cloud mid, he still gets those kills. They didn't have an answer for him. Now, I expected a player like Penny to really step up and challenge him. I wanted to see some hot jet-on-jet action. We didn't get it. We didn't see any type of explosiveness coming in from version 1, and we still saw a lot of mistakes. I'm gonna be honest, version 1, they didn't look like this at all this event. But man, those boys on FNATIC, this lower bracket Ren has lit a fire under him, and I'm scared of who they're going up against next because this team, they're gun. Oh, Doma, by the way, lights out.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about Doma, and I think it's important to note, right? Legends are made in that lower bracket, baby. Veli, you and I have played and also commentated games all across, the spectrum, and you know about that lower bracket run. That's where, legends are forged. But while a lot of that, Durka love is certainly very justified, let's not forget that Doma brought us something crazy. And speaking of, this is our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. Doug, in round 11, Doma became unglued.
I mean, you can really spend an hour breaking down this entire round because it starts with the excellent macro play out of FNATIC, investing the Viper's Pit and the Viper's Wall to really, I think it was Pansy who said it in the cast, like there were no options for V1 to go into, and they walked right into the, oh no, it was Hypoc because Durka had the op over on A. They walked right into what FNATIC had set up.
Yeah.
And I just tweeted this a couple minutes ago. Link had impressed me so much as an anchor throughout the tournament, but then like Doma does stuff like that, right? Like Doma had this super casual, very lackadaisical 43% headshot.
Yeah.
On Ascent.
Super
43%. Man, that's criminal.
I like the way you said that. You set it up, Potter, he sets it up. He's like, lackadaisical, you know, and then it's like an insane number. So yeah, Potter, Pansy put you on the spot. She said, I expected better from Potter. And you let her down. You let her down. How could you?
I did let her down, but you know what? It's not as disappointing, you know, because as Veli and as Doug has mentioned, FNATIC looked damn good. Doma, the 43%, that's no big deal. That's on top of 217 ADR. And I know that in Valorant, ADR is kind of sometimes a little wonky, especially with the utility that we have in this game, but Omen doesn't have damaging utility. He's just got his gun and bullets and a blind, right? So the fact that he has over 200 ADR is just mind-blowing in and of itself. And Version1, I got a feel for these guys. I like their approach once again. Icebox, I loved it. Ascent, they got slapped around a little bit, but the idea was there, right? They knew that FNATIC were going to be studying them. They've got all the VODs, they've got all the intel on whatever game plan that they've showcased over these last few days. So Zelsis busts out the curveball, comes in with the Phoenix. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get things going, you know? And I have to shout out for Magnum Cypher. Although he's on the bottom of the scoreboard, he had a couple of little clever traps set up for Penny. He really neutered Penny's entries coming into those sites with those trips. It just looked like Version1 slowly started running out of fuel, and then they just ran out of answers.
Yeah. Wow. Well, great assessment there, guys. And now we're going to send it over to Iceland for our Verizon post-match interview with the celebration master himself. It's Boaster.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I'm back with your boy Boaster here after a 2-0 victory over the North American squad, Version1. We're still in that elimination side of the bracket, and so pressure keeps mounting. How does it feel to come away and extend your lifetime here at Masters 2?
It's amazing. I mean, I was shaking like a fish going into the first game, but we managed to take that win with the power of Durka, and then and a few other individual plays as well. All my team is sick. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it just feels amazing. We're on that lower bracket grind, baby, and we taking down one NA team. Now Sentinels, we coming for you next, bro.
Okay, all right. Still looking forward to that possible rematch. You mentioned Durka, though. While everybody did perform well, 34 kills on that first map is just disgusting, to say the least. But I am curious as well what the preparation for Icebox looked like, because Version1, they swapped Phoenix out for Killjoy in this situation. And so, number one, did you guys expect that comp swap? And once it came through, how does that change your approach? Because two different style agents there.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we didn't expect the Killjoy to be coming out. And frankly, I think I preferred that the Killjoy did come out because it's a more familiar comp for us.
Okay.
Like, EU plays this sort of comp and stuff, and they still didn't have the Sage. So we were like, boys, we got this. Just delay plan and, you know, just shoot them through smokes. That's how it is. And that's kind of what we did. And I mean, that actually, to be fair, I say that's kind of what we did, but that game was squeaky bum time, like overtime, and it was like a bit scary.
Yeah, you had to win 2 at the very end just to put it to overtime and then win 2 in a row there, of course, to take it. So it definitely did come down to the wire. But you mentioned the Sage as well. Heard a lot of conversation between analysts and teams alike. Some still refusing to run it on Icebox. Do you feel it's necessary?
We tried running a Sage one without a Sage once, and it didn't go too well. So I think she's just so strong, you know. I just think you're kind of making her life harder if you don't have her, you know. She does simplify stuff when you need to simplify it. Like if you feel like you're playing a LAN game and the team's all scared and stuff, just pop a Sage wall up and you're chilling, you know? Like I think the slows are really good as well.
Okay, I'm going home and I'm putting some work in on Sage. We move to Ascent. Again, Version1 with a bit of a comp swap. Now, they had played this earlier in the tournament against Crazy Raccoon, but they had no Viper this time, which we had seen them run successfully. Right, exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking. And again, they bring out the Phoenix. So, like, do you think that they were predicting something from you? They feel like it was certainly oriented against you? Because it was peculiar to have seen them found success with Viper and then ditch it.
I mean, they got some big cojones or cajones to pick that map against us because we haven't even revealed it in this.
I was about to say, you guys have only played 2 maps.
Yeah, we're
this
chilling.
entire tournament up to this point. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect that pick straight up from them, and I was going to Mini when we were anti-stratting last night because we got back from the X-Tame game straight onto the anti-strats till about 1 a.m. and we were thinking, I was like, Mini, I think I've got the reads on Ascent, man. I think if we play it, we can just do this and win. And yeah, it was a bit like chaotic at times, but it kind of did work out. The game plan worked, and here we are going to the next round.
No, that one felt cleaner, to say the least. But also, I do need to reference the fact that you've now played 4 matches at Masters 2, and you've only ever gone 2 maps on any of them, win or lose. What do you have against third maps?
Well, you know, sometimes I used to say to the boys when we're playing the qualifiers online, yo, boys, let's get this 2-0 because I need to go home and have dinner. And I guess the kind of tradition and the momentum carries on through to these LAN events because when we get back, I'm going to be having that shellfish like tagliatelle. You know what I'm saying?
I love it. Now we know what you have. That's the dinner of champions right there. Yeah. But I do want to warn you, if you make it all the way to the finals, you're going to have to play at least 3 maps. You're prepared for that?
Born ready. Nah, I think for finals, we like to whip out 5 maps.
There it
really
is.
Showcase the maps. You know,
yeah, starve us of that closeness until the very end and then leave us wanting for it. Celebrations, man. Who's coming up with these? These are brilliant.
This one, I can't remember who. Put your hand up. Is it Kojo? It was Kojo, manager Kojo. He wanted to give it to NA because he's a fellow NA brethren.
Yeah.
And also, you know, on Reddit, everyone's like, NA on top, you know, NA supremacy.
Yeah, it was short-lived.
Yeah, it was short-lived today, but Sentinels are still front runners, so they're looking tasty.
All right, final question from here. You play the winner of Team Liquid versus Vikings, so there's a possibility of that Europe v. Europe matchup and spilling blood in that regard. But Vikings, I think, for a lot of people, has kind of flown under the radar. So just real quick, because we're about to see that matchup, what are your thoughts ahead of it?
Obviously, I want to support the EU boys, but at the same time, I kind of want to battle against some Brazilian teams because we haven't touched them in scrims or anything. So it'll be sick to see their kind of play style and adapt with that. But I'm fine with any winning. All I know is that heads down, VODs on, and we're coming in guns blazing.
You heard it here first. Down with Team Liquid. No, I'm just kidding. Either way, we're set up for a great battle coming up next. Boaster, again, congratulations on the victory. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
From here, we're going to a break. When we come back, it's Team Liquid versus Vikings.
Damn right.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next match features Europe and Brazil, but both of whom we did not expect to see here in the lower bracket. And Potter, you know, I think it's safe to say that both teams have been performing below even their own expectations as they clash here at the lower portion of our bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it is those expectations that the players themselves set, right? I mean, just take a look at this Team Liquid roster. The pedigree, it is stacked. We've got Scream, we've got Yoppy. These guys can absolutely headshot with the best of them, right? And the same thing can be said about Vikings themselves. They've absolutely shown exactly how mechanically gifted they are, but here and there have been those disappointing moments. In particular for Liquid, the third map on Haven versus Version1, they just kind of blew out of steam. They lost energy, they looked deflated, and they got bullied in the server as such. So that in itself was disappointing. I do think the bounce back for them was very important the very next day versus Crew. Easy 2-0 for them, so that should mean a lot for them coming into this series. And for Vikings themselves, I'm looking for a little bit more in their game plan. You know, Saucy has been so impressive on that Sova. I'd like to see some more combos coming out of him with his teammates, especially with that Hunter's Fury comboed up to be able to get into those sites. But yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, you know, this is the type of game where, and being realistic, it's very difficult to game plan. I personally did not expect to see Team Liquid in this position, and you just can't count out any team in this part of the tournament, right? It's impossible here. But, you know, one player that certainly did not want to be counted out was Link, joined by Scream yesterday, Doug. These two in tandem were clinical against Crew, giving the Latin American team no room to work with.
Dude, Link's just kind of nasty with it, man. On the anchor to the sites, like there were so many times he found himself in 1vx's where really he was the last line of defense. He was the one who had to come up big for Liquid, and he would just do it, man. And then you look at it and think, surely he doesn't do that again. And then he just does it again. Like Link was so imperative to the success that Liquid had yesterday.
Yeah.
And he may not always light up the stats at the end of the day, but the dude's gross. And, you know, for Scream, like it's Scream, right? Like, and we waited for a little while,
expected.
right? Like it took a little bit, right? But it's just, he finally came online. He was activated, and you saw, I mean, the stats speak for themselves across every single player competing at Masters 2, Screams towards the top. This is why Liquid was so highly touted coming into this tournament, because when they're clicking, like when they're on,
Yeah.
when Link is doing what he's doing, when Scream is doing what he's doing, he's just gross.
Yeah. Now, Veli, I
You know what, Doug?
Go. I was just gonna say.
Hey, I got to
go
cut in
go
for a
go
second,
it,
man.
Go for it. Go.
Yeah. You know, Doug, he called out a big highlight. He calls out, you know, Scream being Scream and Link being Link. The thing is, Team Liquid should not count on Link having those type of plays in order to win. I think that they need to rely on someone else, and that person is going to be Gampy. He has done a good job at being consistent, at being inconsistent. We're talking about 15 for 16 against Version 1 when it comes to first initial engagements.
Yeah.
They're going to have to play him like Durka. He's going to have to make an impact with that op, and they're going to have to do it fast against the Brazilians.
All right. Well, real quickly here, make sure you guys are checking us out on Twitter and Instagram at Valorant Esports for all the latest news with Valorant as well. And, you know, you can also participate in our fan polls. You guys said 80% for Team Liquid. We don't have a lot of time before the players walk out. Let's go to your predictions. Potter, you're up first.
I'm going with Liquid here. I'm agreeing with the fans.
All right. Liquid. Doug. Or Veli, excuse me, Veli. I didn't mean to skip over.
I'm rocking with Europe, Team Liquid, man.
Okay.
I don't have a choice.
All righty. And Doug, are you going the same way?
Liquid all the way, baby. They're going to crush.
All
Sliggy
right.
Power, let's go.
Okay, Sliggy Power it is. Well, the players are getting ready to go, so it's now time to head over to our casters. You got Mitch Man and the Tom Biz Nass. Let's go.
Well, Tom, we're ready to get into Liquid versus Vikings at last. And between these two teams, I want to know, you at the desk, are you agreeing with them? Liquid, the favorites to take this one through, or do you believe in a little bit of the Brazilian magic?
I'm nervous now because obviously being from EU, I have a little bit of that, like, oh, okay, Liquid, they had a bit of a rough start. They're looking to make a comeback. But after seeing the predictions in the last match, like, if anything, I'm now almost in belief that Vikings are going to win because they were so far off on the last one, you know, like everybody going for V1. But no, in realness, I'm really excited for this one. I think we've got our dark horse facing off against one of the teams that initially Liquid were looking to be, maybe even the favorite. So it's going to be one hell of a brawl, that's for sure.
That it is, and it looks like we're going to have the players coming out real soon, taking positions to get this brawl underway. I am so damn ready for this. Let's get him out here. I'm curious. We gonna see some interesting walkouts? No, we're keeping the vanilla here. Okay, thanks, guys.
This is the professional side. They're all stone cold killers. Like, no one's mucking about anymore. This is the elimination game for both of these teams. As said, we're almost looking for that like top 3, top 2 spot. I think that's the goal for both of these squads. So going out here, I'm not going to say it's unacceptable, but I think both teams will be incredibly disappointed, especially considering how much work we know has gone in here. And well, for Vikings, we actually know that coming into this, they almost kind of spoke about this as a match where they came to EU, they felt a little bit uncomfortable initially, and they've said, you know what? We're going to go back to our Brazilian style. We're going to go back to the roots of our nation and try and take it through that way. So I'm expecting some more very aggressive plays. I think we saw that especially versus X10, some of the Ascent madness where they were just aggressively pushing through mid and almost just looking to straight up brawl to box their opponent. So I think they're going to try and put the pressure on Liquid. And You know what? I think the veto, I'd be surprised to see anything other than Icebox and Split going out of the pool because they are the permabans. But I guess we could at least look at the order the other maps are chosen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know it's Icebox and Split gone. I think everyone at home was vibing with that as well. But coming into the picks for Vikings, they've got a wide open door and where they want to take it, and Ascent is what they're going to start this fight on.
Yeah, interesting. It's a strong map for them, no doubt, but it is also one that I think Liquid are incredibly comfortable on. In fact, when we look at them within EMEA, they were flawless. They had a single loss here, of course, which I think was a bit of a surprise for everyone. But yeah, we're going to now get them choosing out Haven, a map where they've changed how they play it quite significantly, and although it went incredibly well in EMEA, it wasn't exactly fantastic when we've seen it so far in this tournament. And then we finally get a bind. I know that Pansy's been disappointed that she hasn't got to see much of this map, but you know what, Pansy, if it gets to 3, there's a bind on the cards.
At least there's an upside there. You know, when we talk about Ascent, I'm quite interested in Vikings picking that, because when you look back at how, Tom, is that you? You on the screen? How's this happen? You got to Iceland?
I couldn't pull off that look.
I love it. Now you've inspired him. You've inspired Link. It's Ryan Central. But here's the thing for Vikings, right? Ascent is not a map that I'm tremendously confident in them, because like you think about X10, okay, they won it. It was an OT that they won that. And then when you go back to the game before that, it was Sharks over regionally in Brazil's and Challengers that they actually lost this map. Recently, maybe it hasn't been so hot, but we obviously know that these teams have put in a lot of work, and we've only seen that one map out of them here at Masters. So maybe something new to be brought to the table. But what I expect to see is going to be heads-up duels on those Phoenix battles, because we've seen Liquid adopt to playing the Phoenix on this map, and Vikings, of course, they love it.
Yeah, I think in most cases we are looking to see. Oh my god,
is that locked in? That's locked in. Are they playing a Yoru?
I don't think we get hovers in this. There are no hovers, Mitch. What? It's just there. Well, all I'm gonna say is no matter what I was expecting in this one, that was not it. That was not even close to what I was expecting going into this one. We've also got a switch up from FRZ as well going over to the Jet. So yeah, this is a very, very different style to what we will normally see from them. So I'm definitely excited on the other side of things as well. We've actually seen Scream switch up, I believe, as well. If we're kicking things off on Ascent, there's going to be his Phoenix gone, which I'm going to be honest, that's really sad. I love Scream's Phoenix, especially the way that he uses the Blaze Balls. So what does excite me, though, is how he's going to actually opt to utilize Sage. Like, the aggressive, deeper walls maybe going to come in a little bit here, but I feel like I'm sort of being around the bush when we have a Yoru pick.
That's it. That's all I care about. You know, it's like, yeah, Scream is great off the Phoenix. I don't care. Normally I would, but GTN, I'm just looking at him. I'm staring at this guy. I want to know exactly what he does every step of the way. Matter of fact, we should have a second stream just of his POV, just for this game. This is going to be exciting to see what they've got up their sleeve. I said maybe, you know, we've only seen one map at Masters out of them. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve. Well, I think it's fair to say they've pulled out a secret card. Let's see what that can do. The pistol round's already live, and we're seeing Team Liquid on the defensive side grouping up in towards the tree, and it looks like they're gonna have a little bit of a fight on their hands straight away as FR's Zed falls, but the Yoru wins the opening duel to trade it back.
Yeah, I don't think the fact that he was Yoru made any difference here, Mitch. I know you really want to highlight the fact that he's playing Yoru, but it didn't actually change anything in that battle. We also have Sudekas actually moving over to an Astra as well, which is something he's done on a couple of other maps, but we're yet to really see it done on Ascent for them. So again, this is a big change for Vikings. I think also just the manner in which we've seen Team Liquid lose, maybe bringing that in could actually make a pretty big difference, because we haven't seen them use Astra much, if at all. For now, though, Link, again, the man who's so solid, seems to be fantastic at just finding multi-frags. Not today, though. He's already shut out of the round.
Yampi's getting spammed at. The door's about to be closed, but there it is. The recon, the info they were waiting for, catches off the Killjoy, shutting him down. Now they're a little bit more comfortable to play for the retake, and even more so as GTN plays a dangerous game, spamming a frenzy through the smoke, but they can see those tracers. They knew that he was there and took him down right away. This has just become a very awkward situation for Vikings. A great opening to the site, and well, not a great ending to the round. As Yampy picks up a 4K, this is huge impact, Tom. Because now with the defuse, he's got his blade. Well, if he took it, he'd have his Blade Storm online for the next round.
He doesn't even need it. He doesn't even want it. They're actually going to put that one extra orb over to Cryptics instead. I guess you do have the sort of bonus round for them anyway, although there was a plant, so maybe Vikings invest a little bit more, but there's going to be a chance for Yumpy to farm up some extra points anyway here, so I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. But although it pains me, after Veli might be one of the most obnoxious North American supporters ever. He did highlight Yumpy in the pre-show. Like, he was saying that, you know what, this is the guy that needs to step up. This is the guy that has to be a focus. And he's done pretty well in the pistol round. 4 kills coming up for him. And I think this is a map especially that suits him incredibly well. Like, if he gets rolling, it can be very dangerous. At the same time, I definitely think there's players for Vikings who fit within their bracket. In fact, there's a multitude of players that could just take over this game. And the fact that FRZ has actually switched up to the Jet, I almost wonder if he's directly trying to fight Yumpy on this stage.
We'll see how things go down actually with this Yumpy buy, because he's bought obviously the Judge, which we've seen a couple of times, it's fair to say, have a decent impact. And he's playing that towards A main. Now he has the option to go and get an ult orb later on in the round. If they do tend towards the B site, he can potentially get a kill up close and have his ult on for the bonus round in the next. Like, there's a lot here in the early stages. Just that pistol round allowing so many kills to come in for Yumpy that could come back to bite Vikings. For now, though, it looks like they're going to be facing him right here and now. That Judge about to be put to the test as they all group up outside of A main.
Keeping my eye on that TP that's available still for GTN. He could make a very quick rotation back into mid if he wanted to. Instead, Yumpy! What? Okay, that's 9 kills in 2 rounds. He's just aced it. And I guess we have to technically call that a Prime Gaming flawless, but you know what? They just wrecked everybody on his own. Does it not have his own separate name?
That was disgusting, man. The fact that he ignores the turret to go out for that duel, absolutely every part of that was beautifully played. Yumpy now 9 for 0, ultimate online. And so this Judge, it obviously still has a lot of power, but he can just pop that Blade Storm and look to actually basically have a rifle or a sniper, depending on how you want to look at it, when those headshots come in on range. That's a lot of diversity and versatility for this player to have in a round where Team Liquid shouldn't really be able to do much. This bonus round is going to be tough for Vikings.
Already baking things out a little bit over onto B, trying to maybe bait a rotation or two. And there are currently 3 players there ready and waiting for Liquid, but after nothing really being spotted for a while, they're more than happy to leave Cryptics in this solo anchor role. Now, something Vikings have been incredibly good at is selling these fakes, these late rotations, the mid-round calls coming in from Sadiki as well. And with the double shot dart landing, not too much damage being done for now, but it's an incredible read coming out from Liquid. They are ready for this.
Oh, 100%. Yumpy wants to get up here, but that flash, it actually pushes him back. Scream falls. Okay, that's a great start. Here's the ultimate pop to get the information. Yumpy pops his Blade Storm, but gets nothing bar the 1 kill. Oh, okay, Link. Sneaky beaky down below. Solka's going to emerge from the smoke and catch them completely by surprise. It comes down to a 1v1, a bonus round for Liquid 1, where they don't stand to do too much damage. Vikings hope to just build up that economy and put themselves in a good position, but instead they end up with 15 seconds and 0 information. The spike needing to be planted, and it will be stuck. Cryptic sneaks out of heaven in the meantime and knows that player has to be up close or still behind that generator. Sassy gets a good position underneath now. The steps not really going to be masked. Sassy knows exactly where he is, and that will be the round converted for Vikings, but it comes with a pretty heavy cost.
Yeah, as said, like, the initial read that came out from Liquid was the difference maker. They really didn't fall for any of the bait that was being thrown down by Vikings. And while this Blade Storm definitely could have done a little bit more. It was mostly off the back of Solcas here. But of course, this beautiful board man. I've seen the wonderful spams that I don't even think it's just the Brazilian fans doing it anymore. I think it's just everyone. Everyone has adopted the board spam coming out. And I have to say, as a ball man myself, I'm enjoying it, you know?
Getting a little bit of representation for yourself. I appreciate that, Tom. Honestly, I was fully expecting a comment about Snow White and the Seven Dwarves or something like that. Like when I watched that movie, but no, you left it alone, Tom. I appreciate that.
Why have you just self-burned yourself? I don't understand.
Getting ahead of this. Getting ahead of the curve. I know it's coming eventually.
Why?
To throw it out there, we're good to go. But hey, you know who else is good to go? Team Vikings. They want to go onto the B side. They want to push into Killjoy utility. They don't have any info, but they don't have any map control. That's the most important thing. And so committing towards this is almost essential at this point. Liquid could be up behind them. You're going to pop a Hunter's Fury right off the bat. Scream catches the first, the second, and almost a third, tickling up FNATIC down to just 20 HP. They get no progress for it, barely managing to make it out of the choke point and losing so many players along the way. Team Liquid now reinforcing this B side, but FNATIC isn't letting this one go. A shock dart kill onto Cryptix bridges the gap even further, but do they know that Link has snuck on? They might not care. Because these players, they're set up to potentially contest in towards spawn, where Yampy is currently waiting for the smoke to fade. 10 seconds remaining. Yampy makes it away and even catches a kill on his way. Link tucked in, undetected, able to close out that round. And Liquid, they put up a convincing answer back after a close bonus round. It's 3-1.
Yeah, I think the problem at the moment is that it's just becoming too easy for Liquid to actually work out where they're going in a lot of these early rounds. Like, the rotation is pretty much all the way through. You can see the aggression that came through from Yumpy as well. He's basically just taking early A main control to just go, okay, well, there's no one on A. You guys can just start rotating. And one thing I will always give credit to Cryptix to is he's very good at delaying a lot of the plays coming in onto the site. So, again, almost pushing directly into a stack for Vikings. It's definitely not started the way they were hoping for. And now we go back to more of what I would call a default round for them. They're a team that loves to challenge for mid control, loves these faster plays through the link in the middle.
Here.
For now, they're just trying to spot if anybody is taking this aggressive control from Liquid, but they're going to know that this round, Mitch, is a much smaller investment. So they're playing very, very far back. Other than Yumpy, of course, but I don't think he really counts.
I like the reaction from Liquid in using the Paranoia and Pizza. Then they know on the contact of the turret that those players have actually fallen back, and they further confirm it with the drone down middle. The fact that Yumpy can play so aggressive on this corner because he can dash back is huge, but the shot is still missed. What Vikings don't know, though, is just 4 players on A. Their play is so slow, and Liquid are predicting it with the info they're gathering in the early stages of the round, running into this, but still getting a couple of kills under their belt. A good first start to the attack, but, well, it does kind of fade away a little bit. With Sassy down on 3 HP, his impact should be pretty low. Considering they had pistols, I think it's already been a pretty good round. If Sassy gets one more kill, he'll be feeling very, very happy about his impact. But yeah, that was pretty unlikely.
Yeah. If he managed to get one more kill there, I think we'd start to ask questions of what Liquid were doing. So 2 kills for them, as you said, not really bad. And Yumpy really is off to a flying start. 12-2, wasn't really needed too much in this round. And you can even see the sort of gate crash into the site being attempted. I do like the ideas of what comes with Yoru. I think especially if you do see the operator picked up, it has quite a cool way to play a rotational op around the map with very quick switches. So I think on the defense, that could definitely be something interesting for GTN. Also, the dimensional drift is just one of the most annoying abilities, but hello. We spoke about operator play. We spoke about Yumpy. We definitely did not speak about Scream.
Well, we did expect him to be on the Phoenix, but even on the Sage, I don't know that I'm expecting this kind of play to come in. A beautiful wall used, but nothing found off. And hey, that means maybe it can have some impact in later rounds. Vikings, they're looking towards the A side, but what I'm noticing again and again, Tom, is that these pushes, they're very one-dimensional. There's no other map control. There's no fakes. It is, oh, we want to go A, let's go A. And a lot of the time, Liquid see this very, very early on. This time, perhaps it's being sold as a bit of a fake. They're taking a long time. Liquid have 4-man rotated into side already. There's an ult clearing it out. GTN is seeing that it's free, but they should know there's players in heaven. They will full commit to this, but Liquid are just poised to launch themselves back into here. The lockdown comes into effect, and it looks like that's going to push them back. nothing coming in to deal with it, no players swinging, and so they do get the site for free, even with the stack that was there.
This is the best opportunity we've seen from Vikings since the round that they managed to win. They're going to isolate Soulcast as well. Very proactive in their afterplant positions, being able to take control of middle and making this retake really, really difficult now for Liquid, because getting back in and reclaiming short in the amount of time that's left, I'm not sure how that's going to be possible. And I almost wonder if it gets to the point they might just have to fall out of this round.
It looks like they're already making that call, Tom. You can see a heavy wave of blue coming towards the B side of the map. They are leaving this one alone. From what was 4 players from Liquid being in heaven before Vikings even stepped foot out of A main, a round win without a single player lost for Vikings. That is a very quick turn of events and a very solid game or round out of Vikings.
Yeah, this is one, though, where I almost feel like it has to be a springboard. Because you've seen Vikings get themselves around, but it's off the back of 2 very, very powerful ultimates. The Dimensional Drift basically giving you all the info on the entirety of the site. And then, of course, the lockdown forcing all of the players off it. Sure, the re-aggression in the afterplant, very well played. Getting yourself that extra control and not really giving Liquid a chance. But that's not something you can now recreate in this round because you don't have those ultimates anymore.
Exactly. Like, this is where, as you said, the springboard needs to come in. I actually really like this divide. We'll talk about that a little bit later, perhaps, because straight away there's going to be a push in towards Pizza, and Scream's wall has now been revealed, getting nothing for his trouble. The players in spawn not to be worried about with the wall up. And as FZ gets onto the side, that's an awkward fight. Luckily, a trade is found immediately, and a smoke down to cover the Cosmic Divide's dissipation. This will be a plant, as well as a man advantage. There's a retake. It's going to be tough for Team Liquid again. They need to find something to propel them into this, or it will just be another save.
Again, keeping that B lobby control is just going to make this retake very, very unlikely, especially with the man disadvantage. And this is basically what we know Vikings best for, this complete change of pace. Off the back of the ultimate again, just to make sure that rotations into the site are going to be very difficult and that they can't be spammed from the defender's spawn. And now they're actually looking to go hunting, clear out some of these remaining players. Citycast eventually will fall, but hey, they've got themselves up to a 3rd round. They're dropping some of those weapons for Liquid and basically trying to make some of those rebuys a little bit more difficult. And Link, he does actually manage to sneak back in, so he's going to claim the operator back. I will say, I like the idea. Like, we've seen that wall utilized a few times. I think it was Ethan, like 100 Thieves, were using that once or twice to boost over and try and stop players pushing into mid. So far, the Scream operator hasn't really been going great. I would quite like to see Yumpy use it.
Yeah, at the same time, I think opportunity-wise, like, they're very much, or they were very much hoping for the peak coming out of top mid, and it didn't.
Yes.
You know, they haven't been given that opportunity. The players get up close. You're in hot water. But now that that wall's being revealed, it's like your trick isn't really going to work. They're going to be ready for that angle if they do peek it. And so you can see they're going back to what has been working before, into the bread and butter of Yampy with the operator, playing aggressive inside of A main so they can focus in towards holding short. Again, the interesting thing about Liquid is that they're playing nobody in mid. They are very light on information around there. They can only spot them when they come up through Pizza, because obviously they have the turret there to play off the contact. It's an interesting use of utility to negate a part of the map, but it also means your rotates are super slow. But enough about that, because Yampy's swinging on corners and taking kills. And again, that's exactly what we talk about when we speak about Jett and how dangerous she is in taking those early fights. You want your Jett to be going forward and looking to take those duels on the defender side, on the attack, entering in and getting traded out. That's why, because she can just dash, and it completely breaks the core mechanics of spacing and trading. She just can't when they're not there anymore.
Yeah, there is a reason the operator is, what, 90% of the time played on the Jett. It gives you that escape route. Now, they are going to switch things back over to this B site once again. It's where all of that Killjoy utility currently lies. It's in the same place almost every round. It is something that Cryptic basically loves to do, just deny them that left-hand side, force them to try and rotate through, and he even has a teammate to support him this time.
And he does. They're going to be barreling onto this side, on the side of Vikings, looking for these duels, but Solkas, he's the first to take a fight, and he just doubles and triples down on it. That might be it for Vikings. The time is way too low, and Well, Sassy ain't gonna do too much there. Well played round by Liquid, and Sulcus in particular, just tucked in that corner. And I love they take the first fight onto the player on Boathouse, who's just a screaming distraction for Sulcus to swing out and catch them off guard.
Of course, the Prime Gaming Flawless coming out again, another solid round. And this is the thing, like I feel like it's getting to the stage where Vikings, especially in their slower rounds, are almost being forced into the exact positions that Liquid want them. Like they're getting the reads, they're getting those aggressive picks. I think Yumpy's been a huge factor in these early rounds, and seeing him have that operator once again is always going to be big. I really want to see them try and deny this A main control, though. The fact that Liquid have been able to take this almost for free in most rounds is starting to get a little bit worrying for me. That's control you can't just allow the defenders to have in every round.
You see Yoru put his TP down outside the A site, go for a little bit of a push-up on B, TP across. Just grants you a little bit of extra map control, but when you have a Jet there, obviously in this round didn't serve any impact, but I think the idea was to potentially get a fight out of it, like we've seen from Liquid, maybe pushing into B main. But these guys are playing so passive around that Killjoy utility on B, and this grants them, again, 3 players towards the A site, with Sova even flexing towards the spawn area this time, covering mid on some jump spots and clearances. And that faster rotation could really hurt Vikings if they do commit to this A site, and it looks like they're going to.
Again, it's looking like we're going to see the gate crash put through into the site instead of a TP. It gives you that extra entry. Scream already looking to spam, but he's got a little bit of support here. Trade back and forth, though. Sadiki keeping things even. Link, again, he always seems to be good for 2, but he runs out of bullets and falls. Sudekas will close out another. They've managed to garner the site. 20 seconds for them to get the spike down, and nothing that can be denied for now. Although, actually, Liquid, they're going to give it a go. They're pushing before it's actually down.
Yeah, they're trying to make the clock the biggest enemy, but unfortunately, bullets come back their way to take them down. Nicely handled by Vikings. The Yoru use to the backside, it doesn't do a lot, but it's not useless, right? You see it there. GTN gets taken down, but in this instance, I think he's playing more... It's like doubling down on your Jet. So yeah, typically your Jet goes into sight, dashes, and dies, right? But you trade them out. That's why you'll see Jets, when they're not playing operators, end up with worse opening duels. But here, we have it done with a Jet and with a Yoru to really just throw the chaos at your opponents, and they did trade back and they won the round.
Okay, we've got a second adaptation of the boost. This time, no operator in the hands of Scream. And it seems like I almost wonder if a lot of what they came up with here to bring this into play was just to try and utilize some of these boosts to battle for middle. Because as I said, that's something that Vikings love to do. Like, they love this mid control, they love this mid split. So if Scream can somehow brawl and battle with them and deny them that space, that would be fantastic. Unfortunately, thus far, not really been going fantastic.
No, not really. I think defensive side, where Liquid are at right now, is perfectly healthy, but the exact same for Vikings. This half is still very much to be determined. Coming into this bye round, this could be where it's finally decided. The ultimate used to clear out that space, a bit of a showstopper without the boom to it. He's going to be on the backside now, ready to take a fight. Scream, the first to open things up, and GTN forced out the lockdown, pulling them back in towards main. He's going to use his TP to safely cross, but in the meantime, his teammates are falling like flies. Yampy still with the dash online, free for a kill. Dash still up, which gives him the confidence to go out for more. GTN left alone. And a 1 versus 4, doesn't have the spike, and there's less than 20 seconds on the clock. This one is lost. It's already gone Liquid's way, putting 6 on the board, and this is quite scary now for Vikings. They don't want Liquid to run away with this in the later stages of the half.
Yeah, this definitely looks like Liquid are very well prepared for all of these sort of like mid-round rotations that Vikings love to do. Like, they're more than happy to play that clock incredibly low and get down to like the last 10-15 seconds when they go for a plant. So they just left Yumpy on the other side of the map, even with all the commitment that came in, the dimensional drift thrown in onto the B site. They just completely ignored it and just left Yumpy behind while the other players rotated. And luckily, he's performing to a standard now that that's enough in most of these rounds. That's fine. You can leave him on his own.
That got me for some reason. Spike down, man. Sounds beautiful. Now, obviously, we saw that rifle in the latter stages attempting to be saved over, but it looks like GTN did get dropped towards the end of it, because after a 3,900 investment on one player, they only have the one rifle now. That is, unless it's on the floor somewhere, but I'm fairly confident that they've ended up losing it. If that's the case, that's very bad. Oh, in fact, he has one ult orb, so I guess he could have gotten a kill and went down. We'll see. Overall, though, the reason I'm saying that Team Liquid can just run away with this, or could potentially, they now have that 6-4 guaranteed like tie on the half, but facing into what should be an eco here from Vikings, that gives them 7, potential to push it up to 8, and at that stage, what has been a very, very tight half to start it out with, and in terms of buy rounds, pretty much neck and neck, will give Liquid a heavy leg up if they manage to get up to that 8-round finish.
The one thing I'm curious about, though, is like, obviously there's plenty of things that you can utilize Scream Sage for going into the attack side. Like, you can get yourself better defensive positions once you take the site. One of the things I feel like they struggled with a little bit more was that they were being spammed a lot as they attempted to entry into the A site. And one of the things that they always did very, very well was use that blaze to give them that extra control, and then you would have Scream flashing through it, and a lot of the time getting you opening kills. So although I agree, I think that like on the defense, this is not a bad half whatsoever. I'm intrigued to see how their attack will now have changed without that extra duelist they normally play.
We see here the weapons are not going to be too healthy. Obviously, Suitcast has fully bought up, but nobody else really able to, and with GTN not saving the weapon in the previous, as we can see now.
Oh, Bulldog?
This is going to be a tough one. There's a Bulldog. There's a Stinger. They're just investing as much as they can, but they're able to fully buy in the next round. They made sure that got the calculators out during the tactical pause. Now, Liquid have shifted things up during this tac pause. Instead of it being an A play with the op, it's towards B, and GTN perfectly times that peek from the right side. Yampi blindsided. An opening duel goes Vikings' way, but more important than that, they've got an op online.
Yeah, they were actually just playing to get that ult orb in general. It gives the Blade Storm over to FRZ, so that was going to be his weapon for the round. That's why he didn't buy anything. Instead, he now has an operator to go alongside it as well. So they've had a real bonus coming into this site. Nice shot from Scream, though. Will already drop one. That operator hits the deck, but they are going to get into an afterplant. And sure, weaponry's not perfect, but it's workable.
Especially with the Sage res, right? If somebody peeks and goes down, they can get them right back up, and I think that's the intention. It's why Sage switches up to come through Mark at a safer position to res from as they start to rush on out, open up that extra space. But Sutikas, he's here. That rifle that was invested into now stands alone. The one player fighting to keep Vikings in this for 5 rounds. He's swinging out, but, well, there was nothing he could do. The time was so low as Cryptix was on the defuse, and Link sneakily head peeking the angle shuts him out. Still, all things considered, very weak buy by Vikings, and they come out on top. They come out with a lot of damage done, rather, and a plant. The sad thing is that they did invest a lot in terms of the utility, especially when it comes to lockdown. I mean, on this map, that is such a powerful ulti.
Yeah, they also used the Blade Storm as well, which, okay, I will say that was initially the plan, but if you put that much into a round, it doesn't come out as a victory. They now need to do something with this next one, because I feel like going into the next half, like, sure, I think they're a very proactive team. I think they're going to look to battle much more for map control when it comes to their defensive side. It's something I think they're pretty much known for. But only leaving yourselves with 4 rounds, I think that's going to be pretty difficult.
No dash for FRZ, so we can't really go through that. Nano Swarm flash comes in, but now he's being spotted and taken down easily. Paranoia to cover the retreat. Hunter's Fury going to be popped out here, and when you look at Team Liquid rushing in towards this site, they've already got 3 players here to defend it, although quickly changing direction. It looks like they think already Vikings are going to rotate back and play for the B side, and they might just be right. You can see Vikings starting to move back away. The wall and the smokes that were in play made them not really want to go A, and so this read, this early switch up of positions from Liquid, especially getting Yampi into position on B, could pay off hugely as Vikings slow down their attack.
And they're also going to bring back that Killjoy as well, and just look to try and push into this A site, hoping that some sort of rotations come in, but no one's moved. Again, I said, they're happy to leave Yampi alone. They're happy to leave him to battle. And now pushing into what is a 3-man stack with a 4th able to rotate in. This is going to be tough for Vikings.
Oh man, especially because GTN doesn't have any flashes left. He's in trouble as he goes out, and they are just walking into a firing squad. But with so little time left and the utility they had committed to it, they had to go. 8-4 at the half. The scoreline that we feared now puts Team Liquid in a very advantageous spot. And really, when you think about how this half played out, Vikings have been very impressive. It's funny to say that when you've got 4 rounds on the board, but when it comes to buy rounds, they did quite well. I think they lost one more overall. Then when you look at the eco that they had that they very nearly won, that could have turned the tides of it. Plus, they lost the pistol round and the follow-up. So considering the lead that Team Liquid had at 3-1, I think they've done all right for themselves. The problem is, in the grand scheme of things, especially if they lose this pistol on the follow, they will be in hot water.
Yeah, I think especially as well, picking into a map that we know Liquid are incredibly strong on, this definitely puts them on the back foot because there are no slouches on this attack side. As said, it's different to what we normally see played. There is no Scream Phoenix, which I think is a huge part of their attack side.
Definitely.
So I'm interested to see how they will adapt to that. Already going to see the gravity well looking to hold them back. A little bit surprised there wasn't some sort of additional utility, like maybe a shock dart or something. He doesn't have any left, but might have been a slightly better combo or something mistimed potentially. They do, however, get a lot of information about Yumpy being there, and the fact that the rest of the team are actually rotating back. With the aggressive position Mitch of Sutekaz, he's going to spot this fairly early.
Yeah, that information is going to be found right away. That is, if Team Liquid decide to push up towards it, and they are. It was a little bit of a mid-split for a second, but here they come. The star placed down. Sudekas has a lot to do on this one. He's going to see the feed as they come around the corner. The first kill goes his way. Left on 44 on the retreat, but hey, you'll take those man advantages whenever you can get them. The wall up gives the headshot angle and very nearly gives a pick towards Team Liquid. Cryptics be taking down FRZ as they close in on the site. Another goes their way. The player under heaven now caught and isolated. Link, the one to connect the shot to close that out. Oh, and another headshot found for him. He's so low, but using the head peak angle down below puts him in a great position. Team Liquid now just looking to hold on and run down the clock. Cryptics and Link both low, but there's only Static left to deal with, and the trades are quick and fast. 9-4. This is devastating, really, for Vikings. Having lost that pistol round now, Team Liquid get another leg up into the half.
Yeah, I never like to be the person to sort of like highlight an individual player, but they've gone for an interesting pick. They've gone for an agent we don't see too much, and specifically really don't see too much on Ascent. And as of right now, GTN has 2 kills. Now, he's normally the person that you'll see like picking up that Phoenix or maybe a Raze on a lot of maps, and you're expecting him to be right near the top of that board. So the fact that he's having a rough one is definitely one of the difference makers. And this man, on the other hand, is absolutely dominating. Yumpy looking to pick up those eco frags once again. We know that we saw him get the ace last time, and I'd be surprised if he's not trying to double down.
Hey, get that Blade Storm up as quick as you can. Why not? Can be the real difference maker when it comes down to playing the bonus rounds, and he's only 1 off what he did in the round 2 of half 1. Not too bad. With 2 opponents left to deal with, and Vikings, they're already considering playing this one slow for exits and probably diving into that spike as it explodes, although we'll have a bit of contention from GTN. You know, I'm not impressed by the Yoru, I have to say. And it's not GTN's performance. Again, the way he's playing Yoru, I don't expect him to have nearly the impact that he normally does when it comes to playing, what is it, a Raze normally? Like, Raze brings so much more value, in my opinion. And certainly with how Vikings normally play it, compared to how it's going here, they're doing a lot of damage on this exit. I saw the first kill. I was happy to let that one go, but at the point where they leave Liquid with 2... Okay, Solka's barely made it out. With 2 players just about, that's a very good round, you know? It was a 2v5. It looked like Yampy was about to farm up his ultimate, and instead, they very nearly lose all their weapons.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where it can kind of be a gift and a curse, though. It really does depend how much Liquid actually put into this round, and the answer is a lot. So instead of facing off against what is normally a free round, maybe a round to get you a little bit of momentum versus some SMGs, they're coming in with 3 rifles. So it's a gift if you win this round. You're probably going to get an extra bonus. And hey, you know what? That's a gift as well. Yumpy goes diving through the one-way. And Sudekas does very well there to actually come away with 2 kills.
Again, the idea, fantastic. They go up to try and push these players off the control so they can get the ult orb, get Yumpy his ult, and he can just go for fights. Instead, he dies. So, hey, he's got his ult online. But these rifles, they're just going to dominate these fights. FRZ and Sassy, quick to almost close this out. It's just Link, and although he's been a god in clutches previously, this time it just ain't going to happen. 10-5, Vikings, they've picked up the buy round. And considering the damage they did previously to Liquid, they've set themselves up to potentially connect another.
Yeah, you can definitely see what they were trying to do, but with Sudekas on the other side, he's going to shut things down, and a good turnaround, and one that's needed. Because I said, like, going into the next round now, financially, this is not going to be an excellent spot for Liquid. They lost a lot of players on the exit a couple of rounds ago, and by the looks of it, they'll just put a few extra pieces in. Blaze Storm for Yumpy, though. And although I don't expect a massive amount from this round, he alone could take over it.
I mean, that's a given for any round. From what we've seen. In this tournament, at least. Team Liquid definitely looking towards that A site with favor, and oh, this is going to be dirty. We need to see Yumpy for this one. They're going to be wall boosting up drafting above, and looking to take some serious kills towards the back of the site. There's going to be some players very frustrated if this lands, and well, they've spotted him now. They know to just tuck away. A brave attempt. I love seeing that, but it ain't going to be happening. And Solkas, he fires the arrow through, but they trace it back. They see where he is, and that Guardian now very low on HP.
Give it to Scream. Give it to Scream. Let the headshot machine have a go with that one. But, you know, Solkas bought it. He's going to get the heals back up. And they're looking to reposition here. 35 seconds on the clock. A hell of a lot to still do in this round. And, well, not quite left. Destroying the recon as quickly as they might have liked. They're actually going to go back. They are, but...
Oh, free kill.
The fact
free
is,
kill
there's still going to be 2 players here.
It's so free. Look at that. This gun is insane. I like this as well. Okay, TP up above, so it's going to allow the cross into heaven, but there's the cloud burst to cross over. The ultimate looking for the frags, but Yumpy really not hitting them this round. I'll tell you who is, though. Sudekas, last 2, he's been impressive, shutting down the A push here and dealing with the aggression on A long in the previous. That is 6 on the board for Vikings, and if they win the next buy round, they're going to be in a really good spot to make this comeback happen.
Yeah, coming through with the Prime Gaming Flawless once again. These are the sort of rounds that not only build your confidence, but they build the bank. So they're going to have plenty of credits, potential to maybe bring an operator in with that jet coming through. It's the possibility, but for now, not really something they need to invest into. And Liquid, they're going to want to try and get back on the board as quickly as possible. As said, like, I think that the change in their comp definitely benefited their defensive side, able to lock off some portions of the map, slow down some of the pushes, and we even saw the time being a big factor in some of the rounds. On the attack, I'm still not convinced just yet.
I'm with you there, Tom. I'm with you. But, hey, you know, we can look at games where Jets and Rays don't deal the impact we're used to. You know, we can't discount it immediately, but I'm with you. Scream, I like this. We're going to wall it up. We're going to look up, and we're going to fall off. So that's not quite gone according to plan. Nonetheless, pushing out towards the site. There's going to be a TP up behind, but nobody checks the alleyway. FNATIC able to grab himself a double, and now lock down that site. FRZ comes through the smoke to provide support, and that is a clear win for Vikings. Dominantly done, and Liquid, they even invest the lockdown here, man, and they get nothing.
Yeah, that looked like they should have just been able to clear them easily off the site, but maybe a slip up here and there coming out from Liquid, not clearing things properly, and wow, FNATIC just able to thrive as they actually get into the back of the site. So it looks like the Brazilians are now starting to have a real resurgence, and if I've learned anything about Brazilian esports, the second they get rolling, they can be very, very difficult to stop. The passion of the Brazilian scene is something we've seen many a time. Now, again, it's just going to be some pistols into this round. Not really much to be invested either ultimate-wise for Liquid. You do have the res available, maybe if they get things a little bit more costly into the round. And I know Mitch is going to be happy. He's seeing a Sova purchasing up an Odin. That can only mean one thing on the B side.
We know exactly what it means. We love to see it. For Vikings, they're going to be very happy as well because they're coming off the back of a flawless and a close to flawless round. Their credits are starting to really pile up. They're closing the distance on Team Liquid now, putting it 10-7 and probably 10-8 if you just look at that buy from Liquid. I mean, especially if they manage to get out of this one relatively clean, they're going to be in such a good spot. Now look at Vikings' defensive setup. Okay, he's already done it, but we had Yoru looking for mid control, but also having his TP up towards heaven so we can quickly rotate in if they do get pressured. And pressured, they will get. Yampi on his way through. Oh, FRZ, he got caught on the wall by accident, but still gets the kill. That is nasty. Another player fallen, and the site potentially overrun. Liquid now have 4 players online with that res. You'd be forgiven if you thought Link was out, but he's actually on 5 HP, just barely holding on to life. And a potential heal could come through pretty soon. This is dangerous for Vikings. They're going to use that Killjoy ultimate to try and push them back, and it looks like it will be successful. Everybody bailing out towards long and short. The Odin picking up a kill. Scream returns another, and Cryptix is in. They've now got a crossfire on this. They can swing from 2 different angles. We've seen this one before, just the other day by V1, but not this time around. Scream is able to close it 11 on the board for Liquid, and well, everything I set up about Vikings being happy with where they were at kind of goes out the window with that round loss.
Yeah, let's be real. He shouldn't have needed to have to pull off an Effie's there, but yeah, I feel like this was just a round almost full of whiffs on the side. Like, sure, some tasty shots from Scream. It's always going to happen if you win a round with pistols, but like some of the battles coming in, especially through short, looked like they were ones that should have been a little bit more convincing for Vikings. So maybe some nerves slipping in, but whatever it is, they need to quell it quickly. And Yumpy's got the counter Odin. Anything you can do, he can do better. Oh, that has got to be so tilting for Sassy. They've even got FRZ set up in a little bit of a aggressive spot. He's going to get... Okay, I rate it. It tries to stick around, and now he's getting wallbanged as well.
Don't do it to him.
He's like, I don't want it anymore. I'm done. That's me done.
Get out the Hunter's Fury. It's going to tickle you up as well. And very nearly FRZ. He plays hopscotch with it and just about gets above it. He'll be alive a little bit longer. Tagged up, but with an op in hand and a dash still to play with. That's very powerful. Now we see the benefit of the rotation that you can play with that orb in play. I'm noticing he has his ult as well. So he could probably run in to get information, but they're actually already giving it away. In come the recons, the paranoias, everything, and GTN, oh my word! He gets away with a double, and FRZ dashes to safety. A plant now to come through as Team Liquid get the site, but it is still a 3v3 as Vikings will gear up for a retake.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide at least giving them a little bit of an opportunity to clear out some of the closer spots, but it will dissipate. It has held the remaining players of Liquid in towards the site, so chance to maybe isolate the jewels. They've tried to use the gravity well to pull some of the players out of position, but Liquid are not budging. Well, I say that, Yumpy's actually going to go pushing. He's had enough! He's just taking control of the round all on his own. One man left standing, Sadiki versus the world. The first kill will go his way. And even going to try and switch up to the... Oh, he gets the next one! It takes Yumpy closing him out to get them their 12th, but that was a damn nice try.
That was beautiful, man. That spam on point. But Yampy, he read that so well. On the first peek on... Well, I mean, this one was... That was just sickening. The second kill he got on the stairs, the swing out, timing on point with his teammates swinging backside. Then he knows FRZ's about to peek out. His teammate's in the alleyway. He's just fired an op shot. Yampy's an opper. He has that in his head. Okay, he's cocking it back. He's ADSing and he's stepping. Bang. Headshot pre-fire comes in. Then closing it out, peeking with his teammate, or as soon as his teammate dies, rather. Everything about that was beautiful to watch. A 4K for Yampy, a 12th round for Liquid, and what could be the closer. They just need one more. Vikings do at least open this up, but look at the damage to Sudacast and GTN. They're both so low.
Unfortunately, on the other side, they don't have any opportunity to heal. The Hunter's Fury, guaranteed one at least. They're not quite going to come through, and this is what we expect a little bit more from Vikings. The team that, as said, absolutely loves to battle for map control. Normally even see them, for example, in the X10 series, pushing all the way up the top of mid and gloves off. to try and fight some of those players. They've got that control this time, and this leaves Liquid in a bit of an awkward spot. Interestingly, even with this much control, though, they're still only going to leave one defender of this A site. And unless, of course, they pushed all the way through to the spawn, there's no actual way they could have rotated any other direction.
Now, Liquid going to make a couple of steps in towards the spawn, probably just in case the player would come back out of mid and started to, you know, get a little bit of an ear on what they're doing. But it'll be slow, very slow movement to A. Are they just saving now? With 20 seconds left, I highly doubt they're going to make this push. Probably for the best, but at 12-7, considering the lead, I wasn't expecting it, although I will applaud it. Definitely the right call. Vikings, though, might want to take these weapons out of their hands, and you can see they absolutely do. Barreling forward, Screams caught in a corner, and there's going to be time for them to get all the way up if they want to. But no, they'll just back off.
Making me feel uneasy that Link's even looking to pick that angle. I guess with 3 weapons, there's always that like extra chance of getting a 4x for the rest of the team. With the 2, less likely at least. Again, I feel like a lot of the rounds that are being started for this Viking side, it's actually Sudicast making a lot of the moves. The man with the majority of the utility for this side, it still seems to be the aggressor, especially over towards A. Now, I feel like for Liquid, it's not too much of a problem. They've got the operator in, the finances look decent, and they're even going to go for the boost up. FRZ, it's a risky game, but he now knows that there is an operator in play. Probably not going to go for that same face once again.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine so. It pushes them out of that map control that they evidently wanted. The Killjoy utility destroyed in towards middle, puts even more pressure on Vikings to play that info game. GTN, he's going to come back and plug up the hole, because obviously those guys, they can come towards spawn now. Although with that smoke going down, it should indicate that, you know, they've left the control, or they're looking to split through pizza. The same Killjoy setup we've seen many times on the defensive side covers off for that push. Even despite that, 3 players towards B. You know, this exact same setup, we saw Liquid play A heavy, and Vikings might just wish that they did, because all they have to defend this is quite a passive jet, because you're worried about short and can push up based on the op seen earlier, and an Astra on the back side. 1 star, and up against this composition, I think Liquid can very much still breach through and look to take that site. The rotates come in, though. Vikings now with 4 players here. The TP onto site, we'll see it's clear, and you're only really worried about Heaven with Sudicast dropped below. That is a real kick in the delicates. The site now completely Liquid's, and they get the kills for it.
Yeah, that's a problem, especially considering his position. I feel like he had to get the kill on Link there. We're going to see the dimensional drift used, trying to clear out some of those spots and maybe give them a reposition to actually retake from another angle. It will give another spot, but it doesn't matter. Soulcast has already found another with the shock dart. They've also got the denial of the push back in. The nano swarm going to hold them back even further, and this map is looking done. Liquid, they have taken their opponent's choice, a map that they feel comfortable on themselves, and Vikings, they're going to have to try and swing this back in map number 2 even.
That's a tough one to lose. You know, we come on to Haven. This is the map Liquid wanted to play, although I doubt they were all too upset about the first map being Ascent. At this point, well, Vikings have got to go back to the drawing board on that. We've seen the first Yoru come out here in Masters, and maybe the last, based on how it played out.
That's the thing. I feel like there's a lot of opportunities for that agent to be played. I just think a lot of this came down to them almost using it as if it was just another jet, especially on the attack side. It was like, okay, rather than 1 player dashing in, we now have 1 dashing in, another teleporting in. But it just seemed like it was a little bit too disjointed from Vikings. There were moments where GTN especially just looked like he was left completely on his own. And then in other rounds, it just seemed like a lot of his utility just didn't have the impact that they desired. So I don't know. I'm not sure that'll be something they look to run again, or at least not for a while, especially when he's so effective on Raze. I think that's the problem. It's not that this didn't work this time. It's more just the fact that his other agent normally works so successfully.
You can see him, man. You can see that they were just finding it so much harder, or GTN specifically, finding it so much harder to have that impact when it comes down to playing the Raze. Now, as we mentioned, you know, you can't look at it and say, well, he used to get like 30 kills, now he gets 20, therefore, that's not how it works. You're playing a different role, different set of abilities, but definitely I think the value that was brought to the table by having the Raze in there, it didn't really match up. Still, there were some good signs there from Yoru play. It was really fun to see him put in to that comp setup and used on Ascent, especially somewhere that I haven't seen a whole bunch of Yoru. I mean, we don't see any Yoru really over in EU, but that's going to be it for now. Well, yeah, we had that tiny little bit. That's going to be it for now, though. We're going to go over to a quick break, and when we come back, the analyst desk are going to break that down, give us their thoughts on what they thought of Yoru, and of course, introduce you to map number 2.
Join Riot and the LGBTQ+ community in celebrating Pride Month. Inclusive games means a better experience for everyone. And while we cannot march this year, we can certainly celebrate in-game. Now, all of our games, including League of Legends and Valorant, will have Pride content, such as emotes, player cards, and more. Make sure you equip your content and support your fellow LGBTQ+ players everywhere. Huge shout out to Riot for making that happen. And with map 1 down, you got the Vikings here. They're looking down the barrel of elimination. Team Liquid went 13-8 to close that one out. And let's go ahead and jump right into those Prime Gaming map highlights, Potter. But we got to address the picks here, because that's really where this game started. Yoru was in play for Vikings.
Yeah, it's a really surprising, bold choice coming out here from Vikings. And, you know, I like the idea of it, right? But we've got to see more combos coming out. Yoru, the ulti by itself, it's just the value. It doesn't bring a lot of that oomph. But in tandem, potentially with the Sova, Hunter's Fury, get the info, start pinging, maybe do a little body block. There's a lot of creative ways that we could have seen potentially that combo coming out. But again, FRZ, we've seen him going in with the entries with that jet. The help with the Yoru TP, the potential. Again, it was there, but Liquid, it just seemed like they had an answer for it. A little bit too telegraphed, I'd say.
I would like to say that Vikings didn't really have an answer to one player in the lobby as well, Potter, and it was the guy that I called out to step up big time before the game even started. It was Yampy. Yampy off the rip. You saw him get that big Judge multi-kill over at A main. He was able to get the op and shut down A for almost a majority of the half, right? He alone caused Vikings to consistently hit the B site over and over again. They were scared of him. Liquid, though, they were able to adapt, send him over to Garage, and you saw those aggressive peaks with the ops.
Yeah.
It was about time we saw him have an impact like Durka does for FNATIC on a consistent basis and destroy the opposing team.
Well, you know, Mitchman and Tom Biz, they said you were an insufferable NA analyst, but even you were giving credit to Yampy. So huge shout out to our casters for pointing that one out. But, you know, today has been filled with a lot of clutch moments, though, Doug, and our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, you know, it had to have been this triple from SoCast in round 8. I mean, the dude has also stepped up his gameplay immensely.
Oh, he's been incredible. He was so good for Liquid throughout that match. And really, like, you take a look at this situation, it's short time, right? So you know that the hit's coming this way, and it's going to come in hot, it's going to come in heavy. Vikings invest a ton of utility, the jet dash to get onto the side, everyone's there, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the spike down, right? It's like this unstoppable force that's coming at you, and then you hit an impenetrable wall. in Soulcast. He hits the triple there. It was absolute filth from top to bottom. That secured the round really for them and ended in a prime gaming flawless as well. It was just incredible, absolutely incredible play.
Yeah, very well done across the board here. And now the question, Vel, real fast, we have to ask is what else does Vikings have up their sleeve as we go into Team Liquid's pick of Haven?
Well, you know what? I really love what they were doing on the second half of that side, but they're going to have to learn to just get away from the aggression from Yappy or Scream or anybody that's dominating that side of the map. I would love to see them forced to fight as well. The thing is, once they got to the second half, they started playing more of their role. And if they continue to get map control, avoid Yappy, and just continue on the site and just get the wins, I think Vikings really have it, man.
All right, well, hopefully the Vikings can force a game 3 here, or Team Liquid will shut them out. The battleground will be Haven. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You got Mitch Man, Tom Biz, the Mitch Biz, Bizman. I don't know. Floor's yours, guys.
Thanks very much, Golden Boy. You know, the one thing I want to correct, our desk does an amazing job of breaking it down. They're looking fantastic today, but one little problem with what they said, Tom. I never said that Veli was insufferable. I love Veli. It was you, Tom. It was you that was pulling out the beef. So I don't want to be lumped in with you on this one.
Yeah, but then again, you are also insufferable. So I guess it kind of like balances out, right? Like the toxic analyst. You know, I feel like that's what you're coming in as at the moment. Like your tweets are getting edgier by the day. I'm a little bit worried what will happen if EU actually wins. I think it gets to dangerous levels. Oh my God, he's pulled out again.
He's not.
This is bold. This is bold. You know, he's a Yoru main now. He is a Yoru main. On the other side of things, I think we're seeing the normal comp, the no duelist comp coming out from Liquid that we've come to know and love, looking to try and choke them out of this game. But yeah, both. What, is this an identical one to the last map? I think it might be maybe slightly different.
For Vikings, yeah. The fact that we've got FRZ on the Jet again, we've got GTN coming in on Yoru. This means that once more, we're going to see the swap up and the moving away from Phoenix and Raze. And then obviously a little bit of a switch up just in the Sentinels of having FNATIC coming in with a Cypher play. And the different interpretations there, Vikings take a Cypher, whereas you've got a Killjoy on the other side for Liquid. Both are perfectly viable. I'm interested to see how this one plays out. That's for damn sure. Viper always going to win my vote, so I'm swinging with Team Liquid. But their history in Masters is not being great, Tom, because they talk about, hey, they wrecked Oxygen. They did so well versus FPX, beating them here. 13-3, they lost to FNATIC. 13-4 to Version1. This has been tough for them in Masters.
Yeah, I want to give them maybe a little bit of a break on the version 1 game, because I feel like when it got to map 3, they looked out of it. Like the other 2 maps, I think that it was just very close, well contested, but they were getting absolutely destroyed by the lurks of Zelsis. They were really struggling with all of the afterplant utility. And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, I don't think that's what Vikings are really known for, those afterplant setups. In fact, they don't even have a Viper, as you said, so how could they even pull them off?
They don't have a Viper. They're not playing with the Brimstone, so they don't have the Molly to come in. You know, this is something that you have to listen to the interview Vikings did, right? They said, hey, we're just going to stick with the Brazilian style. And they just don't have enough time to innovate their
Is Yoru the Brazilian style? Is that?
Well, true. They did lie to us a little bit there. I'll be honest. Like, they got rid of the Rays and the Phoenix, so I don't know how much Brazilian is left in them at this point. But I'm loving whatever it is coming out of them right now. They've got to innovate. They've got to keep opponents on their toes. And I'll tell you who's on their tippy toes, jumping back towards the site. It was Soulcast. But as they get that pressure on C Long, they want to go through Garage. That's where Sudacast just gets slapped. And now the A site's where they're looking to take it.
Through the legs of the turret. It doesn't get much unluckier than that, but now we're going to see the push, the dash, straight in towards the back of the site. It is that 1v1 that ends in Link's favor, but the trades not going too badly. The problem now, though, is the time. 12 seconds to try and get that plant in, and the second it begins, we're going to see the push start going back in towards the site. Already Cryptic shutting down one. It's left onto Sassy. He needs to find all 3. And Yampy, well, it's not quite the 4K of the last pistol round, but you know what? I think 3 will do this time.
Whew. We got back-to-back Yoru picks. I think that's a first. For EU it is for sure. have to take a little dive into how that one's gone down. But you know what, Tom? One thing I want to quickly talk about is the last point of kind of Yoru being unique for these guys that we really hit on, I think.
You love it, don't you? You've never got to do it before.
Literally never. Like, all the games I was working on, never a Yoru, because we got like, it happened twice in EU, I think, since he's been released.
Both on this map.
Both on this map, but that's exactly it, right? If you're going to do it on Ascent, I expect you to do it on Haven. I don't know what benefits on Ascent you see you don't also see here on Haven, and to a more concentrated extent. So it's not immensely surprising, but considering how it went down last time, I mean, look, your Jet in here as well, it's mixing me up. It's making me excited for what Vikings have planned. And what's also making me excited, Tom, is the fact that they got some big boy weapons in their hands. This isn't an eco. This isn't Vikings rolling over and saying, all right, take the 2-0, Liquid. They are here to fight for round number 2.
I like it. Keep them on their toes. They're already going to clear out the majority of that extra utility. Now, we know the way that Draken was playing it was to try and get those sneaky rotations into the back of the A site. They even tried to combine it with the divides coming out from Astra as well to sneak their way into the back of sites. Well, they've destroyed it. So there's not going to be any gate crashing into the back of the site. Instead, they're just going to have to walk in like a normal person.
Clearly you don't know Vikings. Let's see how their interpretation is. Oh, look at that, the barrel. I don't think it was spotted on our screen. It seems so obvious, but on theirs, not so much. FRZ able to drop one, but immediately after, bodies start hitting the floor for Vikings. They answer back, they get the sight and a plant, but look at the HP. Less than half, no armor as well on any of these players for Vikings. The drop out of heaven from Scream could be huge. The flash is there. The drop right after. There's the first. But Solkas falls. Scream in with more. He knows that Suitcast is towards short. Exactly where is unknown. He clears out now. Focus, hyper focused on this position. He could be tucked in the close left corner, but down on the short itself, the step is heard. But Suitcast actually wins that. It was 50 HP, but he walks out with the victory. 1-1. Vikings force buy goes their way.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like, once Scream got the other couple of kills, I thought it was in the bag. Like, he had the HP advantage, seemed to have a very good idea of where his opponent was going to be. But Sudekas again, like, the one thing I will take from the last map that I think definitely was working from them was the addition of Astra. I think it's just an agent at the moment that you really can't afford not to be playing at all. Liquid are one of the only teams that I think really don't bring that agent in whatsoever. And a lot of the teams that we've seen with some real strength, with some backbone to their roster, like V1, for example, have really been playing this agent a lot. So it's a way in, for sure. Now, on the other side of things, there is going to be some investment here. Scream, the headshot machine. Well, the headshot here will do.
I have to say, Tom, at this point, if you're Vikings, you're feeling pretty good about yourself bouncing back. You're starting to put that other map behind you, but you can't allow these pistols to come in and dominate you. This has to be a relatively clean one because they're still not set up great for the next buy round. And right now, it was looking to be before Scream came in with a quick shot to SATIC, putting it back into a 4v4. 50 seconds on the clock. Spike to be planted, and a retake with these kind of weapons is never going to be ideal. But it's all about damage here. Getting 2 to 3 kills is the objective for Liquid, and it's still very much plausible.
Yeah, the only issue I have is that the weaponry they currently have is just not going to give them any angles to get back into the site. You don't have anyone who can just jump around the corner with an SMG or maybe a Judge, as we've seen many a time. Scream still making it costly, and more importantly for him, this has now earned him his res. One of the most powerful ultimates we have in this game, dropping a lot of weaponry while he does it. Now, saving this into the next round, however, probably not going to be worth it. So I imagine just not trying to give that over to his opponent. May even want to just die to the spike.
Yeah, that's it. You see him there. He looks for a weapon so he can escape away, but then realizes the best I've got is the Spectre. It's not worth it. Into the spike you go. And the logic of this, for anyone at home, because I think this is the first time we're seeing this in the series we've cast on, but obviously it's happened in the other games, is that if you survive the round, you don't get as much money. You're 1k down, and when you're saving a Spectre, that's not really worth it. You would much rather have your Vandal. coming into the next round. The 2-1, we come into this. Vikings, again, I said they're not very well set up for this first buy round, but now they've had to invest a lot because they lost so many weapons to Scream. And so they've got a pretty decent full buy, but investing a lot of their economy into it.
Who's next?
Now they do already have the dimensional drift. So good for information, so good for making battles very, very awkward, but he's gonna have to come out of it fairly soon, and actually just sticks it and TPs right back out of the site. The problem is that distraction didn't exactly go fantastically well. It's ended with a 2-for-2 trade, the re-entry coming out from Sassy, giving them that man advantage. By the looks of it, Yumpy already set up to try and get that retake started.
Oh yeah, he is. There goes the lockdown. And they actually delayed the plant a little bit. It looks like they're going to completely avoid it now because the time is so low. They're running back. They're starting to move. And maybe not even looking for the seaside anymore. A sneaky little orb taken by Sassy, realizing he had just about enough time. And that delay, as the players wait to push in when the ult pops, grants Vikings a free A site. That's such a smart rotate.
It's going to set them up with an after plant on A. Normally, they'd happily leave Link behind, but hey, if you completely surrender the C site, you don't really expect your opponent just to leave and go plant on the other side of the map. A mid-round call coming out from the Vikings, but it is still going to be a retake advantage. I'm just looking at that gate crash, though. Does GTN decide to use it and get in behind?
No, it's gone. It's been heard on the way through. There's the flash pop to allow a little bit of aggression, but they don't get the kill that they want off this Liquid. Still with the man advantage, happy to just trade out one after another. That's not quite a trade there, Link, but he drops down feeling the confidence and catches the headshot, allowing the defuse to come on through. That will be 2-2. Liquid tying it up here. Not letting it run too far away for Vikings. And we said the Vikings invested a lot. I think they still have cash to invest into this if they want to. They could probably go for a buy, but that one definitely hurts.
I really like the idea, though, with the dimensional drift and the gate crash combination. Like, basically just using him purely as a distraction. Like, blocking any of his opponents from actually shooting at teammates and then having them peek in to actually try and get the trades. The problem is they lose some of the other jewels, and that just makes things a little bit more awkward for them. And also, because so many players died to Scream, he had the res, and that gave them that 4v3.
Oh, the recon in actually is blocked by a beam up above, allowing Solkus to get himself one kill right off the bat. That's a small oversight in the lineup that leaves, well, an opening duel towards Liquid at very, very low cost, with it being the judge. Not how you want the round to start out.
Now, Sadaki, I think the reason we see him actually switch up the agent here is because they love to try and use those cypher cams more for information play, like just to try and get them in. As you can see here, trying to spar anybody within the pit. Aggression from Scream actually doesn't go his way. Now, considering the weaponry that's involved for Vikings in this round, a free rifle, they'll take that all day long.
Oh, the ulti to delay right after. Oh, that's so good. So they don't have positions. Now they're able to push out. You're going to see Cryptix on the site. Link able to grab himself one. Cryptix barely makes it away. He was tagged up by that drone. Made it around the corner before they could do a lot of damage. The rotates, they love it, man. They love their fakes, but this time Team Liquid are wise to it. With Solkus having a judge, he's not as willing to give up this position, and the spike is going alone through Garage. Why is the spike going alone through Garage? Well, okay, they've thrown that round away very, very quickly. Any hope they had, and they actually would have had the C site, just boom, it's gone.
Yeah, this is starting to get painful because this has happened a few times now. We saw it again on Ascent where they actually rotate into Yumpy, where he's just waiting for them to go for these plays. As said, it feels like Liquid have done their research on these sort of late round 30, 40-second rotations that come in from Vikings. And the way that Vikings were running through there, it was almost as if like, well, there's a 0% chance anybody could have just stayed behind. And considering they've already been caught by that in the previous map, that's a little bit disappointing.
I'm always perplexed when these things happen. Maybe it's See, when there's players alive as well, I can't say like you didn't notice you had the spike because someone's calling that, right? But at the same time, I'm never gonna like, because your teammates are gonna go, oh, dude, you got the spike. Maybe they felt like the time was such a heavy pressure that they just wanted to get straight there. It's a little bit of a quicker rotation.
Okay.
Sassy's managed to pick Solkas off. That's actually huge because that splits off the C site completely. You have one player who's pretty much committed to holding B at the moment, and look at the rotation they make afterwards. Cryptix leaves the C site, comes over to support B. There is now a huge gap in this Liquid defense, but Vikings don't know that, and it's hard to get that information for free.
Well, after what has been somewhat of an abandonment of the C site quite regularly for Liquid, we saw them have the garage control in the last round. It seems like Vikings are going to take that gamble. There will be no one here, so if Liquid are going to want to play for this, they'll have to go for a full retake on the site. And bear in mind, this time there's no ultimates. They don't have the orbital strike to clear some of the angles. They don't have the Seekers. Well, the player who has Seekers isn't even alive, so they definitely don't have that. And there's no res to give them an even keel in this round, so going to almost take a mistake, I feel, from Vikings to give them a chance back into this one.
Yeah, I'm with you there. This is Vikings round on lockdown. There's another kill to pretty much secure it. At this point, I think Liquid are probably starting to think about exiting and bringing these weapons through to the next round. And you can see the very quick body language moving towards the B site. They're out. They don't want to compete for this anymore. Sassy hears it, though. That information fed to his teammates very, very quickly. If you listen to how quickly the spike is ticking, I think they've got time to wrap into this site and do some damage. Certainly Sassy does. He wasn't expected to be that close, but thanks to the Phantom, even jumping up on the box didn't cost Yampy his life. That did, though. Not quite looking the right way. Gotta look both ways when you cross.
Yeah, Vikings punishing. At least dropping one gun. We'll see if there's actually enough finances for Liquid to still get a purchase into this round. They've done reasonably well with some of the rounds to at least earn a few extra little pieces of cash here and there. For now, though, a very even game. And the thing is, although there's been a slip-up here and there from Vikings, they just seem so good at getting themselves right back onto the horse. And I definitely think there's going to be a battle of sort of like, well, I want to say the in-game leaders here, because Sadiki, again, in this round, the read was nigh on perfect. Get the opening pick, rotate back over to that C site, and because it's been negated now a few times by Liquid, absolutely no one there.
This is where the larger game starts to take a role. We're into another buy round. Solka's still on that weak weapon, right? He's got the judge in hand. Are they going to expect it? Yes, but they run right into it still. The spacing not there for the trade. Another caught off guard towards A long. This is a disaster. Vikings putting their economy on the line to try and take the lead out of Liquid's hands. And yet the Horsies are taking the lead by the looks of it. If this round keeps playing out. Link tucked up close. This could be more than one even. He catches Sudikas. He didn't even know he was there. In an attempt to pursue Sadik, he finishes off beautifully with a headshot. That's a disaster for Vikings. A round where they only really take one aim duel, it feels like, and that's this for FRZ, which is quickly quenched. Oh my god. There's almost no worse round to lose.
My Phantom does not work like that. It just one tap headshot him through the wall. Like, what is it? The worst thing is as well is his teammate takes the bullet for him first, and they're like, okay, he sacrificed himself for the in-game leader, and then this happens. That's just disgusting round. But yeah, the only quarrel I have with you about that round is the fact that you called the judge a weak weapon, whereas I don't know how you kill him in that corner with that gun. You basically have to spam him through the door before you get there.
Cheaper weapon is what I should have said.
Cheaper, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, technically, it is a lower tier of weapon than the Phantom and Vandal. In reality, it's maybe a higher tier of weapon. For the cost as well, like, you can keep your economy so healthy by having one guy playing that. It means even if he dies, next round he can probably drop you as well as playing that judge, depending on how deep into the game you are. 4-3, opening shot not going to be connected. Yampy, this is something that blew my mind when it came to EMEA into Challengers, when Yampy started playing the Killjoy. But you'll notice, he still plays it like it's a jet. He'll go for a lot of duels, at least in the EMEA Challengers he was, where he's like going down mid and looking for those fights. I've seen here in Masters a little bit more respect there, a little bit of slower play from him. Looks like they've started to teach him discipline on top of that raw skill he's got.
Interesting. This was looking like more of a retake setup, but Soulcast wanting to try and get back into the site. He's got the pop flashes.
Oh,
the orbital strike combined with it as well. They don't stand a chance. That is beautiful from Liquid. The flash couldn't have been better from Soulcast. This is the agent we want to see him playing. But the timing of that strike, no chance for Vikings. 2 players left, 25 seconds. Spike down, Mitch. How do you get out of this one?
You don't get out of this one, Tom. This is done and dusted. Surely a 5 versus 2. If you had 2 judges, you're good. But no, oh man, 15 seconds. It's all about how much damage they can do, really, yeah, and possibly saving the weapon, but no, not even in question. A flawless round coming out from Team Liquid, and their economy now put in a prime position by the Prime Gaming flawless round. I'm blown away, really, by those last 2 rounds. Like, those are the ones that just drain you. Look at the flash that came in. They don't even know that they're in the ultimate, plus they're slow.
I love it. Like, these are the sort of things you get from Liquid, where you know that this is something that they've been sat there with that big screen, they've been sat back in the chairs, and Slicky's been going, right, so you do this, and then you put this down, and then this combined, and then they all die. And everybody's just nodding along and smiling and going, yes, we will do this now. And, like, there's nothing the Vikings players could do there. Like, every piece of utility used in that round by Liquid was on point. I'm sure the desk is already sat there going, like, we're going to break that round down. Because it's just the perfect round from Liquid.
I'm with you, Tom, 100%. This round here, well, it's probably not going to be a perfect round from Vikings, considering what they're dealing with, and that is just nasty, man. Put out the Trailblazer, bite him, give him a little bit of a stun, then swing in for the kill. And it's like the fact that you coordinate that with Scream as well, right? Because Soulcast is the one using the utility. It's almost like an extra flash in a way when it's jumping in their face and stunning them like that. Liquid looking to just double down on that economic advantage that they already have. And for Vikings, I do like that they're taking this round super slow. Obviously, the fights that they've taken didn't really work out for them. The one in window and then in towards the garage. But too many teams just throw these rounds away, right? When you're on those weaker weapons, you know? They'll just barrel in for faster strategy, and it can work, but Vikings are showing that extra depth from what we saw on the previous map of slowing it down to look for those picks, as unsuccessful as it is.
Well, they now got 15 seconds, so unless they're planning on winning this one in a very short amount of time, unfortunately, the only thing they can really hope to do is die, because you don't want to just have some poorer weaponry saved. They actually managed to turn this into a doable position, though. Spike going to be planted, a 2 versus 3. They've retrieved a Phantom as well. And the operator from Yampi needs to connect. And well, before I can even finish the sentence, he's landed the shot. It's left on to Sassy. He needs to put that board power to use as he looks to rotate in from behind. Neither player realizing he's there, although Link has turned around. And the read again. It may not necessarily have been the clutch against him this time, but he always seems to just have the perfect placement for those sort of moments.
Yeah, considering we ended up in, what, a 1 versus 2, which, okay, the time wasn't very low, but with a good flank, the timing almost came through to win out the round, you have to say that there's a pretty damn good recovery, because we were calling for it, yeah, maybe if they get, like, a kill or 2, that'll be good from this position, like, they're out of time. If they just die, that's their objective, and instead they get 3 kills and a spike plant. You'll take that one to the bank. 6-3 nonetheless, though. Now it's the buy round. Now it's again time for Vikings to show up because their credits are on the line. They've got nothing to play with after this round, whereas Liquid, they are rolling in credits.
Oh, this is fast. They're doing the same again. This is the dimensional drift straight in. It's going to almost be that distraction play. Now, he could just opt to try and stick this one and almost fight him, and that's exactly what he does! Cryptix is expecting the TP away, and instead GTN goes, you know what, I'm just gonna fight you. Now, they've lost a player on the rotation, but they have got the site now, Mitch.
Even sprayed down his own teammate as well. Wants the extra damage. But yeah, that's a very good entry. And the ulti, well, it's not gone well afterwards, has it? TPing back, trying to get the flank, and sometimes you can look for too much impact in a round. That's what we just saw happen there. Satic not going to be blinded. The timing is good on that swing as he catches Solkis off guard. Another trade in for Vikings to put them back into the 2v2. Time is on their side, but the man advantages are no more. And Sassy has been spotted down towards long. The Hunter's Fury activated, but they're still going to get it halfway. There it is, firing in for a little bit more, but he needs the kill, and it's being watched. Oh, but he got it, and the time is too low. He's actually won the round.
What? It's gonna count as a Red Bull clutch. I feel like the spike might have done the majority of the work there, but Vikings get it over the line. You sort of talked about the economy, though, and I feel like that might have to come through at the end.
How? He hit that shot so quickly. I felt like the millisecond he peeked, he died. I hope we have that slow-mo from his perspective. See, exactly the same. You're like, oh, we got what? Wow.
Oh. Yeah, the problem now, though, as said, economy on the brink for Vikings. They might be looking at another 8-4 half if they don't manage to win this round. And we have to put this into context now, Mitch. They lose this map, they are out of the tournament. They are the last hope for their region within this tournament as well. You could put the whole of South America in that bracket after Crew fell. On the other hand, we've seen FNATIC already make it through for the EMEA region. The Vikings are looking to try and cling on already. Looking at that deep hold into middle. A bit of a challenge potentially coming in at a moment with Scream still waiting around that angle. And they're now going to go hunting for info.
Oh, they'll get a little bit, but there is a second player here to support Link, getting his time to shine on this B-side defense, and he's been spotted and taken down real quick, but that's the spike. Luckily, the trade is there immediately. Vikings realizing that they've left the president back there and they've got to go protect him. Now, left out, locked out of this B-site, Team Liquid try to go back in and find some space, but FRZ backside just too strong, leaving Yampy alone. He has a lockdown, but unlikely to use it. Even going to the Sheriff in case he gets double peeked on. This is going to be a tough one to get into because there's two players. We've seen him do this with the no-scopes before, but the trade is immediately there from Sassy. 6-5. Vikings are keeping this half real close. They might just be able to equalize coming into the last round of the half.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Like winning the bonus round or winning the force buy round, I guess, in the second of the half, and then converting the next. And then some very close rounds has made this one down to a 6-5. It doesn't necessarily feel that way, but I don't think Vikings are going to care. If they can even this one up as a half, especially when you consider that a lot of the time with Liquid, this sort of comp allows them to delay a hell of a lot on the defense. It's not really meant for the attack in a lot of ways. Like you see Yumpy having to do an awful lot with opening picks, just like we've seen in this round.
Oh, up and over we go. FRZ looking to style on them. Yampy's the one to pick up the kill, though. Normally the Jet on the other side of it, but he's making it work. An operator coming in to clear out Garage and hoping he finds another victim. All three players outside of it right now. But the B side is going to be where Vikings look to take it. They've already suffered heavy casualties in this final round. It's time to throw themselves at it. Everything they've got. There's a res, lockdown, orbital strike. So much to work with, and Scream only gets the one from that. It looked like so much more. FRZ shut down to close this out. 7-5. Team Liquid take the lead to close things out, and they didn't even need to use any of their ultis to make that happen.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it could have been more, especially the way that some of the rounds went, but some decent reads from Vikings, the rotations into the C site a couple of times, and some millisecond clutches. Gonna give them 5, and going into the defensive half, it's not bad for them. My only worry is that they are a team that likes to be that little bit more aggressive. They like to try and take map control. You see some of the players normally sat on the Rays and the Phoenix, for example, looking to try and really pressure all the sort of, well, I guess the sides of the map, like taking C-Long, battling for A-Long as well. The extremities, that's the word I was looking for. But for now, that's almost what Liquid want. Like, they are a team that has this normally fairly defensive operator waiting for players to peek. And even just a pistol round for Liquid could be enough. to lead them towards closing this series and continuing in that lower bracket.
Oh, great info on the jump from the Wolf in the end. It spots out both players in towards the back, but the duels just don't seem to be going Liquid's way until Solka somehow sneaks up beside them. Cryptics with the trade to put it all onto Suitcas. Pushed out by that snake bite. He was just on the edge of the smoke. He thought that was his timing to move, but no. 8-5 we go. And Liquid, they just seem to be untouchable when it comes to pistol rounds, Tom. They're doing so well.
Yeah, they don't seem that they are that way. They haven't lost a pistol so far in this series. They did lose the second round, though. The only issue I have with that is I don't think they're going to force on the defensive side. It's nowhere near as common as what we see on the attack, especially without a plant.
They've lost 2 pistols in Masters so far. I just went and checked. 2 pistol rounds out of close to 10. I think
why'd you do that to yourself?
I wasn't sure how many maps there were, but like that's pretty insane. The impact that pistol rounds have when it's MR12 is massive. Like, we talk about it in CS as being an important thing, but MR12, it's even more. Although I do feel like in Valorant, you kind of get on your feet in the 3rd round, whereas sometimes in CS, it's like round 4, kind of you can get like a 3-0 lead. So it's not as inflated there, let's say. But we've seen it many times with the ultimates. There's so many different factors in Valorant. I just think that those pistols are invaluable, and Liquid connecting so many of them, such a high percentage, like 80% or so, is crazy. Now, it's about the second round. And where we saw Vikings force by round number 2 of the previous half, they're not going to do it here on the defense. Instead, playing with Sheriffs, playing with a Shorty and a Classic, see what they can make happen in terms of damage, and look to come into the next round and take that W at 9-5.
Liquid taking this slow. Now, it does give extra time for information to be found for Vikings, but they're actually playing this as a relatively standard round, and unfortunately, it seems like they've got the wrong read. 3 players now stacking up outside Garage, pushing even further into C. It leaves a lot of the pressure onto FRZ here to try and do something, and instead it's left Liquid with a perfectly clear sight. Now, normally I might have some sort of belief that there might be a chance in this retake, but with all the afterplant utility that's there for Liquid and how weak all the weaponry that is currently available for Vikings, it's probably not going to happen.
We'll see. We'll see. You know, you never know with the Sheriffs in play. I want to believe. I want to believe in at least a couple of kills, and that's the benchmark for Vikings right now. Sadly, not working on the flank. Sadly, not working on the front play, but they can still slow it down because they've got exits covered, right? They're happy to die to the spike in the end. It makes no difference to them, right? Yeah, one ult torp here or there, but your opponents get them as well. Sassy falls, and there it is. GTN, as I said, he had that exit covered. He pushed up behind. Now he's gotten himself a frag, he's gotten himself a Spectre, and 3 players from Team Liquid died. Now, GTN meant to die to the Spectre in the end, but those 3 guys from Liquid, they did not want to fall. They wanted to keep their weapons. That means 1 player survives.
Yeah, that definitely was not part of the plan for anybody wondering, but it's similarly to what we saw in the last half, though. Like, all this really means is now Liquid are not going to have that extra bonus cash that they would do if they were to win this round. And if they're to lose this round, they won't have a repurchase. However, they are still going to buy into this round now with some extra rifles available to them. So it almost makes this one slightly tougher for Vikings to win, but the reward if they do win it is that much more.
Oh, exactly. It's all about connecting those dominoes, right? You got to look at the bigger picture when you're making that comeback. If you're Team Vikings right now, this is invaluable. The amount of damage they did in the previous round. Let's see how it plays out for them here. The problem, I think something they're going to feel, not being on that attacking side. They don't control the pace here. They don't get to decide how this map plays out. I'm curious to see their Yoru, how they're going to use it coming into these buy rounds. Currently just seems to be a placeholder. But obviously those flashes can be very strong if you're playing into retakes, if you're playing through some of these walls. I want to see it. And obviously, and rotates as well. I mean, this map is one of the hardest ones to rotate on. Look at the amount of space there is. And there you go. TP is going to be put down and spawn.
Leaving the turret behind, looking like a full execution on B, but it's not. It is a fake. It's a ruse. It's trying to pull players over. And they're now going to know there's only one player currently within this C site. Right at the back of it, SATIC just trying his best to survive. Yumpy, he's got a perfect lurk position as well. Already cutting off one of the rotations. SATIC, though, he's doing a damn good job. Somehow he's still surviving at the back of the site, and his teammate even comes in to help. But the trades come in thick and fast, leaving it into a 2v2. Spike will be planted, but there is still a chance for the Vikings.
Oh, there absolutely is. They could be sailing through with a victory right here. That snakebite going to slow down the plans, though. Bit of a wrench in the works. As Team Liquid, both players on the site. Orb goes up. Oh, man. I mean, this is a worst-case scenario, really. All that Viper utility there holding you back. They're going to put the TP through. That will have been heard by Cryptics, though. They'll be ready for it. A flash you would expect to come on in, but they don't have one to play with. They've got to just go in for the peaks on this, and Cryptics takes them out. That is nasty. And I guess GTM probably put that down to bait out a player into shooting it, right? And get the information on where they were. When no one shoots it, he thinks, hey, maybe we can just like walk on through. And instead, they're walking to the death.
Yeah, really well played in the end by Liquid. I think the fake initially, it didn't really do too much. In fact, I think it actually pulled more players from A into B. But it was more just the fact that SATIC did end up alone. And he did a pretty good job, to be fair. He stayed alive a lot longer than I expected him to.
It did pull a player towards the B site, sure, but it also got Yoru to take his teleport into spawn and rotate to A side of B. That was where they wanted to mount the retake from. So it ended up actually stopping him from being able to, because he was playing outside garage, to be able to support the C side instantly. That could have been Jet and Yoru there to actually stop them, and maybe things would have went their way. So I think the fake was actually pretty huge for them right there. This round is irrelevant, in case people are wondering, you know, oh, but they just got kills. We're not talking about it. They got pistols. Again, we've set these expectations time and time again, but when you're this deep into the half, tier 3 kills, it's going to do nothing for you. Oh, no!
Oh, how could you?
That's just rude, man. That's just so rude.
How dare you, Yumpy? We were having a nice, clean game, and you've decided to do that. And for anybody wondering, there is literally no benefit to knifing people other than BM. That's it. That's all we get. Just a little bit of spice thrown in by the Finn. And well, I'm sure the team are at least having a little bit of a giggle about that one. The thing is, though, well, we're getting a tactical pause from Vikings. I'm not surprised. They are 2 rounds away from elimination. As said, being the only remaining team from South America.
Show it again,
this
really?
was for the Prime Gaming Flawless as well, so we get a slow motion replay, as if it wasn't bad enough. I can tell you now, the Prius has a big smile on his face while he replays it. I can tell you,
of course
he enjoyed that.
He was the one, as soon as that happened, Prius was like, can we get a replay? Let's go 0.1 speed, okay? 0.1 speed, yeah, on the knife, yeah.
We all know Sapphire's the nice one. We all know that.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not Prius, I'll tell you that. But no, 11-5, what a way to get there, man. I mean, we're saying the round is irrelevant, but I feel like when you pull out that knife, it takes on some meaning. It's like, because as you said, Tom, there's no benefit to going for that. If that guy 180s on you, and I mean, look, of all the people to go for that kind of play, Liquid, after the game we saw from them, after Solkas, you know?
Hey, I've heard a rumor that Solkas was having a lot of spikes in that game, and that's why.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure, yeah. Oh, ping spikes on LAN, I know what you mean, bro.
His ping was like 5,000.
They gave him like
LAN ping.
They gave him like a 1,000-meter Ethernet cable, so he's just like one millisecond off. Couldn't hit it. No, but that was hilarious the other day. For those of you that didn't see it, Solkas got 180'd on when he was basically like massaging the back of the player that he was trying to flank on. So I'm kind of surprised seeing him go for that.
He wasn't going for a knife.
He wasn't. In all fairness, it was the most unlucky thing I've ever seen.
He deserved to be shot at 180, but you know, that's how the world works. Some people deserve to be punished, and it's never the ones who get it.
Yep. Solkas got hit by Yampy's karma, and vice versa. But 11-5 we go. We had a little bit of a tactical timeout, and I think Vikings are going to be the ones that are gaining the most value from that, let's say. Obviously, both teams and the ability to chill out and recover from what was an exciting scenario. But now the most important part begins. Vikings have to mount a huge comeback. They are down by a map and losing this one even just 2 rounds, and they will be out of Masters, losing their spot here in the international event and of their region, leaving it just down to North America, Korea, and Europe, or EMEA. Oh, that Hunter's Fury. Beautiful stuff from Sassy. Good tags coming through. But look at Solkis. He's taking the... Oh, no! That's not a shot you want to be missing.
No, not in this round. Not in this one. This is crunch time for Vikings. Still looking to put the pressure in. The Nebula formed to try and deny them the space. There's only 30 seconds left. Sudicast, he's normally been superb in these sort of scenarios, but he's actually going to get forced off the angle. He does have a little bit of support, but in fact, the peak comes back out. It's traded by GTM, but they need to clear some of these players before they can go for the plant. Sassy might be able to sneak around this as well, and a chance to double up for Sassy. But again, the trades come back thick and fast, and Yumpy from behind. He's going to leave 10 seconds on the clock for the spike to go down, and Cryptics will shut things out. 12-5, map and series point, and Vikings' last chance.
Last chance to hold on to this, Tom. I mean, if you're Vikings right now, you're pulling out a new comp. It's not even the downfall. And I love the fact, small point, we got Yoru here. We mentioned, you know, it didn't quite go according to plan on the other map, and yet here he's having a better performance. I think people will be a lot less critical of the Yoru on Haven than they were on Ascent, but it's also being played in a very different manner. That's one of the most important things when kind of judging this. But at 12-5, yeah, Vikings' time to show up is here and now, which is why they're force buying into this. As Sheriff, alongside a Spectre, and FRZ still going for the peak. He previously failed it with the Operator, and now Sheriff ain't doing too much for him.
Unfortunately, popped his Blade Storm in the last round, so doesn't even have that to comfort him for this round. And they are doing quite a good job of holding things. The initial slow that came out has held them back. The gravity well, and more importantly, Sadaki's getting a lot of ground, so they should know that he's actually still here. Got himself a Guardian. It's not the gun I would want to have on a flank. Normally only good for 1 kill, unless you've got some magical powers. But they're still looking to just pressure here and actually denying the Nano Swarm.
They're in a lot of trouble right now. Liquid are about to use their Nano Swarm, and probably, not for a fake actually, they're going to commit to it. You've already used your Hunter's Fury, so you don't have that for this round. There's no way you can really counter this other than getting in there, and instead, they're going to get out of there, pulling back and moving out of the site. There's the flank coming through for 1 kill. It's Cryptics that falls. That's a big blow to Team Liquid's post-plan setup, but they're still able to win these duels. Scream gets a flash pop for him and swings into Sassy, but Sassy full blind, still gonna kill, keeping a small thread of hope for Vikings to hold on to. Yampy out towards short. They try to bait a peek in, but they need to go for this plant now. It has to be stuck, and Scream is going to get safe to make that happen. The spams are off by an inch, and that is a sad situation for Vikings as Scream closes it with a beautiful 4K, 13-5. Vikings will be going out of Masters as Team Liquid move on in the bracket. What a great showing from them. 2-0, taking down what is widely considered to be the strongest team in Brazil right now. They've earned their spot in round 4 up against FNATIC.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the end of the dark horse that was Team Vikings. Came into this tournament with, well, I guess quite a lot of pressure from their region. They were the one team that people actually thought could really go all the way, and unfortunately, it just hasn't gone their way this time. Of course, meeting up against Liquid, another one of the favorites down in that lower bracket. And you know what, this is the Liquid we wanted to see. I don't think there's a member of this roster that didn't perform throughout this series. I think it's almost fitting that the game ends with a Scream 4K, because, well, we know exactly what this man can do, and I'm excited for them going forward into the bracket. This was much better from them.
Yeah, it absolutely was. There's the fist bumps to end it off and close out Vikings' story here in Masters. It has been a good journey for them and a good show on the international stage. The victory that they had over X10 and a close series with Sentinels, one that I really wanted to see more from them in, but Sentinels have just been too strong. Then they fall down here and obviously lose up against Liquid. I think the regions have sort of formed in a similar way to what we expect, right? You've got top team in NA, you've got 2 from EMEA, and you've got Korea now left in the tournament to fight for those spots. But of course, with Liquid moving forward, it means that it's going to be one of the EU teams that eliminates the other one.
Don't make me choose. Come on, that's not fair. Can we switch things up? Is it too late to change around the bracket? Like, I don't like.
Let me call NUTURN.
Like this.
Be like, hey, guys,
Luckily,
do you mind jumping down?
Yeah.
Lower bracket?
Do you mind?
Sentinels, are you confident enough? You just drop down there? Come on, someone spare us this fate.
well, the thing is as well is that like, luckily, that's not going to happen today. So for EU, this has been a solid day. Like this has been one of those days where both teams have got the victory. They even eliminated one of the NA teams along the way, which is wonderful. But the fact is, we now kind of look at that upper bracket matchup, and I know it's not really our job to talk about it, Mitch, but I'm really excited to see how that one goes.
Yeah, me too. I think realistically, when you look at what Vikings have been able to achieve now, that is top 5, right, in this event. So they're, top 5/6 with version 1. That's a pretty big accolade. You know, they're matching up with the second best in the NA region from challengers. So I think they'll be pretty happy, even though they've gone out a little earlier than they would have liked. I think this is a team that with a little bit more time can definitely be someone that competes on the international stage. As they said themselves, they kind of looked at the way EU plays and thought, should we start doing this when they were scrimming? But they just didn't have time. 4 days isn't enough to reinvent yourself, but they still came through with a surprise pick, swapping out their Phoenix and Rays for a Jet and a Yoru. And that's certainly something we'll remember coming into the next international tournaments. But it's back to the drawing board for Vikings, and it's back to the analyst desk for us here at Masters. We'll see you real soon with the AD.
Just swimming underwater. Swim, just swimming underwater. Swim, just swimming underwater. Swim, just swimming underwater. I'm feeling like it's gone too far, and we don't wanna watch you fall. We've gotta get away from here. We've gotta get away
move forward through the lower bracket alongside their European counterparts in FNATIC, which will set up an epic confrontation for those two teams. But for now, let's recap what we just saw with our Prime Gaming map highlights. And Doug, I mean, look, buddy, this has to, again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, a little deja vu. It starts at the agent select. Vikings went Yoru again.
Yeah, they did. And there's a whole lot to talk about here. I think even before we get to the Yoru point, Vikings just kind of felt behind, right? Like, we've talked so much about Sliggy and the impact that he has on this team and the progress that they've made through his mastermind. We're going to call out a specific play later that just everybody's mind in the desk were like, no freaking way they did that. But you're right. The Yoru pick just felt a little underwhelming.
Yeah, it did. I have to agree. But, you know, I'm going to say that I liked the Yoru pick coming out once again, especially because this map was Haven, right? If we think about Yoru's kit, the footsteps, it will activate the Killjoy alarm bot, and that B site, because it's so close to the barriers, you can just hop right in, fake a plant, TP out. So there's a lot of different gimmicks that you can actually be able to utilize with this Yoru kit. Unfortunately, once again, though, I think the Vikings, they just needed a little bit more time to actually see it come into fruition here.
Yeah, and
I'm going to be completely honest.
Look at that disrespect. My goodness gracious. Go on, Vel.
Yeah. I'm going to be completely honest. Yoru wasn't a terrible pick. They had things that actually did work for them. Yoru, with that ult, was able to clear out sight more than a few times, actually. But the thing is, when it came to site executes, you know, Potter and I was talking about it. If you're going to push in with Yoru or Jet, why not do it with both? You're a Brazilian team, man. Use that aggression in your favor and make sure you get those wins. So I think with a little bit more practice, Vikings, they're going to have that in the bag.
Look, they're just one other thing, Potter. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think you're absolutely right. Like, but if you're not doing those things, then it doesn't matter, right? Like, if you're not leaning into the gimmicky things that Yoru can do, yeah, conceptually, you can think about how it's a dope pick. If there's no execution there, the value's lost. So I agree with everything you're saying.
Yeah.
But if Vikings ain't leaning into it, then, like, dog, what's the point?
You know, if
For regions, meta's different.
If there's one thing I've learned in my time in professional wrestling, you got to lean into the gimmicks, baby. You know, you just got to do it. But you know, speaking of gimmicks, by the way, Tom Biz with the analyst gimmick called us out, so we are going to do it. All right, Tom, we're talking about the Brimstone ult that happened in round 8. Veli, take it away.
Take a look at this. The moment Astra's abilities started to get activated, Team Liquid. Take a look at Link right there. Link is going to be sitting tight in A heaven. You're going to watch the whole setup and a rotation come through. So after a long default, they waited for the ice wall to go down and they said, okay, A is going to be our push. The moment Link saw that right there, take a look at Sky setting up along with Scream. Scream was going to get into a position to ice orb the default spot. But then that guided light along with the ice orb and the Molly pre-place. And then one more thing, you add Brimstone's ult on top of it. That was overkill to the extreme. There were two abilities that was damaging their health and they had nowhere to go. They had nowhere to run and that was pretty much it. It turned out to have, what, 2 players left after that? Brimstone belongs in the meta. I've been saying this forever. In A, they just, you know, they don't care about him at all.
Bring Boomer Stone back.
Him in more comp lineups.
Bring Boomer Stone back.
Yeah, and then just real quick, some love to the observers. I don't know who was directing the camera there, but that shot was beautiful.
Oh yeah, that was just some gorgeous stuff there. Everyone here at Masters Reykjavik working incredibly hard. But for more insight on that win, we have another person who's been working incredibly hard. He's all the way over there in yonder in Reykjavik, Iceland. It's our boy Dash. He's got a Verizon post-match interview with Yampy.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Joined by Yampy as they continue the run through the lower bracket. Yampy, huge performance out of not only yourself, but the team as a whole today over Vikings. And I actually want to start with a little bit about your expectations for this series, because when I spoke to Scream following your last match, he gave a lot of credit to the Vikings squad for their performances in scrims, saying they are a formidable opponent. So did this sort of dominance kind of go to expectations?
I don't think, not. I think they're still a super good team, and the scoreline went, pretty outside. But I think there was, we played really good today, together, and just had, a huge and very, clear game plan for us. So I think that was the most impactful thing for us today.
Well, while you were all popping off, I can't imagine that you expected the curveball of the first Yorus of the tournament coming out. Maybe you did. Maybe you guys are savants. But how did you react when you saw that agent locked in, and how did you plan around it?
To be fair, we were like very surprised when we saw the Euro there. It's one of my favorite agents. Hopefully I can play it soon also.
Okay.
But yeah, we just talked through like that their game plan is not gonna still change that much, and like we just talk like how we're gonna understrat the Euro things. We have like once played against Euro, I think, so we have not that much experience playing against him. But I think we just stick like our own game plan, even though there's Euro, which we didn't expect at all.
All right, real quick, you say Euro is one of your favorite agents, but he isn't played very much. What's holding him back right now?
I don't know actually. Maybe it's just not that, because I think we didn't even have time to like make me playing it, because I came. It's been now 3 months when I joined. We instantly have like whole qualifiers, so we didn't even have time to prepare it for me. But maybe we'll see it in Berlin, hopefully.
All right, in due time, in due time. We got to talk about Ascent. You have to tell me about this Judge Ace. Round 2 of all things, you do it to them. Were you expecting all 5 to come funneling around that corner and for you to pick them all off?
Yeah, of course not. I think we just had a game plan that I'm gonna play close range, and if we hear someone, Link, is gonna like flash me short because he was Omen there. So it was like a plan that if we hear someone, we're gonna flash. And I think they took the orb and yet smoked there, so I just called Travel to flash me, and then they were actually all there. So I was not quite expecting that, but I'll take it.
It was beautiful. It was the 5th ace of the tournament, but the first one that was fully on the Judge. From there, you also picked up 3 4Ks, just a stellar performance on Ascent to put up 24 kills. But I also want to talk about Haven. They brought the Yoru out again, but I'm actually more interested in your pick there, because you are primarily a Jet player. Across most maps, we see you thrown onto that Duelist. But Killjoy on Haven, what's the thought process in swapping away from a Duelist playstyle and onto a Sentinel?
I think it's of course it's a little bit different. Like I have 2 different playstyles when I play like different agents, but we have been playing that comp like now 1.5 months, so it's not like completely new for me. But yeah, it's just like an adaptation to the new role and just play a little bit different. So I think that's one of the keys.
Is there anything that's specific about Haven that makes Killjoy more valuable than Jet per se? Because other teams are still running Jet, so it seems interesting that you guys are like, nah, get it out of here, even though we have one of the best Jet players around.
I think it was just we were completely bad in Haven at some point. We played like me on Jet and Adel on Phoenix, so we just like tried like completely new at some point. Like we talked about everything, and I think we played like 20 pracs, and most like rounds people got was 7, so we just like stick to that. And yeah, it has been super fun at least.
It's
not against version 1 though, but overall.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. From here, you're moving on to play FNATIC. This is the EU versus EU battle, so you've got plenty of experience against this squad. And unfortunately, one of you is going to have to go home here. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, it's super exciting. It's going to be like I hope so, at least like a new rivalry in EU. It's always like good to have rivalries in sports. But yeah, I'm super excited. You know, they have been playing also like pretty great, even though they lost to Sentinels. And like, yeah, it's going to be super exciting. And we're going to do our homework, and I hope we're going to have a good match tomorrow.
Super excited for that battle. Well, again, I want to congratulate you on the 2-0 here and the way you guys have been warming up throughout the tournament. And thank you so much for taking the time to interview with me.
Thank you.
All right, from here, we're heading to a break, and then we close out the day with another big one. It's Sentinels versus NUTURN.
Our final match of the day is going to be set up to be a good old-fashioned slobber knocker, as Jim Ross says. The mighty Sentinels are looking to ride that upper bracket wave, while Korea's NUTURN are looking to take down another North American squad. Will NUTURN make it 2 in a row versus NA? Doug, your thoughts? I don't know, buddy. How you feeling?
Man, I love it, right? Like, we saw Korea looking really freaking good. Obviously, they've gotten to this point. There's a whole lot to like about them. I think they think about the game in a way that rivals a lot of other regions, and I'm looking at you, North America. But that said, there are a couple of things that need to be cleaned up, because the mistakes that they made, while minor and while version 1 was able to kind of lean into most of them, dude, you leave a flank open like that against Sentinels, and they're going to punch you in the mouth.
Yeah, and you know, Veli, let's be honest here. A player that will punch you in the mouth if you ain't careful is going to be Shazam. He's done it multiple times. Oh. He hits you around the corner. Shazam! You know, it's like, the man's like clockwork. It's incredible.
Yo, Golden Boy, yo, Shazam on land is an absolute beast. And not only that, but the fact that his jet.
Wait a minute. Shazam on land is the absolute man. Boom.
Shazam on land is the absolute man. He does it all. He IGLs. You see him with the knives. He gets in the mix. But it's the op play as well. We're so caught up talking about tens and sick and, tens on jet. Look at what Shazam is doing. 279.3. You got to add that ACS. I'm gonna let you know now, with Solo going against Shazam, and what we know that Solo has to offer, and I feel like there's still more to learn about this team. Hey, Golden Boy, I'm just like you, man. I'm part Puerto Rican, but this matchup is way too spicy for me.
Oh.
I think that Sentinels, if they continue to apply pressure, as long as Shazam feels comfortable, man, and they could pull out a big win right here.
Yeah, well, due to my old age, I can't have spice anymore. Pero más fuego. I totally agree with you on that. But Potter, though, the reality is, coming into this competition, everyone knew Sentinels were the team to beat. I don't think anyone was questioning that, given how good this team has been for as long as they have been.
Yeah, no, exactly. And, you could see it, right? You could see it on the stage. You could see it in the server. These guys are all vibing. They're gassing each other up, and they are beaming with confidence because of it. And it just goes to show exactly how far you can go with that sort of momentum. And so it's going to be really important for NUTURN to come out of the gates here swinging. I'm looking straight at Solo. You saw it there head-to-head. Shazam versus Solo, the in-game leader for NUTURN side of things. And he was top fragging, not once, not twice, but 3 different maps here for NUTURN side of things, so he's gonna have to be able to replicate a little bit more of that.
Yeah, well, I'm also hoping that Solo, if he comes out swinging, he also, he double checks his corners and stuff, because that's also going to be a very important thing to keep in mind. But also an important thing to keep in mind is that we want you guys to follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Valorant Esports for the latest news and highlights, the memes, all the good stuff. And also, you get to take place in our predictions, and you all have chosen 77% in favor of Sentinels. So, analysts, do we agree with the fans?
Stay smart.
Are the Sentinels going to walk away with this and make our way to the grand finals?
I got to go with Sentinels here as well. My heart is with, I think my heart is with NUTURN at the moment, but my brain is going with Sentinels here, Golden Boy.
The heart is with NUTURN, but the mind has taken over. Veli, you are so biased, so I already know what you're going to say. Team, could you just put the Sentinels up there and then just let Veli explain it? Because we already know what's happening. We already know.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be completely honest. When I look at NUTURN, the Koreans are like silent assassins. You don't know what to expect, and they change it up. All of the VOD that I watch for them, they've switched it up just about every map. Even with the pistol rounds, it's different. But you know what it is, Golden Boy? It is NA all day. We're going to pull up with the W, man. We're not EU. We're going to be the first region in the finals. You can quote me, all right?
I like how you brought up that insane shirt or whatever that was, and your camera just lost its mind. Doug, what about for you here? We don't have Achilleos to balance this out. Can you bring balance to the force here, my friend?
Come on, Doug.
See, so you know how Potter's on the heart and the mind, and my mind's telling me no, my body's telling me yes. Where do I go? This time, the heart and the mind, the body, it's all saying Sentinels, right? Sentinels top to bottom. And I will say this: this said, so let's play this out. Let's say Sentinels take care of business against NUTURN.
Yeah.
Who's left? Right? What's left? They took care of the best out of Korea. They took care of the best out of Europe. Who's left standing?
Yeah.
It's just
Is that shade on FNATIC too?
Well,
can't wait.
You know what? He's not here right now, but I just saw him pop up in our analyst chat. Paperthin says he's going for NUTURN here, that he is the Korean stand, so he's here for NUTURN.
Of course.
So I feel like if we had 5 graphics, we'll just put, Paperthin up there as well. But guys, you spoke, and it is, according to you guys, Sentinels all day. They should be making their way to the grand finals here of the historic Masters Reykjavik competition. That said, do not count out NUTURN. The Koreans have clearly shown that they are here to play. So, Sentinels and NUTURN are about to begin. Let's get over to our casters and send it over to Jean-Claude Van Dan Silly and DDK. Honestly, I have nothing else. I just thought about it.
I'm liking it, though. I'm liking it. Silly.
I mean, if I had chairs, if I had the shot on my 2 chairs, I'd probably do the split the same way.
Ooh, yeah, yeah. What a legend. Man, I gotta watch some of those old movies. But first, we have to figure out what the hell's happening here, because we might have... I'm feeling this right now for NUTURN. Maybe we'll get a Korean team actually making the upper bracket run straight to the finals. I mean, it sounds crazy to say that. It really does sound crazy to say it. But that's what we're here to decide in this very match. Sure, Sentinels have looked very dominant so far.
Yeah.
But NUTURN, there is something special about this team.
I 100% agree with you, because at this point, you're looking at this tournament for Sentinels, they're kind of like FNATIC. They haven't really been tested yet, right? You're looking at the maps that they played. They've only played 2 maps, Haven and Icebox, every single time. But if you look at the head-to-head for the matches and the maps, there's a possibility that Haven could definitely be in the bag here for Sentinels. But you look at the rest of the maps that could be available, I think that NUTURN still has a chance to maybe upset Sentinels in the remaining 2 maps. And I'm saying those 3 maps because I'm guessing it's going to be Haven, Ascent, and potentially Split as the map rotations. But I feel that it's just going to be a chess game between the 2 IGLs, right? It's not only about the firepower at this point. I feel that Sentinels and NUTURN match against each other very well because of how Shazam is just able to adapt on the fly, and just the same thing for Solo. Look at NUTURN when he played against Version1 yesterday. For him to call such a big fake in an overtime game, to be able to win that map versus Version1 on Split was huge. A huge call and a huge play that had the whole team of NUTURN that had to step up, and they did.
Yeah, and it's something that's going to be really interesting to sort of see, just right out of the gate, how these teams going to be performing as we get into the first map. The Sentinels is a team that, we said they've looked dominant, but they've been dominant, but not invincible. I think it's fair to say.
Correct.
There's been teams that have been able to, really, test them. Of course, that matchup against FNATIC, that really felt like it could go either way. So, it has looked great so far for Sentinels. But again, I think Valorant, one of the reasons why the game itself is quite interesting is because there are a lot of opportunities for a little bit of variance to kick in, and for things to go wrong. And we haven't really seen, I feel like, Sentinels hit any kind of obstacles or real hiccups. I feel like they've been able to, sit pretty comfortably in their game. So I'm really curious if there's anything that we brought to the table here for NUTURN. You also have, and this goes for Sentinels too, they have data on their opponents here. And again, right now it feels like everybody on Sentinels is playing in a very comfortable fashion. So I'm looking forward to seeing if NUTURN can do something to start to make things really sweaty here for the likes of TenZ and Shazam and so on.
Yeah, and you're right. Playing their own game for Sentinels, that's what Shazam always says, right? There's not much anti-stranding to just play to their game, and they've had that pretty much throughout the whole bracket in Masters 2. They weren't really contested by having free reign, allowing TenZ and Shazam to just open up with marshals, with operators, rifling close range. They were playing their own game and it was working. But again, I feel like an IGL like Solo is going to be able to read into that. And even for NUTURN, they're also able to play their own games. They have a lot of variations on defense, and they could force the hand out and play aggressive if they want to. So it really is going to come down to read your opponent fast for both ends here for Shazam and for Solo. See how it plays out and see how it evolves from round to round between the 2 teams once they figure out each other. What's going to be the defaults? What's going to be the play? And now as they walk out, it's now time for it. I am so excited for this series here, Dan. It's, I think it's still a toss-up no matter what. I know Sentinels are the favorite right now, and we're from North America. We also predicted Sentinels to pretty much win Masters 2, but I find that NUTURN, there's going to be some cool stuff coming out of their playbook, and I think we're going to see the same thing from Sentinels too, though, because as you mentioned, Dan, at the same time, how Sentinels has a lot of tape, a lot of teams could study on them. Shazam did say in the press conference prior to Masters 2 that we might witness a whole new Sentinels going into Masters 2. I haven't seen anything super new from Sentinels so far, and I'm wondering if, for example, a map like Split, we might see something different.
Yeah, definitely. We're getting the maps coming up on the screen now. So Ascent is gone, Icebox is gone. And what is new? So I'm going to select here, Bind. So we haven't seen an enormous amount of Bind, but definitely, I think, a great one, especially for those who've watched a lot of Valorant from the Korean region. I feel like we've seen some really interesting stuff on Bind, so I can't wait to see some fun strats and tactics to open up some of the rounds from them on that one. Haven, you know, a classic map for Sentinels. I feel like they've always been extremely good on that, and a decider on Split. Definitely a good trio of maps here for this best of 3 series. What do you make of this one, Vasily?
You're going to have to go straight out the gate here on Bind for NUTURN. Having Sentinels ban Ascent is actually a very interesting one, because it for me was like, are they going to ban Ascent? Are they going to ban Bind? They haven't really played a lot of Bind in North America, maybe from time to time. But like I said, when Shazam says there's something new, we could expect something new from Sentinels into this event. Then for them to leave Bind in here is going to be quite nice. The thing is here for NUTURN, are they going to try to pull out a Yoru? Just like we saw before with Game Liners, it's something that could be very doable, that we've seen that type of playstyle in Korea, or are they just going to stick to what works for NUTURN so far by continuing with the double duelists in the breach? This series, Dan, it's still going to be so far leaning towards Sentinels, but Bind is definitely the biggest decider on that fate for NUTURN as the underdog for this series.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting to note as well with Sentinels with regards to Bind is that, you know, we'll see Dapper most likely to continue to play that Viper, which has been a new switch up for him.
Yes.
You know, Ever the Cypher main does actually pull out the Viper to great impact on Bind specifically. And as you mentioned, something that I was kind of teasing a little bit about, and we're going to see this in proper detail, the compositions, is that breach pick coming through most likely from Solo on the side of NUTURN. And that breach pick is fantastic because it allows for so many interesting opening plays with the flashbangs that you get out of that. The breach flashes enabling, you know, Jet to dash forward and just to make all kinds of crazy, you know, interesting timings at the start of rounds, or just in general. The fault lines are so good at getting early control, map control. So I feel like this is going to be really interesting from a composition standpoint. I'm really looking forward to seeing the tactics from NUTURN.
For sure. Again, when you're talking about the flashes and dashes, or even just allowing off Lakia Sova on this map, should they keep that same type of composition for NUTURN? Seeing how Allow is going to try to get the openings here, where on Bind, again, looking back at the North American scene, or even at the European scene, you don't see that much Jet being played anymore, right? So for NUTURN to still keep in that composition, if they want to play that, is going to be definitely an interesting one to see how they want to play that against Sentinels. And as you can see right now here, Dan, from the Prime Gaming roster rundown, it seems pretty much the same here for NUTURN. The Viper still comes out, as you mentioned, from Dapper. We have 10s on Arena. So again, for Sentinels side, no Jet, nothing really out of the ordinary, actually, for Sentinels going into this lineup here.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like the tried and tested and true lineups of both teams. What we've come to expect has come to fruition here in terms of the compositions. And we already mentioned, you know, some teasers as to things that we can expect from both of these sides. You know, I think it's going to be such a fun game. I think both teams are going to have a lot of different gears to go to. And with that said, it is time to kick off map 1 of this best of 3 here for the upper finals at Masters 2 Reykjavik between NUTURN and Sentinels. It is going to be very exciting to see how this one starts off. And it's going to be Sentinels on defense, and we're going to have NUTURN on offense.
Yeah, and you're already seeing it, right, Dan? You were talking about Dapper, how good it could be as a Viper, putting that wall up on the shower side to delay. So you see the split already coming out from NUTURN, already expecting that it's going to be slightly weaker on that B side, and they had that flash and dash available too. But it's still going to be the duelist working towards Hookah, and they're using the utility instead of Sova to clear things up.
And the push actually here is being somewhat dismantled. It's just one prong that remains, which is the long push, but they're starting to disperse. Solo does have the spike on his back, so his teammates can't really leave him out there by himself, and Shazam's going to take him down. So actually the spike went through the TP as well. Quite annoying. Yeah, somewhat of a false start here for NUTURN on round 1. Perry and Lackey, I'm not sure exactly what they can do in this position.
Last player standing.
They have no choice, right? If they want to get the spike, they have to go through the teleporter, and now it's just Sentinels. They notice this upper hand. They want to press early. They just want to try to hunt him down, and they want to set the pace quite early, too, to get those immediate 2 kills into Hookah to show that, hey, the split, we expected it, even though they had less players. It still comes down to the aim battles, right? 10s opened up quite well, and Perry, at this point, he's just going to try to build the ult points, build the economy, and just let Sentinels, hopefully, he could catch someone a mistake, does get the headshot into Dapper, but that's it. Sentinels, they open up the board in this series.
And that means we'll go straight into the anti-eco. there. The defenders of Sentinels having the superior economy will be mostly on those SMGs, I'd imagine. But what should we expect here from NUTURN? What do they want to do? Obviously, they did not get the spike planted, so I doubt we'll see a force buy. Never mind.
Ooh.
They are gonna force buy. All right.
and that's something that's, for me, unorthodox, because when you look at the playstyle of NUTURN, they actually just go for a force buy once they get a spike plant down, even if they lose a round. But losing a round, not get a spike plant, and going for a buy, they just want to try to catch up right away. And they only killed 2 players too, right? But you see at the beginning of the round, they're holding a default because of that. That allows a lot of map control, orb control as well for Sentinels, and they hold back on a default. And NUTURN seems to be wanting to just execute and go fast into the short A.
Yeah, Suggest already fired his Spectre, so I think that this is known right now from Sentinels. They know that there's a buy coming through here, and they are going to just absolutely crush this one. NUTURN trying to make their way through the short position. Completely denied by Sentinels, and now it's just a Sheriff and Frenzy remaining now for NUTURN to get some kind of damage in on this round. And really, there's a huge amount of pressure to get damage. They've done no damage so far. There's one headshot, a second comes through from Lakia. That is at least something.
We actually do love those caster curses to give a little bit of hope right now for NUTURN on this force buy that they have, and it just shows how an Aster right now could be very detrimental to these explosive plays from NUTURN, right? As they're trying to dash across, you saw those scars came on the ground, Nova Pulse, Gravity Well. It just splits out only to leave Jet allow by himself inside that A site, and it's just an easy picking from an off angle just by towels, by the double backs at the A site for Sentinels. So that foils up the plans. NUTURN couldn't even cross into the site. This should put them on a full eco right now for NUTURN. But at the same time here, Dan, when I'm thinking back as this force buy for NUTURN and Lakia and company, is this on the 4th round, they should still be able to go for like the standard full rifle round. So trying to chip the economy from Sentinels away on that 2nd round was that goal at the same time. But unfortunately, with only 2 kills with the Sheriff, there's still a lot in the hands of Sentinels on this bonus round.
And then we can see that fault line towards showers to gain early showers control for NUTURN.
Yeah, and it's a change of pace, Dan. They have actually a Viper Wall towards this B side instead. So really adding a little bit more utility towards the shower side, leaving showers open, but they're looking to play more passively, right? Playing towards a U-Haul, and they can play the retake on A side as well.
Yeah, this might be a default we see commonly that from them, you know, stun showers, dart long, boombot hookah, and then just sort of hold passively here towards showers. That said, Sentinels are playing very passively because they know that they have such an enormous advantage on the weaponry that they just should never give peeks to these Sheriffs. That's how they lose the round, is by giving a peek up to the Sheriff, a headshot, and if that was a headshot, that would be a 5v4 suddenly. You know, you don't want to give those ones up, your Sentinels right now, so they're doing a good job.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I was talking about this with Paper Thin at the same time, too. The aim train that you have for NUTURN in Korea in general is just trying to aim out with the Sheriffs in warm-up until you're actually able to hit maybe 20 of them in hard mode and you're ready to go. And speaking of ready to go, they're selling a fake here towards the A side, but still walking the spike towards B.
30 seconds left.
Might be an opportunity here, though. That said, Dapper hiding in a forward position here with the Judge in hookah. It's going to be quite powerful, but oh, hello, there's a freebie for Solo. That's Shazam down. I think that gun is recoverable indeed. Solo's going to pick that one up. Oh, not a good range for the Judge, and suddenly it's getting a little hairy here. 2 players in this post-plant scenario, and the spike's going to go down just in the nick of time because he Zoms knows this lineup's there, and Sentinels will try to assault this B site to get control once again. Solo able to get one. There comes the flash. Oh, he's in such a good position here. Solo converts another, and Suggest comes through to finish it off. NUTURN, what a conversion. I don't think Sentinels had any idea.
Would you expect a Solo lurk? No pun intended, actually, at that point. Solo went by himself up towards long B, made it all the way to spawn side, and said, we know the Viper Wall's there. We know that there's potentially a Judge being played from Dapper from that previous round. Let's just play the long-range battle. And for him to catch that kill and take the Spectre after to allow the rest of NUTURN to work towards that B site, was huge. Dapper, mid-range with a Judge. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. He loses it towards hookah, and that was a much-needed eco for NUTURN. Because look at this, the tides have turned. They have the economy advantage for NUTURN's side, and Sentinels, it's now Sentinels' turn to be on an eco. But that said, Tense does have a Marshall. He's playing towards his B side, where NUTURN's looking to hit towards A once again. So you're just, again, trying to hold the economy back, or should I say the utility back on the defender side, and try to have the rotate numbers in the end for Sentinels.
I think NUTURN are trying to indeed just get rid of as much util as they can from Sentinels' defense. And Sentinels, they do, of course, really want to lean as many players towards A as possible, given that that's where they've seen the pressure, but they have no information on B. So for NUTURN to play a slow pace like this really does call many things. The information to know what's going on.
Yeah.
And
Might have worked a bit.
They're just walking back and forth.
Yeah, so Shazam, his recon dart came up, he shot it towards long B, and Tens is still watching Hookah long B with the Marshall, so they had the right numbers advantage, and now they're guessing that it's going back towards B, and this is a perfect call.
Yeah, great fall line coming through the epicenter there as well. Tens trying to... Oh, he actually hit him. I think he leg shotted him there. Lakia and Allow both getting the entries, however, and beautiful stuff. I'm just enjoying very much the use of Breach from NUTURN. I think is one of the most enjoyable things for me watching them play. It's when they bring out the Breach. And
yeah,
it's just a case of holding against these remaining weapons. It should be child's play.
Yeah.
There we go. Sick, trying to do some damage there around spawn. And he'll get taken down for the Prime Gaming flawless.
And you're right, Dan. Just the amount of fault lines, and that's something that we actually got to witness in North America ourselves. Once we had Zeta that actually came into North America and was playing that Breach, right? And he even played at some point with 180 ping and was still able to get aces across the board in North America. So now that we have a finer taste of how good he is in terms of the utility with the Breach on different maps such as Split, for example, as well with Cloud9 currently, it now shows how good NUTURN overall are in terms of this flash and dash composition that they came out with, and that it's still very much viable in the scene right now on the Masters 2 stage. So keep an eye out here for Solo, the way that he wants to open things up here for Allow and also for Suggest to get into the sites, right? Because it's not only about the fault line. The fault line dazing Tens allows Suggest to just satchel charge into the site and open it up as well to find that information. So it's very well done. They're going to continue to activate him that way.
Yeah, huge pressure coming in on towards the A short position again here for NUTURN. They're playing very slow, trying to see if Sentinels are going to do something at the early timings of the round. And normally we would see Showers control for NUTURN, but they've actually opted not to go for that. And Sentinels are actually pushing Showers and they see nothing. So this is actually going to convince them, possibly, that, hang on, there's nothing going on towards A. They haven't seen anything here for a while. They've got Showers control. Why would NUTURN still be here?
And they still have to default right now for Sentinels, because again, another recon dart meanwhile went towards B, but here's the explosion towards the A site. Oh, that's a beautiful flash there coming in to allow Suggest to get the kill on Zombs.
Fantastic coordination and team play coming through here indeed for NUTURN. Two players on Shower's side for Sentinels though, and you can, oh, what a call from NUTURN. There is 10 still to worry about on the site. If they can deal with 10s, they're in a great position. There comes the spray through. That's good to deal with 10s. The recon dart sent forward as well to try to take control of the B site. And there's problems all across the map at the moment. It's indeed the spike is on the ground by the TP and it's being sat on right now. NUTURN have no way to recover it. Lack is going to go down, and it was a great idea to readjust, knowing that there's two players still Shower's side, but it did not work out in the end for NUTURN.
Correct. So as we were talking about that recon dart that was thrown out by Shazam towards that fountain side, I don't even think it saw that player from NUTURN at long B. So for NUTURN, they were still playing a slow, defaulty kind of pace, trying to fake, not only get a fake, but a kill on top of that, and force the hand through teleporter to eventually end up inside B. But the fact that, unfortunately for NUTURN, it's a similar story than that pistol round. They dropped the spike, unfortunately, in the teleporter, just very hard to recuperate in the end, and they fall short just because of that. But at least they still have a lot of economy. And we're going back to this defaulty kind of thing now, finally, for NUTURN, where it's a standard boom bot clear out towards Hookah, trying to see somebody's playing close inside the area. You see that they're also setting up for a flash and also a fault line to allow Suggest to get into Hookah at the same time to gain early map control. But then after that, the spike's still down, though. They're still trying to see if Sentinels are going to try to play that hand where sometimes they want to push forward, but Sentinels are not. They still have that 3 players on that A site, 2 towards B, and just the utility from Astra is going to be good enough to try to hold them back.
There's a lot of really great small details here from NUTURN that I'm enjoying, but it looks like we're actually going to get the execute into this A site. The Rolling Thunder is sent through, allowed tries to gain U-Haul control. Sentinels holding their ground so far. Suggest trying to stop that with the Showstopper. He's going to trade out Zoms, but it's all on Lakia now against multiple players. It's not going to happen. Sentinels defend 4-2. Now the score in favor of Sentinels with that defense. Man, there are so many small things though that NUTURN are doing well, but
yeah,
it's tough, man.
It's, you know, they're using the utility to try to force out maybe some players in the beginning by the amount of stuff that was thrown from Suggest inside Hookah. But the default back, try to take control closer to Showers. It was a nice paranoia, a self-play from Carry to try to come out and win Showers, but somehow Shazam, sorry, not Shazam, but Tens is towards that Shower side. So Shazam is playing towards B, Shazam's playing towards, sorry, Tens is playing towards B, Tens is playing towards A. He catches him all the time. He's that first blood coming in for the team right now. So very well read at the same time for Sentinels. It's some nice stuff from NUTURN, but it's always one step ahead for Shazam and company.
We have that Viper's pit dropped on short A right now, and NUTURN aren't messing with it whatsoever, just fully committing towards this B site so far. See, the Astra utility is ready and waiting to defend this B site. Question is, will NUTURN go back? They certainly can, and they certainly have the utility to deal with Dapper in that Viper's pit.
Correct. Lakia still has his Owl drone if they decide to fall back. So if they could waste out the utility out here. So he starts with shock darts just to add presence. That paranoia is going to be huge, but it still seems that they might want to commit at the beginning here.
Oh, great catch from Shazam, taking down Allow as he dashes forward. NUTURN trying to take this B site now, trying to commit forwards, but Zoms is now the person to deal with here. On the Astra, fantastic stuff there from Zoms. Gets two kills out of it. But through the TP they'll go right now. Already suggests that. Solo still hanging out by Market. Is going to find himself one sick, using the satchel to try to get backed away quickly. Knows that it's effectively a race to this site. Still has the paint shells. Still has the satchel. Can Sick find the first player? Yes, he can. There goes Lakia. A right click on the paint shells. Sick nails the clutch. 1v2, no problem at all for him. And there's the defuse as well. Sentinels now 5-2.
That's just very nicely played for Sick at the same time as well. You did say here, Dan, that he had the paint shells, but he didn't want to use it right away. He knew that with about 15 seconds left, they might want to commit towards the A site or even go for a straight TP into B, which they still had time to do for NUTURN. But to just let them plant, to push aggressively, and just to try to catch the first one off guard, knowing that it's going to be a 1 versus 1 no matter what here on this first contact, lobbing that underhand paint shells, forcing Solo out in an area where he has to play back instead of moving forward because of the radius of the paint shells, was just superbly nicely played by Sick to be able to clutch that 2 versus 1, a Red Bull clutch on top of that. This round, NUTURN, it's going to be a force buy coming in, or maybe a half buy, but it's going to be the Blade Storm. So we talked about how they didn't have that much Showers control. It's changed this time for NUTURN. They see that there hasn't been a lot going around here towards this Shower side. They could maybe commit to it finally, and they open it up with the first kill.
Yeah, Sentinels will hold on to the Showers controller with Sick. He actually has the Showstopper available as well if he wants to use that, but it is an eco, so might want to try and see if he can hold on to it, but with the fact that they are down a player, it does start to feel quite scary. Ooh, the timing of that one, Sick comes off the angle just at the wrong moments and is forced away.
And that's already
cutting noise.
Exactly. They're cutting noise, but they're still trying to, again, try to get a pick towards this B side. They could sell a fake in a rotation, but they're still going to work out towards this Showers. And that pick was huge. Look how back now Sick is playing. He's playing all the way towards spawn so he can try to rotate faster. And the timing just off that. They might be able to take this A site now for NUTURN.
Picked up the gun there towards Showers as well. Sick with the spray. Takes them both down. Allows trying to get spacing to trade Solo, but walks into the spray, unfortunately for NUTURN. Still a 3, well, make that a 3v2 now in favor of Sentinels. 20 seconds to go. They've got to collect the spike. You can see Suggest on his way to do so. Has to ferry that across now to the site to plant. Very limited time here. Sick might be, he's going to satchel through. Oh, he's actually insane. There's the Showstopper as well to just seal the deal. Is there time? There's no bodies left alive to carry that spike forward. It's going to be another round in the bag for Sentinels.
Sick has been fundamental there on that hold, on that previous round. Just Again, it was a close shot that he missed from shower side towards the spawn side at the same time at the attacker spawn, but this one right here, just the spacing was a little bit off this time for a NUTURN. They were looking for that fight for Sick. He's using that cover perfectly in front of the APC to even still get a wall bang on top of that. You mentioned that showstopper at the beginning of the round that he used. It was a perfect time for him to hold it back into the final seconds to make sure that he gets his kill here. And it's not too bad, right? It's a 4 versus 2. I don't believe that it's wasted because now you're in round number 9. With the way that Sick's playing, the way that he's holding down towards this A side, and also from time to time where he fights towards the showers. Look at the minimap. They're pinging it already. They're putting some stars. They're putting some control from Zoms at this area where potentially you still want to farm these orbs up from Sick's side. So Sentinels are playing this quite well here where NUTURN, I know they're trying to force these rotations out. They're trying to force the hand, but they're not getting too much out of it so far since these gun rounds came in.
And one quick note as we are here in this tactical timeout from NUTURN is, regionally speaking, the difference in, the whole Vandal versus Phantom debate definitely seems to be that the Vandal's a little bit more popular in Korea than the Phantom, which is definitely, that's in North America, it's Phantom or bust, I feel like.
Oh, man, it depends on the maps. I think for me, I'm both. On a map like Bind, I do love playing the Vandal at the same time, especially on defense. I like playing the headshot from the back of the site to battle out towards hookah area. But then again, this is only diamond play, right? So it's easier picks. At the same time, at pro level, I did see some tweets or some opinions come out that even on LAN, the Vandal's been looking pretty crispy. So I do see why Suggest and Lakia are kind of using it, right? You see how clutch they've been in the past games. Suggest continues the high percentage of the headshots the way he's playing. Lakia with the clutches that he's had versus version 1, it's been pretty good for them. So I'm not against this mix that they currently have in terms of the rifling for NUTURN. But with now the pause coming back, you see a lot of bodies from NUTURN looking to get this showers control, or sorry, the hookah control once again. Great delay from Dapper actually with that snake bite.
Yeah, and the pressure on the hookah is pretty strong from NUTURN this time, actually showing presence directly. They're not just utility, but players. And they have also Perry on the Omen sitting at short A in case Sentinels respond by pushing short, as Dapper sometimes plays closer around that position. Nothing doing, though, for Sentinels around that spot, so Perry's going to rejoin the rest of his teammates, which definitely suggests to us this is going to be a committed play here onto this B site. But Sentinels looking ready for it.
Yeah, you have Dapper once again. He could slow things down with everything. His whole kit still has a snake bite to run that clock down. It's going to be a last-second hold, but it's off solo that they try to execute into B again for NUTURN.
Dapper somehow avoiding absolutely everybody on the site, only to turn around and annihilate 3 players. Dapper might get the 4th here. Lakia's going to take down both actually on the site. 30 seconds to go, grabs the spike. He's out of there, straight through the TP towards that A side to go for a clutch, a 1v2. There's going to be time to do this, and given the Cosmic Divide, that's actually prevented the sound cues. And Lakia, he may be able to find a 1v1 here. Zoms is close. Lakia turns the corner, but Zoms knows he's got a great timing on that one. The off angle does it, and Lakia's down. Another round in the bag for Sentinels.
And they were ready, Dan. You mentioned it, not only for Dapper inside that site, but the fact that he also had 2 more players, one at elbow, one in the back of the site, 2 just to trade off if needed. But you don't need to trade out if Dapper is going to go ham like that. And not only that, yes, they did execute quite well for NUTURN, I like to say. Solo going with the fault line to allow then to bring the Hunter's Fury. It did get a tag actually onto one of the members of Sentinels inside that site. But when Dapper pulls up the utility, the Toxic Screen and the Viper Cloud, you're already coming in with the K on top of that, so you're melting down, getting into the site. So anchoring a Viper currently for Sentinels towards this B site, when we usually commend how Viper plays on A side showers, it's been quite strong for Sentinels so far, and they don't want to change things out. It's going to be very similar setups every time for Sentinels because it's working. You want to play your own play style, you don't need to adapt too much for Sentinels, so now you're playing your own game and you're still winning these rounds. Why try to fix things, right?
Yeah, and here comes the Rolling Thunder execution on this A site. Hunter's Fury in response suggests there with that showstopper, able to take down one. That's U-Haul control in the bag, and finishing another one off with the classic. This is a great look so far from NUTURN. They've got full control of the site. It's a desperate push from Dapper through the dark cover. And with that, now it's a 2 versus 4 retake here for Sentinels. It's not looking fantastic for them at all. Tens will try to bully his way forward, but that drone's going to tag him and he's going to be forced back. This is a very bad look indeed for Shazam and Tens as they make their way forward. NUTURN not overstepping, not overplaying their positions. Nice headshot angle there from Solo. Catches Shazam as he drops down. And now Tens will try to farm with the Reyna. Won't be able to defuse the spike at this point, but maybe he can make it hurt on the way down.
Oh, it's looking that way.
Ooh. Okay, just 2 extra kills ultimately, but that's pretty decent.
I agree, because at the same time, you saw, yes, it was a 4 versus 2. Technically unwinnable here for Sentinels, although we know the players that we have on paper for this roster, but you're just trying to make things expensive this time for NUTURN, because you know they've been on these force buys. You know they've been on the half buys too, that they're just trying to string as many rounds as they can on the attack. And on the side of Sentinels, look at the history. They've won 5 rounds in a row. The economy's still very good. So you're just trying to make things and chip down the economy down on NUTURN's side. Look at that. They won the round and they still come out with 3 Spectres only. But they are fighting strong for NUTURN inside the showers, and it's been denied by the gravity well and pain shells to come out from Sick just to push them further back.
Yeah, great movement there from Sentinels to deny that. NUTURN, I think, you know, they're in a position now where they need some control of something. They don't have hookah control, they don't have the long, they don't have showers. They really need something to come back into their control here. And it looks like Sentinels are never giving up showers. It's going to require a pretty big investment for NUTURN to take this away. NUTURN are just holding though. They're just waiting it out so far.
Yeah. They still have the paint shells coming out. They're waiting for the recon to come out for Lucky at the same time too. Looks like it's just been used inside showers just so they can take a push, allow up here. So they have regained control a bit off not much utility after the initial fights towards showers. So this is actually pretty good for them to try to creep up. But looking at it from this minimap, looking to be another slow default for NUTURN. Try to force out a rotation with this dark cover inside the B side. Dapper's already making his way there after the snake bite. But after a 3-player stack still towards this A side, it's going to be very difficult. And we see something very similar for NUTURN again. A fault line, and Alau's probably going to try to come in after a flash.
Yeah, great off angle here from Tens as well. He's going to catch Alau. Perfect timing from Tens as he reads the situation beautifully well. And he's looking to get more here, but NUTURN actually able to convert some frags. Sick! Still doing damage from U-Horse up to Solo, and he's just too slow for that one. Dapper swings around the side with the Spectre to close things out in this round. Another one here for Sentinels.
Very well played there with that stack. And my apologies, when I was talking about the 3 Spectres, I had my teams messed up actually. So it was actually a buy coming in from Sentinels at that point too, and putting those numbers in for Sentinels did work quite well on the back of how Sick has been playing towards this U-shaped hallway. So with that, the run and gun, very strong for that Spectre close range here. And the Sentinels are just capitalizing on these rounds. I'd like to see a little bit more right now from NUTURN of just like maybe exploding into these sites. Playing these defaults have been working a little bit here just to at least get the spike down, but they're losing a lot of bodies right now at the same time when they're trying to force these rotations out. I think, again, leveraging how Solo plays with his utility to enable maybe a double duelist to get into the sites, they could come out with something on top later on.
On the Viper's Pit on A short again from Dapper. Previously, when Dapper did this, NUTURN just went for a full B play, just a split B, and it was just pretty straightforward. I wonder if we'll see something different here, because we do have showers control here for NUTURN. Will they just try to go around Dapper, or will they try to go through him? There are 2 players still around B, which may try to sell something. Perry's there as well, so 3 around B here for NUTURN. There's the Hunter's Fury. It's going to track Zoms. Is he going to finish this one off? Absolutely. Zoms is down. Lakia. What damage from him. 2 quick kills opening this one up. And now Alau's made his way in from showers. It's just devolved into pure chaos here in this round. Dapper could be the man to maybe bring some sense of this one. Able to take down Solo, but the trade's through.
Spike down A.
And now Tens is alone, so Very odd round, I have to say, but it works out nicely for NUTURN.
Yeah. We were talking about a default force rotate. I think off that Hunter's Fury, and even on top of that, I like the idea of Shazam pushing down towards long B to try to catch Lakia off guard when he's actually pulling out the Hunter's Fury. But to be able to get a flick shot, it was definitely off camera, but probably was a flick shot coming in from Lakia. That was actually just a call for NUTURN, just to try to get into this A site. It all came down to Dapper at the same time, but to be able to have good positioning from Allow and from Solo to trade that off right away and secure the round on a low buy, it's at least something that's positive to end the half for NUTURN.
Yeah, this is a great result, man. Such a good defense there from Lakia, able to catch the punish attempt, and 4 rounds, it's definitely workable. And again, something that's been so fun in the past to watch from NUTURN and teams like Vision Strikers and teams from this region is what they're able to do with a breach on the defense. Flashing the jet in. There's a lot of really cool stuff, and we might see something like that here towards long on B.
Especially when it's 2 players out there, right? It's not only going to be Allow, there's potentially coming it down with Suggest at the same time, but Zoms is waiting for it. So they didn't go for a flash. They played for a contact. They're playing for a lot of bodies. Super passive play for Sentinels, and they know that the A site's weak now. Dapper's already inside the A site.
They're not sure if U-Haul's under control, though. They will slowly try to clear things, but NUTURN actually still towards Fountain here on B, so they still have a ways to go.
Oh, they're gonna.
So this might go down to the last second here, Vansily.
Yeah, but it's just going to be so many bodies watching that fight. They might be able to catch Zoms. Okay, he was able to come out of faster form just on time. So a perfect crossfire setup towards short A here, Den.
Uh-oh, it's looking very dangerous here for Shazam. Sending out the shock darts, the snakebite will delay things somewhat. The fault line and the paint shells absolutely own. There's nothing he can do about that. Tens and Dapper left standing, doing the damage here. They don't know about Tens. And he's going to be able to heal off of that kill and finish the job. Sentinels closing it down. NUTURN, they are off to a great start there, but Sentinels right now are the team that just seem to be closing time and again.
Yes, it's just difficult there for NUTURN. Yes, they had the numbers advantage or at least a lot of bodies to set up for these trades, but when you're playing with less information of what's happening inside the site, you've already lost your Silva as you're rotating across. You're just trying to go for these peaks, and sometimes they're guessing a 50 or guessing the wrong angle. Tens is waiting there. Sentinels had a perfect crossfire setup on the first get-go, but still having Tens as the third player anchoring from the U-shaped hallway after the pulse plant has just been a little bit easier there for Sentinels to guarantee that round. Beginning of this round, though, there's been a lot of utility being thrown from Sentinels inside that Showers. Gravity well in the recon dart, and that forces 2 players of NUTURN to just stick down towards Shower. So they're not playing with too much information to push it down towards Sands, though. And it's going to be, actually, sorry, it's Sick going back. So it's just going to be a slow play for Sentinels right after that.
The A-short push comes through, though. Dapper's waiting for it. Beautiful angle on this one. Oh, actually gets spotted, and they might be able to finish him off here, and that would be a great result. He is proving to be quite troublesome, and Tens is there for support, so NUTURN will get cleaned up after all is said and done. 10-4 now, Sentinels with quite a nice lead. But we will be going into the first buy rounds here for NUTURN, and so this is where the comeback starts. If there is to be one, it needs to get started right here.
So twice that NUTURN tried to go with the contact play with the pistols. First time on long B, second time just to try to see if they could run for a double peek down towards short A, but super passive play from Sentinels after the initial utility that was thrown towards Shower's side to really funnel them towards trying to get information elsewhere, and they were greeted by Tens with that Bulldog. Early jump peek coming out from Lakia just to see if there's going to be any presence there. They hear the boombot coming out from Sick, though. And Sentinels are looking to gain the early map control on this split, but Dapper lurking on his side at short A.
Yeah, Dapper's pretty deep here. He's going to actually just dip completely through the TP. He'll go. NUTURN quite well set up here to defend the B sides. Solo baiting for Allow there. Scary position to be in, but as Jet definitely answers. A nice splash coming through from Solo. Lakia spots the second one. Big pickup though. Allow will finally go down in hookah, and the push comes through to completion on this B site, especially with Lakia going down. And again, it looks good at the offset for for NUTURN, but quickly turns around.
I just love it for Sentinels here, Dan. They don't want to give NUTURN any type of pacing early at the beginning of the round. It was perfect to start things off with the flash to allow Lakia to get that kill, but as soon as they lose a player for Sentinels at long B, they double swing into Hookah to overpower Allow and just open up the B side after that. So you're losing a player towards long B for the defense. Solo's by himself here towards the B side as well, and Sentinels just plays a numbers advantage. And unfortunately here for Suggest, it is going to be a save for him, and Sentinels will be moving up to an 11th round. And it looked good at the beginning, but they still don't have an answer when Sentinels actually execute into the site. And you still have to be careful for Dapper, though. The way that he's continuing to lurk like that, they're controlling the pace quite well.
Yeah, definitely. And it was an interesting approach, too, seeing that they sort of split the defense across Hookah and Long, and really relying on the breach utility to allow a good defensive option. But yeah, just look at how Sentinels just come through so methodical on their push. When they decide to go in, they are looking really strong.
Just going to continue to condition now some early presence from Sick from this sand side into Hookah. A little bit of a change though for NUTURN. You're playing now Breach inside the Hookah area. A 3-player stack from NUTURN on the A site. But still, with what's being thrown at the beginning here for NUTURN, they don't get that much information out of that.
Sick just holding position there. Meanwhile, Suggest has managed to win the battle towards A short. Dapper had been getting pretty aggressive there. And we might see Sentinels now down to 4 players start to group up. Sick is making his presence known towards B long, so definitely the option to go onto this B site shortly here for Sentinels. In fact, Sick is going to creep up. He's just going to contact his way through. And he might find his way backside. Oh my god, he's going all of the way here. Sick with an extremely forward position. They have no idea about this one. How deep will he go? Is he going to try to actually get into spawn? He's going into spawn. He's going all the way. Solo, though, from up top, from up high in Hookah, able to deal with Zoms, at least. It's very odd. Sick still in spawn. They have no idea.
No
or
way.
Perry. Well, now they know. And there goes Lakia. Is he actually going to be able to get the stick here? Sick's coming. He's going to have to do his best to get there in time. I don't know if he can make it, though. Lakia's almost diffused it entirely, and there it is. There's nothing that Sick can do. What a strange round. Players in all kinds of weird positions.
Yeah, it seems as though Sick was doing pretty much what Solo was doing on that first half, right? Just creeping up towards that long side, and you see that Solo the same way that Dapper kind of played inside that Hookah. They kind of just wanted to leave it behind and play the retake later on, and using that judge as they did. Both players having that judge inside that Hookah in that round. They just wanted to make sure somebody's going to split towards the sand side for the opponent's side. They could stop it. But as he turns around to be able to get the backstab onto Sentinels with the classic kill, it shows that Sentinels, yes, they got the ground before inside the spawnway, but they actually should have checked the back inside Hookah, knowing that somebody should be playing there eventually. But this round here, Gravity well. Yeah, it's an early long B control, some DK or some debuff happening at the same time as Lakia gets pulled into Gravity well. But look at this aggressive push out Hookah here, Dan.
Yeah, there it goes, the showstopper. That's going to deal with Solo. And in comes Lakia to try to do something here, but the timing is really bad for NUTURN on this one. Sentinels picked the perfect moment. Very well played.
Planted.
Perry in the back walls there would suggest not a lot to be done at the moment, especially with the smokes down. But yeah, that gravity well, it completely blew up the NUTURN's aggression on long. And because of that, they were then just caught in a really awkward timing. So especially those Astra gravity wells, man, they're something to deal with.
They've definitely been quite strong because at the same time too, you're showing a body down towards that long B, so you think there's going to be a little bit more presence there, so you're still fighting for NUTURN against Sentinels down long B, but Hookah was left out open. So to have Sick come in with the showstopper to open things up, knowing that the gravity well, knowing that there was presence there too from Lakia on that initial battle, then it's just an easier kill coming in through with what, 3 players I think that came out towards that hookah side. Definitely hard to hold there for NUTURN on the defense. And unfortunately, this now puts Sentinel at map point in the series.
Yep, they're in a great position here to clinch the first map. Take it away from NUTURN in this best of 3 series. And we get a tactical timeout coming from a NUTURN. Definitely wise. If you have it, you're in a difficult spot. Definitely a good chance, or a good time to use it, I should say. The question is really, what would they want to change? Because these gravity wells are really difficult in terms of, because NUTURN wants to get aggressive right at the get-go, but the gravity wells just blow it up, really.
And they've done it with just solo playing with the flashpoints to have Lakia peek out right after. But when that happens and you're being pulled in by the gravity well, you can't really get out and get that early surprise attack. So I think you're going to have to force the hand and play a little bit more passively at this point. But if you're playing more passively, Sentinels has done a great job just to be on the set executes to just overtake the site. The retakes have been working as well either. And I think this is what the second tactical timeout that NUTURN's used, right? So they don't have any more left for the map. So you don't only need to focus into this round. Of course, you have to focus into this round because losing this round, you lose the map. But you have to also think 2 or 3 rounds ahead. How can you now start anti-stratting, understanding how Sentinels currently plays? And outside of those gravity wells towards Long B, that's just one of the hands that's being shown by Sentinels. They didn't need to show that much on their attacker side either. So maybe try to eliminate Dapper. They've done a good job so far playing that short A side and eliminate Dapper's lurk. But right after that is how to readjust after for NUTURN again. You might have the numbers advantage to play that retake after finally.
One thing that's NUTURN have to their advantage here is also the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury, both available, and there's no ults available for Sentinels. So that could be one of the ways in which they get back here. It's just about figuring out a way to get into a setup where you can use both of those effectively. And Sentinels are going to be spreading out. In fact, we're going to get a very early Hunter's Fury coming through. Trying to hide it by starting it low and then bringing it up. Soms will evade the killing blow of the Hunter's Fury. But that is some early information, at least, for NUTURN.
But unfortunately, it's already being surrendered with this Aldron going back towards Hookah, right? So you did get a ping onto Zoms, but after that, now you're falling back into site. You're trying to re-aggress, but as that Aldron comes up, you had Sick walk in, and that's an early kill, a great way to start things off for Sentinels. It's evened up on a 4-4 right after, though, but Sentinels are still looking to team up and work towards his B site.
So Jester's actually making his way over as well. Might find a timing. Has the Vandal too. Going to be key in converting the kills here and holding Hookah, which he will do successfully. Allow comes in, out the TP. Dapper with the trade though, and that is the spike. Recoverable there for Dapper. He'll grab that one and ferry it back to safety. Back to TenZ, to the A site. But the question is, where is the A site player? I think TenZ has somewhat of a read here. TenZ is going forward and clearing showers, but Perry's walking all the way around. Perry could catch a perfect timing here onto Dapper. Oh, it was close. Paranoia comes through. He knows he can dive through the snakebite. He knows that the time pressure is on here for Sentinels. Dapper has to go forward and plant the spike. Suggest could make a play to try to deny it. And there is the peak from TenZ. It's up to Perry in the 1v2 to keep NUTURN alive in this map. It might be overhead just here unless Perry can come up with something. And we'll hear the stepping that Perry's making. They will have a read of his position. Perry using the time that he has. Has to walk through the toxic screen. It doesn't feel good here for Perry. I think it's fully fueled up as well. Bleeding all the time from the clock of Sentinels until finally TenZ will finish off Perry. And that is the first map in the bag for Sentinels. Great performance from them. I think we saw many dangerous rounds from NUTURN, but Sentinels always looked strong in the face of those obstacles, and they never looked back.
Exactly. Even just looking at that 2 versus 1, the fact that they still knew that Perry was lurking around, maybe even flanking towards short A, just showed how comfortable Sentinels were playing into that first map on Bind, just understanding how to play that mid-round 2, how to play the clutch rounds, and also how to play the remaining members into the rounds. So it's been Sentinels all the way. No answers could have been found here for NUTURN. They have tried a couple of different things. Those fault lines to enable from showers instead of short A at the beginning too. But you also weren't able to really get those duelists in to try to clear out the site. So it's going to be a tough matchup right now. They really had to win Bind, in my opinion, here for NUTURN. But now we have Haven, the other tough map here for NUTURN at this point. They haven't been successful on that map throughout the whole Masters 2. It was banning that one or binding Icebox because, unfortunately, the map pool hasn't been that deep for them right now. So hopefully they have something else coming out here on that second map, Dan.
Yeah, you definitely never know. It's going to be interesting to see what they can bring to the table. But of course, Sentinels taking a map 1 of this series. It is time to take a quick break. We'll go to the analysts, and then we'll be back with some more Valorant action here at Masters 2 Reykjavik.
We always talk about one boomer. There's two boomers in there for NUTURN, and they have the experience to guide the young fraggers of Allow, Lakia, and Perry to come back into this game. So I think they're good to shake out that first map away. You didn't see the jitters. You didn't see the nervousness going on into the player camps before we see the agent composition right now for NUTURN. So you see it right now on their end. Still, no switches coming through. They still want to play solo as that breach initiator for this double play that they have. And they've been good at it, actually, on these set plays to work towards at least the long C executions. I love the flashes from solo and Allow from corner of long C all the way into side default boxes to get into there. But the thing that's been difficult for all of the teams facing against Sentinels at the beginning on this map is just how TenZ was able to move around with that operator as Jet on the A side. They had to find a way to stop him, and I think, again, the fault lines that have been key for solo on that first map and for NUTURN could definitely be detrimental onto how TenZ could set up as Sentinels on this A side, or at least on this A side to start, as they're looking for control here for Sentinels at the choke point area. It won't spot anything, so they might be able to rotate one player back.
Both NUTURN and Sentinels feeling one another out in the early moments here on Haven. You can see that's, I mean, we've seen this from Sentinels so far this tournament. They do often like to opt into just playing quite a passive opening just to really allow their opponents, well, allow themselves time to see what their opponents want to do, but also at the same time, not really showing any weaknesses or opportunities for their opponents.
It could get dangerous here, Dan. They're looking to work towards the C site, and I think one thing that could really stop him is how Dapper's setting things up. The camera's perfect to watch that cubby. It spots Perry, who's currently also carrying that spike. And if they're actually trying to dash into the site, they have a trapwire right next to default. So if Allow dashes in, yes, he's going to be safe, but if he's going to try to circle around the default, it's not going to work. But look at this. They're falling back to try to sell a fake towards this A side because Perry stays inside this corner. So up to Solo and also up to Lakia. They throw the first fault line. It forces actually Shazam to rotate towards the A side, but the hit is still going to happen towards C.
Yeah, I love this from NUTURN. Really trying to big brain Sentinels here, but there comes the flash, and Sentinels now know exactly what's going on. 6 deep, he's in the cage actually. He's gonna have to try to pick, oh my god, Sick is nuts! Great shot there, and that's going to eliminate most of these entry fraggers here for NUTURN. 7 seconds to go, they've got to plant the spike, they've got to start planting the spike, there's no time. Zoms, he's done it. The round is impossible to win now, there's just no time. And Sentinels will pick it up, despite a few extra kills coming in late here for NUTURN.
Wow. Well, I guess that's a silver lining, right? They get no spike plant for NUTURN. Sola gets 4 kills and a death. That means he's already 2 away from a Rolling Thunder. And if you have the math correctly, technically NUTURN, if they want to go for a buy into the 3rd round, then they also have a great Rolling Thunder to execute into the site, which is why you see them right now with their economy. They're not spending that much. They have Sola with the Sheriff, and that's pretty much it. So battling for an orb to get ready into the next round when they have weapons could be actually key for the next round.
And no force buy this time from NUTURN. Maki just hopping up, looking to get in towards B. Well, he destroyed a tripwire for his troubles, at least. Oh,
wow.
Hello.
Okay.
Nice catch. Oh, speaking of a good catch, Solos. Gonna take down Zoms as well. There's only 3 players left now for Sentinel.
Oh, no.
This is getting quite awkward. They have to get the spike, though, and it's actually back window, which is precisely where TenZ is. TenZ could still save this round. He spotted the spike. Oh, my goodness. Well, there goes Perry, and he's lit up Allow. Like, Allow can't really fight TenZ at all, and TenZ knows it. He's going to finish him off.
At least Perry got the kill before he died, right? So that actually puts TenZ on his own. It's a 2 versus 1, but TenZ could definitely be the clutcher. Oh, look at that.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder. He loved to see it. He actually he's going to use the Rolling Thunder there. I love that. I love it.
That was just off 2 kills that Solo needed, right? Because we said he was 2 ult points away from getting that ult. So to lurk inside that B site to get the first kill, pick up the Spectre and the second one, and to invest into the Rolling Thunder, I thought it was going to be going into the 3rd round. But screw it. We're using it right away to just make sure that we secure this round and potentially put here the eco for Team Sentinels. So I think it was beautifully played here for NUTURN just by these entries that we've gotten from the practice of the shares that these players have for the Korean players.
The fact that TenZ almost dodged that too with a dash, that would have been quite amusing, but it is Sentinels on this Marshall on 10, so it's, you know, just the eco here for them.
Yeah.
Managed to get a couple shields as well. Again, gotta prevent TenZ from getting any value early in the rounds.
Sentinels seems to be reading. Exactly. They seem to be reading some sort of presence towards the A side. So they start with an early stack on this A side. You do have Sick that's kind of like holding an off angle towards Sewers right away, so that if he does come into contact, probably some Nebulas will come up right away to try to to run the clock down for Sentinels defense.
Ooh, Sick is punished. And they're going to rotate off of this. I like it. 40 seconds, so like a good amount of time to go. And so far, Sentinels have been relying on Dapper with the camera, as you can see on the mini-map, to just hold things down towards C-Long, get that information. And I like the Solos moving towards B. This is actually so interesting. The Sentinels are actually expecting a fake. Dapper will catch one with the shorty, but of course, as you can see, there's just such a long rotation. Solo's already there to try to cut some of this off. And he might find a quick one. So far, so good here for NUTURN.
Enemy remaining.
Love it. So with that pick to lurk already inside that B side, trying to cut rotations like you mentioned, Dad, but not only that, when he actually missed the first few shots against Zoms, he still just left the defender spawn because they already had control of map, post plant, they have more bodies that can move up to. He doesn't need to help out his teammate inside that site. He just wants to make sure that he wins that 1 versus 1 against Zoms and have less bodies for Sentinels, less chances for Sentinels for a body retake into the C site. And we saw a beautiful display of NUTURN just running down that map, right? Trying to create that diversions, trying to force the rotations and running back towards that C side. It's something definitely night and day from their bind play where it was static on a default to try to figure out Sentinels. But so far, it's been going pretty well to control the map at the beginning for the attacker side. And speaking about controlling the map, they're controlling a default once again, as I mentioned that. But on Sentinel's side, they haven't found information, though.
They each put a knife in each other. That's beautiful. This is an anime battle we're waiting to happen. Let's see if TenZ can give it to us. Ready with the knives. Goes another one. It's running low on those. Hunter's Fury comes through. Oh, this is a fantastic Hunter's Fury. Lakia is completely gone. In fact, I think it gets a double off of that. Such a smart read. TenZ got the information, knowing they grouped up in A lobby. It's hard to dodge that Hunter's Fury if you're shooting it from the right place. TenZ still has the Blade Storm. It's still a problem. And the dash too.
Yeah,
NUTURN are really just burning the clock.
30 seconds left.
Perry's managed to creep into the B side meanwhile. But there's the spike. I mean, Perry can do whatever he wants towards B, but the spike is lost. Lau's not going to be able to get there in time, really. Able to take down one, but it's a quick 180 to deal with Shazam. Too much to ask, as Sentinels will equalize the score 2-2.
Definitely something very similar that NUTURN was trying to do, right? With less numbers, but still trying to have somebody to try to take B control force off the rotations, and then as finally Perry takes a bit of control towards the B side, they try to activate for NUTURN on the A side split. But again, when you have less numbers, it's one body on sewers, one body on long. You're coming up head-to-head against TenZ. Where he misses, he could always dash away. It was very dangerous from the get-go. I mean, Shazam's been very good for these Hunter's Furies without the information, right? The blind Hunter's Fury to try to fight back towards the short A choke has been good. But this time, you saw the flash come out. You saw a recon dart. You've already forced it away. Allow moves up, but it's a perfect flash from Sig.
Yeah, early victory here for Sentinels, and a pretty big issue for NUTURN. They're going to have to commit towards C, it looks like, pretty quickly here, because they've given up all their information on the map. Losing a player early. They'll pick up the pace here into TenZ. The drone is going to tag TenZ. That's a big win. The flash comes through. The paranoia comes through as well. They've got to convert off of this, though. Lakia takes down Dapper. TenZ still there in the cloud burst. He wanted that no-scope, but he gets denied by Lakia. And in goes Sick in between all of them. What can he find here? Zoms will be the one to get Lakia, and the running back is cancelled out. So still a fight, a desperate fight over this C site. Spike is now down on the ground as Zoms is ready for Suggest crab walk there, and it's up to Perry in the 1v2. Fantastic first engagement. Second player, another flick. It's too much. Just what a crazy brawl on that C side. It will be Sentinels again coming out on top just by one player.
I actually like the flashes that are being thrown from NUTURN here, Dan, because the standard way, usually when you see an Omen inside that C choke and he throws that paranoia into the side of the logs, at the same time, though, you have some great flashes being thrown by Solo just by the same spot at logs 2 to flash the default in the back. Because sometimes if you want to put a smoke towards default, it gets covered up. So it just allows NUTURN to get it into the sights, but to leave it into a 1v1, a clutch play potential here for Perry, it shows just like even losing the numbers in the beginning for Sentinels, they still have some great players that just off pure skill could turn it back around. But look at TenZ's position. He's in a great spot for a 2K.
And there it is, effortless there from TenZ. Picks up both. Looks like everything's being defended quite nicely here by Sentinels. It's just Sheriff, so you can see that NUTURN are really trying to take some risks there, trying to force some engagements. They managed to do an okay job. They killed Sig.
Yeah.
And just TenZ is just TenZ, so...
Yeah, and at this point, you're trying to figure out how you can stop them, right? And I do like the little change that you see from Sentinels at this point, because they're starting to see a little bit more pressure from NUTURN towards this A side. We talked about the fault line, we talked about the flashes, trying to get Allow to move forward, and this time we didn't even allow. I was trying to find a different word, but just off the spot. He couldn't get pass out the A choke. So nice little variation here from Sentinels that forces NUTURN to just rethink how they want to take control of the A side again. And it starts off with the Owl Drone. It pushes Shazam's back, where he's playing the A side by himself and off the boom bot at the same time. It's looking to be a heavy hit towards the A side.
And the showstopper's going to come out here for Suggest as well to try to entry into the A sites. Oh, he's going to find... Oof. It looked like he could have gotten the catch there on the player in heaven, but they'll still get the spike planted. Meanwhile, though, Sentinels are coordinating for a retake. The Cosmic Divide goes down as well. That's going to really cripple the hold here for NUTURN. Six going to drop with his curveball. It's a labored spray, but he'll catch the kill. And that just leaves two players here. Solo takes one with him. I mean, Lakia has Hunter's Fury, but I don't know that you want to get this. And the flick is pretty quick there from Lakia, but still just too much to handle. And Sentinels begin to pull away again.
That was just a beautiful retake there from Sentinels, because not only the Cosmic Divide, it allows Sentinels to get into the site, but combining it with the Gravity Well at that default. After a plant, you're sticking around that area as a plant carrier, the plant spiker, you're trying to watch that window side, you get pulled away and immediately headshot it from heaven side. And then that allows Sick to also throw the curveball down the window towards Hell and just drops for a solo play to get that kill. It's been very difficult for NUTURN to set up a crossfire on that pulse plant, and Sentinels does a great job out of that. And because of that, this puts NUTURN on a lower buy. Looks like they're forcing up here with a Spectre and a couple of chairs, but they've worked their abilities and have worked their ultimates with this before. And now that they have three of them, I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to get something done here towards eventually potentially a B site.
Yeah, some early presence there towards A. Solo, in fact, is going to just push all the way down A short. Oh, Zoms, so ready for it. I mean, he has... They have done this a couple of times, NUTURN. They do like to try to walk into B, especially when they're on these low buys. So at this point, it seems like Zoms has a lot of anticipation for that. And TenZ, he smells weakness, and he'll pounce. 3 versus 4. And they're going to be running into Shazam. Yeah, this could actually be an opportunity. The Astra Star comes in, though, and that should help protect Shazam. That can be that can go down as a smoke, and that will allow Shazam to cross back to safety. That said, though, maybe there is no safety. He's going to have to fight his way out of there. Well, he's Shazam. He's going to do just that. Great result there with that Phantom, and he seems like he'll be able to hold this one off by himself.
With 20 seconds left, you've gotten 2 kills. You've upgraded into a Phantom. Are you going to try to hurt more economy or just try to go to save this weapon? Looks to be the first part. Looking to do some damage here towards the A side. He's now spotted from heaven. Unfortunately, Zoms goes for the kill, so not much more than that, but at least the Bladestorm is ready into the next round. And I kind of like this play, actually, from how Sentinels readapted towards this play from NUTURN. Because on these pistol rounds, it's quite common to maybe try to hit towards that B side, especially sometimes when you have a Sage in your composition, you wall up, you want to try to plant towards B. But they're just looking for something to get these openers with their shares, get into close range battles with the shares to guarantee a one-shot to the dome. But it's been heavily countered just from an opposition from Zoms there inside that B site. So with that, though, NUTURN looking for a fast push inside the sewers because of these knives, and they open it up onto TenZ.
That is glorious there from NUTURN. That's the stuff we're looking to see. Breach, flash, jet dash into a headshot. NUTURN now 5v4 early on. They've stolen away the operator as well onto Allow. Allow's actually working into... Oh, God, it's very close. I don't know if there's a dash available, but looks like Allow will be able to dodge the remaining Hunter's Fury blasts. And the rotation from Sentinels comes through onto the A site, but meanwhile, Suggest has been lurking up into B, and the positioning game is well and truly in favor of NUTURN. However, Dapper can still cause problems. But with that said, it looks like NUTURN actually recommit into B. There comes the Paranoia through. 6 still good for the frag, though. Sentinels are getting all of the kills as they come back into the site. Suggest, he thinks that he's being unseen, but he gets caught by Dapper. Rolling Thunder comes through to pull them off of the defuse. Solo has to go through the flames. It is not a good look, and it's a firing squad there ready and waiting for Allow. Oh my goodness. It seemed like, again, there's so much promise for NUTURN, but after all of the action, it just makes the action looks very convincing for Sentinels.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not about the kills too, right? It's just that single trapwire that was placed by Dapper on that right side of B, where it basically Suggest activated it by walking over it. It just showed the hand that there was not only a lurk play going into this B site, but the fact that they used a Hunter's Fury and the run it back to push the attackers away from A, you know that hit was happening towards the B side anyway. So after a pulse plant, you already have 3 players rotating back from the A choke, and they didn't give a chance for NUTURN to set up for a pulse plant. And to try to run through a hot hands like that with all these smokes, not necessarily achievable there for NUTURN on a pulse plant when you've lost all your players. So a good time and a good moment to pull out the tactical timeout for NUTURN. They have to try to figure things out, and so far, Dan, they've had some sort of success getting into this B sites, and also from the way that they've been activating the breach into the C site. They're getting a lot of success out of that too, despite the amount of utility that's being placed on the defense for Sentinels. But again, it's the mid rounds, the end rounds, the gunfights that seems to always show an upper hand from Sentinels' side.
Yeah, I think one thing that's interesting as well is that NUTURN created this 5v4 very early on in the previous round, and it was looking very good because they then really convinced Sentinels to rotate everybody towards A, and it isolated Dapper completely by himself on the C site. And you know, NUTURN, they could at that point really go for C, but they went for B instead, and that is surprising because B is such a difficult site to hold. And if they were, you know, having Dapper isolated in the way that they had him, definitely, I feel like most teams are going to want to convert there. I feel like B is usually like, well, if we have to, we'll do it. But
Yeah.
that's usually the last, the kind of Hail Mary.
You bring up a good point, actually, because even when you're looking at how NUTURN's currently playing this right now, even a pulse plant for utility for a pulse plant, NUTURN doesn't have much, right? Maybe they're able to keep paint chills if they have to keep Suggest alive after an entry on top of that, and shock darts. But you don't have any hot hands. You have to go for flashes and peaks. It's very difficult. But off this timeout, Sick is trying to be the one that's going to make his mark by opening up a kill here from garage side.
Yeah, it feels quite oppressive playing against Sentinels for sure. Good peek there from Sick. And we've got NUTURN now making their way up C long. They've been spotted though, and the rotation definitely respects that from Sentinels. They've got players coming through into position. Dapper defending backside nicely here. Allow goes down. Dapper in his own cage, trying to spray and cause problems here. Able to get the reload off. Lakia unable to really get the space to really secure this site by himself. Needs some help here. Needs somebody to give him a hand, and Suggest comes through, but it's just not enough. It's not enough. Sentinels again just win out on this C site, and that's 8-2 now. They are really getting quite far ahead.
Oh yeah, and you drop the spike, unfortunately, as you're trying to move up towards this C side. That's a great pick from Sig. Look at the amount of headshots he's landing right now too, right? The way that he's playing on top of the logs, even if he doesn't get kills, look at how it enabled for Sentinels to already be on that rotate. The assist coming out here from the shock darts at the same time too. The fault line was a little bit too late. You've lost too many bodies now for NUTURN. And again, unfortunately, I think they have answers right now for NUTURN. It's just they can't lay it down against Sentinels. They're reading it correctly with this boom butt at the beginning, and now the hot hands to even try to push him back. It suggests to see who's running through it.
Oh, such a chance coming through, but Tens absolute hero mode there, saving his teammates. And at the same time, like, we see Allow try to get some action towards the A side of the map here, but every peak except that one was going the way of Sentinels. But could that be the peak that changes things? It's still a really difficult situation. A 3 versus 4. Solo's on 3 HP as well. And they're against 4 players. Tens has the Blaze Storm ready to go. Oh! Barry out of the sky! Blast Tens straight in the face. And there comes the ult TP all the way across to C. But Perry is alone against 3. This is going to be quite difficult. Just the Sheriff to go, and Dapper's going to pepper him from distance to finish him off. Good attempt. Fantastic shot, but the end result is the same. Sentinels win the round.
Despite all that, I don't care that they lost a round for NUTURN. That was an absolute monster of a shot there from Perry. To flick that into Tens flying in the air. Still 9-2 in favor of Sentinels. You still have, again, those little silver linings that gives you hope as a NUTURN fan. And look at that, he's expected it the whole time. Just really reading the plays. Like I said, NUTURN are doing a good job reading how Sentinels might be playing these retakes, might be playing overall, but it's just, again, the firepower, the skill set. For Sentinels seems to be just a little bit too much right now for NUTURN. Look at this. They're just going all out here towards the C site, Dan.
Here we go.
Off a fault line.
Dapper's going to be the recipient of this. He's so slippery, though. He's such a good player at holding his ground at the back of the site. There goes Allow there. Updraft dash on top of the Radiant box. Suggest with the showstopper.
Camera sees it all.
And there goes Untus Fury coming through as well. Suggest is going to get tagged, and
Beautiful.
that's him dead. Spike on him just now planted. Sick with the run it back, comes through off the back of the flash, just doing the damage, getting the kills, and creating space for his teammates. We get the gravity wells causing problems around default as well, but NUTURN still holding onto the site somehow, still. Lakia looking after Garage by himself. Perry trying to hold onto the site with Allow, and Allow's going to go down. Tens now flanking, it's up to Lakia. Lakia can't get it done though, and Sentinels bring it home. Another round, and we was that a tactical coming through? Am I getting thrown by the overlay?
I wonder, right? Because they still have one to go here for NUTURN, but at the same time, just from hitting these and that run it back, they didn't do it with information. You think they didn't do it, but it did. Just Dapper was a security guard for that round. Like I said, they gave up that site. He played safe inside that B site, turned on the camera, didn't ping a single person. He was just calling out everything for Sick and for Shazam. You see it from the camera feed. One default, And one's hiding in the back of the site. Sick and Shazam are just moving in with their ults and to just open it up. And while they create that ruckus towards the C site, well, TenZ was already on that flank at long C. So it was very difficult for NUTURN on that pulse plant to try to win that, just from the sheer fact that they didn't break the camera. It's been another one of those rounds where one single ability has turned around over in favor of Sentinels at that point. Now with this pistol, though, pressure is on. They're not feeling it for NUTURN because they're pressuring down towards Sewers and already towards long A. And this allows for the other three players to still manage their stack numbers towards the C side and looking to play a retake on the B site.
Yeah, I love this. B is often just empty, and in a pistol round, it's definitely a different story compared to a gun round in terms of how good it is for the attackers. And we'll have the push coming through on the flank here as well from a lobby from NUTURN to see what they can make happen here. Oh, Zoms gets caught by a fadeaway from Lakia. TenZ, though, picking up where Zoms left off. And Dapper is now fighting by himself against Suggest and Perry. He's going to play the time here as much as possible. There goes Perry, though, with the stick. And Dapper, it was just counting on them coming off of it. It's not going to work out for Dapper. NUTURN pick up a much-needed round, a pistol round, no less, on this second half.
Very nicely done there for NUTURN. Sentinels probably did not expect to have two players coming back on that rotate, on that flank. And that pinch that came in from the garage side was just very well done for NUTURN at this point. You said it, Dan. It was a much important pistol round that was needed here for NUTURN to try to come back into this game. And now at least it allows for that investment to come in for the defender side too. But Sentinels, they just want to close it out right now. Another Marshall in the hands of TenZ. He's setting up right now to try to get some sort of control towards the garage area. And the rest of them are now moving just behind him on grass. Looks like it's going to be B instead here.
This is awesome. You would never expect to see him there. The dash comes through. Solo in a good position to at least get the punish. But look at the chaos here. Sentinels trying to spring off of TenZ's action. NUTURN control it, though. Slow it down. And here they go through garage. Suggest they're ready and waiting.
Oh.
Zoms down to 1 HP. Parry wants some action here. Moving forward with the Spectre. Oh god, it's so scary. He's 1 HP. Finally finds the bullet onto Zoms. Dapper. He's carved a path through an opening to that A site for the plant. Solo and Perry on the rotation. This is a very messy round here for NUTURN. Let's see if they can find a recovery. Out comes the Sheriff from Dapper. Spotlight comes through as well, and in goes NUTURN. Solo swinging wide with that Judge. And Perry with the Spectre. Nice little combo there, and they'll close it down in favor of NUTURN. Oh, that was a bit scary, though.
When you open it up like that with a beautiful Marshall shot from TenZ, and you're making things a little bit difficult in that fight, you've mentioned it. Zoms had 1 HP for the longest time on that battle against Perry inside the garage. For him to still do, what, 25 damage, 50 damage onto Perry before? That shows how it's a little bit shaky for NUTURN. They're starting to feel that pressure, but at least they capitalized on that victory in the end. Fault line doesn't hit anybody, but you got to judge with a drive-by. With that spread on low HP for Sentinels, what they had on a 2 versus 2, you're happy you got that round. But it was expensive. You got another gun round coming in for Sentinels because of that spike plant. Blade Storm from TenZ at the same time. Control towards long B, but it's still going to be, just slowly but surely, taking this towards control off the Owl drone. Oh, nice.
Ooh. Sick. Getting caught there by that nice angle. Elevated position. TenZ once again looking to open things up for his team. Smoked off though, so no entry there for TenZ. Push
it was so dangerous
from
then.
Solo is
he was
huge.
actually on the double box. If he actually did kill Sick, that was spiked down. That was a little bit
Solo.
dangerous.
Are they going to walk into this position? It looks like they are. There's a trip there. Will they check for Solo? Looks like they might, but he's got the charge! And that's 2 for Solo. That is huge. Gets to upgrade to the Phantom. A 5 versus 3 now for NUTURN. Dapper and Sick do have rifles, though. And NUTURN are taking their precious time on the rotation. They're really trying to check for everything. Solo gets caught by Dapper. 30 seconds to go. TenZ is on the site. Still a very good chance for Sentinels to win this round. Oh! Ooh. The jump shot is a great way to start things off here. 10 covering with the daggers, and Sick is going to be doing an even better job with the Phantom. And just like that, it's a 1 versus 3 here for NUTURN. Perry is going to have a hell of a task on his hands. And I mean, there's a couple players that are quite weak, but I'll have to see if Perry can find that first opening engagement. Sentinels with a great peek there. One player in an elevated position, one player lower down for the double peek. You can't really beat that too easily.
It started off so well there for NUTURN. No information gathered by Sentinels after getting picked at the beginning. The trap wire, again for Solo, not trying to cross it over because he doesn't want to give his position away, thinking that it's going to be the coast clear. Because of that, he's able to amass to 2 beautiful kills. But after that, he misses that shot against Dapper. That just turned things over right there for Sentinels, because if Solo was still alive, that was 2 backstab kills on Sick and Tens. And that makes things a little bit, not a little bit, very unfortunate for NUTURN. They're going to have to go for this buy coming in, and Ares in the hands of Lakia. You have a Judge and no armor for Allow. They're really putting everything in right now.
Cool push coming in from Solo. Gets taken down by his arms by Garage, but look at their pushes coming through. They are really trying to cause problems here, but they're getting caught out. Maybe that's a sign of desperation from NUTURN. Down to three players, and Sentinels will decide to just fully commit this one now to the A site, and allows that with a Judge.
It's tough though, exactly. It's going to be a run it back to come in, so Allow is going to have his position away.
Oh, tries to get
oh
the
my!
punish. He's going to find it somehow. That's 2 players now against 3, so he's really created, Allow has created a chance for his team. I think Perry is kind of far away though. Be a very tough one. There's no post-plant ults or anything like that to worry about, but Tens is so lethal. There's not too much to be done about that one.
Yeah, when there's no post-plant utilities that you have to worry about, maybe from shock darts, you still have the firepower that Sentinels has to worry about too, though. That was a nasty shot, and unfortunately, this is going to be a round to think about. They're going to use this time to try to figure out, you see how Solo is thinking right now. What can we actually do to try to bring this round back? Because it's map point, serious point here for Sentinels, as they're just looking to stroll to the grand finals of Masters 2.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very difficult to find the recovery for NUTURN. I really liked how they opened the round with Solo going for that push in mid. I think that was really smart. It caught Sentinels off guard on that timing, but ultimately, you know, we then had like, you know, 2 more pushes in different positions from NUTURN. It's looking like it's, you know, coming apart a little bit, but we'll see. We'll have to see if they're able to find something here. They've had to force buy. This is it. This is match point now for Sentinels. Solo and Suggest, they're just fighting in mid.
But they're retreating.
That one's a bit too far.
It's a Guardian long range. Oh, Tens gets the kill. And despite them getting the kills, they're still falling back here, Dan. So still giving respect to Sentinels. And now Suggest is by himself.
Gets caught by the Hunter's Fury as well. And just like that, it looks like NUTURN players are evaporating. 2v3. The Rolling Thunder is available, and there it goes. Solo has to do everything by himself here to keep NUTURN alive in this one. And he's going to get peppered from all sides. And there we go. Sentinels take down NUTURN on map 2 on Haven. 13-4 to take the series, to move forward to the grand finals. And they are going to be knocking down NUTURN. NUTURN still alive, of course, in this tournament. But they surely got rocked